I'm testing. Okay, I'm testing the mic now. I don't know who's watching now, but if you are, hello. I'm in Cielo Galleries and Studios with owned by Skyra Martinez. It's beautiful space. To me, it's going to be the literary capital or a literary place for Los Angeles soon. It's going to be the place where we're all going to have our events. So right now, I'm just getting ready. I have Kat. She has a cat named Kat. He likes to keep me company. He's going to be one of the first readers too. He's going to be one of the first readers, Kat. Um, and Skyra is just doing the orange juice and the coffee. You can't be seen right now. She's not hideous. She looks great. She looks California casual. Don't say that, Skyra. I can. It's a cat. It's not you. It's a cat. Um, I have what do I have? My cat is missing me right now. My cat is not nearly this friendly. He just wants food and he's like, get out, go away from me. I'm just kind of like letting people know, like who are watching, that we actually are on the air and stuff. Oh, also too, I want to say hello to the Situation Room. I'm in Eagle Rock because they also are watching. I guess they said they have coffee, juice, tater tots, and blueberry and pecan muffins. Really, that's a really good place to eat. Situation Room should open up a restaurant. So let me make sure this is actually on. Uh, let's see here. I'm gonna ask people, do you guys see me? Uh, if I'm on the air, I'm checking on my phone. So we're doing all this technical stuff right now. Oh yes, I am on the air. It's two people. It's two people watching. So it's not 10 o'clock yet. I'm simply doing testing to make sure that everything works. So when people do come later on today, um, it'll be totally working correctly. Um, Cat, I don't have any food or anything. He just wants love. That's why he's here. He just wants love. So I got this great 75th edition from Espacio, 1839. It's on First Street in Boyle Heights, in IMIX bookstore. I mean, that place is just awesome. Just, they have a radio show in there. They have clothes. It's just fabulous community space. So I also really urge you to support Espacio 1839 in Boyle Heights, my second favorite neighborhood. As you know, I'm Inglewood born and bred, so Inglewood will always be my hometown, necessarily Morningside Park. So, but Boyle Heights is my second favorite neighborhood. Okay. I should have got one of those little mic stands. That's why I told people to bring their friends, because if you bring your friends, your friend can hold the mic for you. Ow, cat. That hurts. That hurts. Ow. Ow. I'm not food. Stop it. You want me to pet you? Okay, I'm going to read the forward by Edwidge Danticat, and, well, yes, we'll read the afterward by Henry Louis Gates later. After all, keep in mind, I'm not a actress or anything. I'm just a writer. So here it says, forward. Ships at a distance have every man's wish on board. So began Zora Neale Hurston's brilliant novel about a woman's search for her authentic self and real love. At first, it might seem contradictory that a work whose central character is a remarkable and resilient Janie Crawford should start with a dictum about the life of man. However, that is one of the many shrewd manifestations of Zora Neale Hurston's enormous talents. Her ability to render a world complete with its codes and disciplines within a few sentences, and then placing in that world her vision of how people, the women and men of her own creations, her characters function, triumph, and survive. So off with a metaphorically distant ship comes our heroine, Janie Crawford, and suddenly we realize that she has been on her own singular journey all along. Her dreams mocked to death by time, but never totally defeated. And since women remember everything they don't want to forget, Janie Crawford recalls all the crucial moments of her life, from the time she discovers that she is a colored little girl by searching for her face in a group of photographs, to the moment she returns to Edenville, Florida from the Everglades, not swindled and deceived as had been expected, but heartbroken, yet boldly defiant. After having toiled in the bean fields, survived a hurricane, and lost the man that she loved, Janie Crawford is able to retrace her steps, disembark from her own ship, come home and remember. And because she has been close to death, but had lived a very full life, so in spite of the judgmental voices that greet her upon her return, in spite of that mass cruelty invoked by her prodigal status, Janie has earned the right to be a griot of her own tale, the heroine of her own quest, the member of her own remembering. In the loose call and response structure that frames the novel, Janie's friend Phoebe asks her to tell her where she has been, and Janie responds with a story that constitutes the book. Janie's is an intimate audience of one. She entrusts her adventures to Phoebe to retell to others only if Phoebe chooses. You can't tell them what I say if you want to. That's just the same as me because my tongue is in my friend's mouth. Janie is recounting her story as much to Phoebe as to herself. Her response to Phoebe's call is at the same time an echo, much like the nymph Echo, who retains only her voice after having literally been torn apart. Hurston herself also becomes Janie's echo by picking up the narrative threads and intervals, places where in real life or in real time, Janie might have simply grown tired of talking. Much like the porch sitters at the beginning of the book, who are the first to see Janie arrive. Janie, Phoebe, and Zora Neale Hurston form their own storytelling chain, and it is through their link of voices that we are taken on this intimate yet communal journey that is Their Eyes Are Watching God. I have always been extremely proud to remind all who would listen that Zora Neale Hurston's masterpiece, Their Eyes Were Watching God, was written by her own account in 7 weeks in my homeland, Haiti. I once made a complete fool of myself in front of a group of young women writers who had created a book club and had gracefully invited me to their first meeting. Soon after the book club's newly elected president announced that their first book they'd be reading would be Their Eyes Were Watching God, I intervened to declare, "Did you know Zora wrote it in 7 weeks in Haiti?" I was hastily rebuffed by a curt "so" from one of the members. Of course, Hurston's own account of how long it took to compose the novel has been debated and contested. However, I am awed by her ability to have found the time during her anthropological travels and constant research in Haiti to produce a novel. Oh, where am I at? Oh, produce a novel at all. As a writer, I'm amazed by the way she managed to use the places and circumstances she found herself in to create a room, a world of her own. Even with the menace of pennilessness always looming, she somehow unearthed the solace or perhaps the desperation to write. Many of my contemporary works include myself often complain, sometimes with book contracts in tow, about not having enough time, money, and space to write. Yet Zora battled to write, and she did, knowing, as Janie Crawford must have also known, there is no agony like bearing an untold story inside you. Thus, no matter how many times I have read the book, when Jenny begins telling that untold story inside her, I am doubly elated, both with the story itself and with the way in which it came to be. And so when I blurt out my favorite piece of Hurston trivia, I do it partially out of pride of her association with Haiti, but I also do it heeding Alice Walker's extremely wise advice in her forward to Robert E. Hemingway's literary biography of Hurston, We Are a People. And I include all the international peoples of Africa, of the African diaspora, in this category. A people do not throw their geniuses away. Fortunately, over the years, I have met very few active readers of my generation, born after 1960, writers and non writers alike, who would even consider throwing Zora away. Many of us can remember vividly our first encounter with her work. Particularly, their eyes were watching God because of the efforts of Miss Walker and others who valiantly reclaimed Zora for themselves. And all of us, we read Zora either in high school or in college classes where her work is enthusiastically taught by men, women, most of whom were older than we were when we first read her, and still have the exuberance of a recent discovery, much as in the early days of a love affair or a reunion with a friend long thought dead. I first read Their Eyes Were Watching God in an elective Black history class at Clara Barton High School in Brooklyn, New York. The class was taught by a young teacher who conducted it during his lunch hour. There was not much reading for young adults about Zora and her work, so we struggled with the plot and the language with a lot of coaching from our teacher. Most of us were new immigrants to the United States and read Janie, Phoebe, and Tea Cakes got dialogue out loud with our heavy Creole accents and managed to come away with only a glimmer of brilliance of what we had read. At times, feeling as if my lack of English had robbed me of precious narrative information. I would raise questions that went beyond the scope of the novel, and my teacher would become very excited, applying the fact that I was stretching my imagination way beyond the words in front of me, which is what all good readers are supposed to do. Where was Tea Cake's family, I would ask, and what did Janie's friend Phoebe do while Janie was gone? I could later explore more purposefully the deliberate questions about the book in a freshman English class at Barnard College, where Zora had been a student in the 1920s. Hers were among the books in a glass case in the Barnard's library that had highlighted other famous alumni authors, including the poet, playwright, and novelist Nataji Shange, including the each time I walked by the glass case, I felt my dream of becoming an author growing more and more attainable. Partly because of Zora, she was a Black woman like me. Zora had lived in my country, I happily told one of my classmates, and now I am living in hers. I like to think that Zora was drawn to Haiti partially because of her many similarities between Haiti and Southern African American culture. Zora was from an all-Black town run and governed by Black people, and I was from a Black republic where Frederick Douglass had resided and where Catherine Dunham has studied and danced. Tell my horse, Zora finds an equivalent for the cunning Brer Rabbit of the Uncle Remus stories in Haiti's sly Timalas of popular lore. In the rural beliefs that our dead will one day return to again in Africa, she uncovered echoes of the strong convictions of many of those who were forced on board slave ships for points of no return. There were so many things that I found familiar in Their Eyes Are Watching God. The dead on orality in both the narration and dialogue. Thank you, Skyra. The communal gathering on opening porches, the intimate storytelling, crick crack, the communal tall tale sessions, both about real people who have eared and fictional folks who had hilariously blundered. Her description of the elaborate burial of Janie's pet mule reminded me of the incident that she detailed in Tell My Horse, in which Haiti President Antoine Simon ordered an elaborate Catholic funeral at the National Cathedral for his pet goat, Samalo. Sometimes many Haitians would laugh about this about for years. In class at Bernard, we gladly raised structural questions about Their Eyes Were Watching God. Was it a love story, an adventure story? We decided it could be both, as many other complex novels are. Besides, don't adventures often include romance? And aren't all exciting romances an adventure? Of course they are. We brought up issues that concerned us as young feminists and womanists. Was Janie Crawford a good woman role model, or was she solely defined by the men in her life? Many of us argue that Janie did not have to be a role model at all. She simply had to be a fully realized, complex character, which she was. She certainly manifested a will of her own in spite of the efforts of her grandmother and her first two husbands to dominate her, leaving her first husband when life with him became grew unbearable, and taking off with tea cake against public opinion after the second husband died. Why did Janie allow Tea Cake to beat her? Some of us thought that Hurston tried to envision characters who are neither too holy or too evil. Her men and women are extremely nuanced, reflecting human strength as well as frailties. If Tea Cake were too cruel, then Janie would not love him at all. If he were too uniformly pious, then rather than being her equal as he was when he worked in the fields, he would be worshipped by her. And all gods who receive homage are cruel. All gods dispense suffering without reason. Half gods are worshipped in wine and flowers. Real gods require blood. In the end, Janie receives tea cake as the equivalent of all three: wine, flour, and blood. And she becomes like a treasured relative whose love affair we could never wholeheartedly condone, but the source of which we could certainly understand. Tea Cake gives his life for Janie, and this, if nothing else, serves as an atonement for many of his sins. In spite of Janie's choice concerning Tea Cake, or perhaps because of them, I'm going to drink some coffee. Oops. Perhaps because she experiences more freedom than most women, certainly most poor women of her time. And as much as she loves tea cake, she ultimately chooses to live and not die with him. And her final act is not to follow him to the grave, but to bury him and return alone to a community that will not embrace her and welcome her without first giving her without first her without welcome her without first being given an explanation as to where she had been and what she had been through. For many decades and hopefully centuries to come, their eyes were watching God will probably be the center of Zora Neale Hurston's legacy as a novelist, perhaps because it was written in such a short and reportedly emotional charged period. This is a novel with an overpowering sense of urgency in its layers and plot, swift pace, intricate narration, and the raw anguish evoked by the conflicting paths laid out by Janie Crawford as she attempted to survive her grandmother's restricted vision of Black women's lives and realize her own self conceived liberation. Like all individual thinkers, Janie pays the price of exclusion for nonconformity, much like Hurston herself, who was accused of stereotyping the people she loved when she perhaps simply listened to them much more closely than others and sought to reclaim and reclassify their voices. The novel not only offered a penetrating view of Janie's evolving thinking process, but we were also given plenty of insights into the mindsets of those who would wish to condemn her. Janie, however, is never overly critical of her neighbors. Fault finding reactions to her, she either ignores them entirely or pities them for never having left the safety of their town and never having lived and loved as deeply as she has. Having survived all that she has, Janie now has a deeper understanding of her own actions, as well as a greater comprehension of human behavior in general. It's a known fact. Phoebe, you got to go there to know there, she explains to her friend. Two things everybody got to do for themselves. They got to go to God and they got to find out about living for themselves. Along with the classic conflict between individual wishes and community censure, there was many contemporary motifs in this model events, in this novel, events that could have been easily plucked out of early 21st century headlines. Loveless marriages, verbal and physical abuse, mercy killings, or a killing in self-defense. Depending on how you interpret it, forbidden love, a public and passionate affair between a young man and an older woman from different stations in life, many of the minor characters in this novel are vibrantly multicultural, from African Americans to Native Americans to the Caribbeans who live and work in the Everglades. To this day, migrant workers, migrant labor, and hurricanes remain very concrete elements of life in Florida. The influence of Zora's work, particularly Their Eyes Are Watching God, will continue to be felt for years in the works of many generational writers. For instance, Janie Crawford shares a literary kinship with Celie of Alice Walker, The Color Purple, whose eyes not only watch God, but whose words and letters, whose voice speaks directly to God. Part of the reason Janie's grandmother Nanny pushes her into a loveless marriage to Logan Killick's, her first husband, is that Nanny was born to slavery and had little choice over her own destiny. Nanny had craved small comforts like sitting idly on the porch, and she wants her granddaughter to have them, along with money and status, no matter what the emotional cost. What Nanny may not have considered is that Janie would have her own, might have had her own ideas of freedom. However, Nanny is also pained by a deferred dream of her own. Nanny confesses to young Janie, ah, wanted to preach a great sermon about colored women sitting high, but they wasn't no pulpit for me. And Toni Morrison's beloved grandmother, Baby Suggs, preaches the sermon, and Nanny never got to preach. Baby Suggs became an unchurched preacher, one who visited pulpits. However, her most used pulpit was one that the baby Suggs created for herself, outdoors in a clearing. After situating herself on a huge flat-sided rock, baby Suggs bowed her head and prayed silently. Finally, she called the woman to her. Cry, she told them. For living and for the dead, just cry. And without covering their eyes, the women let loose. What a difference it might have made to young Janie to have heard her grandmother preach that sermon, to have heard her nanny say, as baby Suggs did, more than your life holding womb and your life giving private parts. Love your heart, for this is the prize. And the circular narration of their eyes were watching God at the end of the book, a whole new life lies ahead, uncharted for a still relatively young Janie Crawford. She was told her story and she has satisfied that oldest human longing, self-revelation, and now she must go on. We know that Janie will never forget Tea Cake. Not only did she love him very deeply, but her heart and travels with him have opened up her world and her heart in an irreversible way. However, we get hints that Janie will continue to live on her own uncompromised terms, for even as she has lost her beloved, she has also discovered deeper layers of herself. Now that's how everybody was. Phoebe just all told you. She says to a friend as she prepares to wrap up her story. So I'm gonna go back again and I'm satisfied to be held. All done, been to the horizon and back now. All can set he in my house and live by comparisons. Janie's life, by comparison, might seem more turbulent than most. However, both her past and her future can best be characterized by the way she describes her love for tea cake at the end of the book. Not like a grindstone that is the same everywhere and she has the same effect on everything it touches, but like the tea, like the sea and the sea of the distant ships, with every man's wish on board, and the powerful moving sea takes its shape from the shores it meets, and is different with every shore. And that was by Edwidge Danticat, and she's an author, so that was a forward on the 75th edition. So in about 1 minute or so, I'm gonna drink some coffee. I'm gonna check on the internet connection, make sure it's cool. Let's see here. Um, if you're watching, give me a little shout out or something. Um, let's see here. All right. Yes, if you guys have any run into any technical problems, please send me a little note on Facebook so I can fix it um and all that good stuff. All right. Drink some coffee. Chapter 1. Ships at a distance have every man's wish on board. For some, they come in with the tides. For others, they sail forever on the horizon, never out of sight, never landing until the watcher turns his eyes away in resignation, his dream mocked to death by time. That is the life of man. Now women forget all those things they don't want to remember and remember everything they don't want to forget. The dream is the truth. Then they act to do things accordingly. So the beginning of this was a woman, as she had come back from burying the dead. Not the dead of sick and ailing, with friends at the pillow and feet. She had come back from the sodden and the bloated, the sudden dead, their eyes flung wide open in judgment. The people all saw her come because it was sundown. The sun was gone, but he had left his footprints in the sky. It was a time for sitting on porches beside the road. It was a time to hear things and talk. These sitters had been tongueless, earless, eyeless conveniences all day long. Mules and other brutes had occupied their skin. But now the son and the boss man were occupied. I got McColl's message. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that. Mules and other brutes had been occupied. Their skin, but now the son and the boss man were gone. So the skin felt powerful and human. They become lords of sound and lesser things. They passed nations through their mouths. They sat in judgment. Seeing the woman as she had made them remember the envy they had stored up from other times, so they chewed up the back parts of their minds and swallowed their relish. They made burning statement with questions and killed tools out of laughs. It was mass cruelty, a mood come alive, words walking without masters, walking alone all together like a harmony in a song. What she doing coming back here in them overalls? Can't she find no dress to put on? Where's that blue satin dress she left here in? Where all that money her husband took and died and left her? Where that 40-year-old old man doing with her hair swinging down her back like she's some young girl? Where she left that young lad at when she went off to with? Thought she was gonna get married. Where he left her? What he done with all her money? Bet you he off with some gal so young she ain't even got no hairs. Why she don't stay in her class? When she got to where she had been, where she got to where they she returned her face on the bander log and spoke. They scrambled a noisy good evening and left their mouths setting open and their ears full of hope. Her speech was pleasant enough, but she kept walking straight on to her gate. The porch couldn't talk for looking. The men noticed her firm buttocks. She had grapefruits in her hip pockets, the grape rope of black hair swinging to her waist and unraveling in the wind with a plume, like a plume, with her pungent breast trying to bore holes in her shirt. They, the men, were saving with the mind what they lost with her eye. The women took the faded shirts and muddy overalls and laid them away for remembrance. It was a weapon against her strength, and if it turned out with no significance, still it was hope that she might fall to their level someday. But nobody moved, nobody spoke, nobody even thought to swallow spit until after her gate slammed behind her. Pearl Stone opened her gate and laughed real hard because she didn't know what to do. She fell over Miss Sumpkin while she laughed. Miss Sumpkin snorted violently and sucked her teeth. Hmm, y'all all worry ya. You ain't like me. I ain't got to study about. If she ain't got no manners enough to stop and let folks know how she been making out, let her go on then. She ain't even worth talking after. Lulu Moss drawled through her nose. She sits high, but she looks down like what the old women running around with these young boys. Phoebe Watson hitched her rocking chair forward before she spoke. Well, nobody don't know if it's anything to tell or not. Me, her, but she's my best friend, and don't know. Maybe us don't know into things like you do, but we all know she went way from here, and us she don't come back. Tain't no use in your trying to cloak no woman like Janie Starks. Phoebe's friends are no friends. At that, she ain't old as some of y'all that talking about. And she's past 40 to my knowledge, Phoebe. No more past 40 than outside. She's way too old for a boy like Tea Cake. Tea Cake ain't been no boy for some time. He's around 30 his own self. Don't care what it was. She could stop and say a few words with us. She act like we didn't gone something. Pearl complained. She didn't one of those doing wrong. You mean you mad because she didn't stop and tell us all her business? Anyhow, what you ever know to her to do so bad y'all make out? The worst thing I'll ever know to her do was talking a few years off her age. And that ain't never harmed anybody. And I said it should be taking a few years off her age. Sorry. Um, y'all makes me tired. The way you talking. You think that folks in this town didn't have nothing to do except praise the Lord. You have to excuse me because I'm bound to make her some supper. And Phoebe stood up sharply. Don't mind us, Lulu smiled. Just go right ahead. Us mind your house for you till you get back. My supper is done. You better go see how she feel. Your kin let the rest of us know. Lord, Pearl agreed. I done scorched up the little meat and bread too long to talk about it. I can stay away from home long as I please. My husband ain't fussy. Oh, Phoebe, if you're ready to go, could just walk over there with you, Miss Sumpkin volunteered. It's sort of dusking down dark. They boogeyman might get you. Nah, I'll thank you. Nothing couldn't catch me. Dense few steps and going. Anyhow, my husband tell me, say no first booger would have me. If he got anything to tell you, he'll let you hear it. Phoebe hurried on off with a cover bowl in her hand. She left the porch pelting her back with unasked questions. They hoped the answers were cruel and strange. When she arrived at the place, Phoebe Watson didn't go in by the front gate and down the palm walked to the front door. She walked around the fence corner and went to an intimate where gate with her heaping plate of mulatto rice. Janie must be around that side. She found herself on the steps of the back porch with the lamps all filled and chimneys clean. Hello, Janie. How you coming? Oh, pretty good. I'm trying to soak up these tired and these dirty feet. She laughed a little. I'll see you. Gal, you look so good. You look like use your own daughter. And they laughed. Even with them overalls, you shows your womanhood. Gone. You must think you all brought you something. When I ain't brought home a thing for myself. That's a gracious plenty. Your friends wouldn't want nothing better. I ought to take that flattery off of you, Phoebe, because all I know it's from the heart. And Jamie extended her hand. Good Lord, Phoebe, ain't you never gonna give me a little bit of rations you brought me? I ain't thing on my stomach today except my hand. They both laughed. Give it here and have a seat. I knowed you'd be hungry. No time to be hunting a stove wood after dark. Mulatto rice ain't no good this time. Not enough bacon grease, but I reckon it'll kill hungry. Ah, tell you in a minute, Janie said, lifting her cover. Gal, it's too good. You switches a mean fanny around in the kitchen. That ain't much to eat, Janie, but I'm liable to have something sure enough good for tomorrow, 'cause you didn't come home. Janie ate heartily and said nothing. The very, uh, the very colored cloud dust that sun had stirred up in the sky was settled by slow degrees. Here, Phoebe, take your old plate. I ain't got a bit of use for an empty dish. That grub sure come in handy. Phoebe laughed at her friend's rough joke. You're just as crazy as ever. Hand me that wash rag on that chair by you, honey. Let me scrub my feet. She took the cloth and rubbed vigorously. Laughter came to her mouth from the big road. Well, I see my mouth almighty is still sitting in the same place, and to reckon they got me up in their mouth now. Yes, indeed. You know, if you pass some people and don't speak, They got a lot to say about your life and see what you've done. They know more about you than you do. An envious heart makes a treacherous ear. They didn't heard about you just what they hope to have happened. If God don't think no more about them, they'd a lost ball in the high grass. I hear what they say because they will collect rounds my porch because it's on the big road. My husband gets so sick and tired. Sometimes he makes me go. He makes them all get from the house. I'm like translating this like from, it's like very weird because I don't mean to translate it from but I am. Yes. Okay. The dialogue. I'm kind of messing with the dialogue, but I'm trying not to translate it back into standard English. Okay. Sam is right too. They just keep wearing you out and sitting in your chairs. Yay, Sam. Yeah, Sam. Most of them goes to church, so you'll be sure to hear it rise in Judgment Day. That the day every secret is posed to be made known. They want to be there and hear it all. Sam is too crazy. You stop laughing when you's around him. Uh-huh. He says he aims to be himself so he can find out who stole his corncob pipe. Phoebe, that Sam is in yours won't quit, crazy thing. Most of these neighbors, if so, in your business till they're liable to hurry up to judgment to find out about you if they don't know you. You better make haste and tell them about you and TK get married. And if it taken your money and went off with some wild girl and where he is now and where all your clothes at, come back and here in these overalls. I don't mean to bother you with telling him nothing, Phoebe. Tain't worth the trouble. You can't tell him what I've said if you want. That's just the same because my tongue is in my friend's mouth. If you so desire, I tell him what you tell me to tell him. To start off with people like that who don't waste much time putting their mouths on things they don't know nothing about. Now they got to look into me loving TK and see whether it was done right or not. They don't know if a life is a mess of cornmeal dumplings and if love is a bed quilt. So long as they get a name to gnaw on, they don't really care who's it about and what's about, especially if it's something that can make it sound evil. If they want to see and know, why see why they don't come and kiss and be kissed? Oh, could they sit down and tell them things? I've been a delegate to a big association of life. Yes, sir. The Grand Lodge, the conversation of living is just where I'd have been this year, and half y'all ain't seen me. They sat there in the fresh young darkness, close together. Phoebe's eager to feel and do through Janie, but hating to show her zest for fear, it might be thought mere curiosity. Janie's full of the oldest human longing, self revelation, and Phoebe held her tongue for a long time, but she couldn't help moving her feet. So Janie spoke. They don't need to worry about me and my overalls long as I got $900 in the bank. TK got me into wearing them, following behind. TK ain't wasted up no money of mine, and he ain't left me for no young girl neither. He give me every consolation in the world. He tell me him too. If he were here, if he wasn't gone. Phoebe dilated all over the eagerness. Tea cake's gone? Yeah, Phoebe, tea cake is gone. And that's the only reason you see me back here. Cause I ain't nothing here to make me more happy no more where I was at. Down, down the Everglades there, down on the muck. It's hard for me to understand what you mean, the way you tell it. And then again, it's hard of understanding at times. Now ain't nothing like you might think. So it ain't no use in me telling you something unless I give you understanding to go with it. Unless you see a mink skin ain't no different from a coon hide. Look at here, Phoebe. Is Sam waiting on you for his supper? It's all ready and waiting. If he ain't got no sense to eat it, that is his hard luck. Well then, we can tell right where he is and where we can sit right here where we is and talk. I got the whole house all open and to let the breeze come in and let some breeze come in. Phoebe, we've been kissing friends for 20 years. I so depends on you for a good thought and talking to you from that standpoint. I'm drinking some coffee now. Hi, the Tall Art Girl Collective is here. Hello. You'll see them in a second. You won't have to watch me for 12 hours. Okay. Time makes everything old. So Kids in Young Darkness became a monstrous thing when Janie was talking. Chapter 2. Janie saw her life like a great tree in a leaf with the things suffered, things enjoyed, things done and undone. Dawn and doom was in the branches. Ah, know exactly what I got to tell you, but it's hard to know where to start. I ain't never seen Ma Papa, and I didn't know him if I did. Mama either. She was gone from around the little before I was big enough to know. My grandma raised me. My grandma and the white folks she worked with. She had a house out in the back, and that's where I was born. They was quality white folks up here in West Florida named the Washburns. She had four grandchildren in the place, and we all played together, and that's how she come. Never called her grandma nothing but Nanny, because that's what everybody on the place called her. Nanny used to catch us in the devilment and lick every one of us, lick every young'um in the place. And Miss Washburn did the same. I reckon they never hit us and miss us, because them three boys and all of us girls were pretty aggravating, I spec. I was with them white children so much I didn't know I wasn't white until I was 6 years old. Wouldn't have found out, but a man come along taking pictures without asking anybody. Shelby, that was the oldest boy, he told him to take us. Around a week later, the man brought the pictures for Miss Washburn to see and pay him for what he did, then give us all a good licking. So when we looked at the pictures, everybody got pointed out. There wasn't nobody left except a real little dark girl with long hair standing by Eleanor. That's where I was supposed to be, but I didn't recognize me because there was a dark child there. So I was like, "Where's me? I don't see me." And everybody laughed. Even Miss Washburn, Miss Nellie, the mom of the children who come back after her husband, dead. She pointed to the dark one and said, "That's you, Alphabet. Don't you know your own self?" They all used to call me Alphabet because so many people had done named me different names. I looked at the picture a long time and it seemed like my dress and my hair. So I said, "Ah, ah, I'm colored." They all laughed real hard. But before I didn't see the picture, I thought I was just like the rest of them. Us lived there having fun till the children at school got to teasing me about living in the white folks' backyard. There was a naughty-headed gal named Mirella that used to get mad every time she looked at me. Miss Washburn used to dress me up in all the clothes of her grandchildren. Didn't need no more, which still was better than what the rest of the colored children had. And she used to put hair ribbons on my head for me to wear. That used to rile Morella up a lot. She would pick at me and that time and put some other to do the same. They pushed me way from the ring around the play and make sure that I couldn't play with anybody else that lived on the premises. They told me not to be talking or looking because they said Mama told them about the hound, the hunting my pops all night long, about Mr. Wasburn, the sheriff, putting bloodhounds on the trail to catch my papa for what he done to my mama. They didn't tell me about he was trying to get in touch with my mama later on so he could marry her. No, they didn't talk about that part. They made it seem so bad that they made it seem so bad to crumble my feathers. None of them didn't even remember what his name was, but they all remembered the bloodhound part by heart. Nanny didn't love to see me while my head hung down, so she figured it would be more better for me in the house. She got land and everything, and then Miss Washburn helped out. She helped out a whole lot with a lot of things. Phoebe's hungry listening, helping Jane to tell her story. So she went on thinking to her young years, explaining them to her friend in soft, easy phrases. While all around the house at night, she put on flesh and blackness. She thought a while and decided that her conscious life had commenced as Nanny's gate. On a late afternoon, Nanny had called to come inside, and the house because she had spied Janie letting Johnny Taylor kiss her on over the gate post. It was a spring afternoon in West Florida. Janie had spent most of her day in a blossoming pear tree in the backyard. She'd been spending every minute that she could stealing her chores under the tree for the last 3 days. That was to say, ever since the first tiny bloom had opened up, it had been called to her to come and gaze on a mystery. From barren brown stems to glistening leaf buds, from the leaf buds to the snowy virginity of bloom. It stirred her tremendously. How? Why? It was like a flute song forgotten in another existence and remembered again. What? How? Why? The singing she heard that had nothing to do with her ears, the rose of the world was breathing out smell. It followed her through all the walking moments and caressed her in her sleep. It connected herself with the vaguely felt matters that had struck her outside observations and buried themselves in her flesh. Now they emerged and quested about her consciousness. She was stretched on her back beneath the pear tree, soaking in the alto chant of the visiting bees, the gold of the sun, and the panting breath of the breeze, with the inaudible voice of it all came to her. She was a dust-bearing bee sink into a sanctum of bloom, the thousand sister calyxes arch to meet the love embrace and the ecstatic shiver of the tree from the root to the tiniest branch, creaming in every blossom and frothing delight. So this was a marriage. She is summoned to behold the revelation that Janie felt a pain remorseless sweet that left her limp and language. After a while, she got up from where she was and went over to the little garden field entire. She was seeking confirmation of the voice and vision, and everywhere, oh, sorry, and everywhere, oh, I shouldn't have looked at my phone. Oh, and everywhere she found acknowledged answers. A person answered all her creation except herself. She felt an answer seeking her, but where, when, how? She found herself at the kitchen door and stumbled inside in the air of the room where the flies tumbled and singing and marrying and giving in marriage. When she reached the narrow hallway, she was reminded that her grandmother was home with a sick headache, and she was lying across the bed asleep. So Janie tipped on out of the front door. Oh, to the pear tree, any tree in bloom, with kissing bees singing in the beginning of the world. She was 16. She had glossy leaves and bursting buds, and she wanted to struggle with life, but it seemed to elude her. Where, where were the singing bees for her? Nothing on the place, nor in her grandmother's house, answered her. She searched as much as she could, as much of the world as she could, from atop the front steps, then went on down to the front gate and leaned over to gaze up and down the road, looking, waiting, breathing, short with impatience, waiting for the world to be made. Through pollinated air, she saw a glorious being coming up on the road. In her former blindness, she had known him as shipless. Johnny Taylor, tall and lean. That was before the golden dust of pollen beglamored his rags and her eyes. In the last stages of Nanny's sleep, she dreamed of voices far off but persistent, and gradually coming nearer. Janie's talking in whispery snatches with a male voice she couldn't quite place, that brought her wide awake. She bolted upright and peered out of the window and saw Johnny Taylor lacerating her Janie with a kiss. Janie, the old woman's voice was so lacking in command and reproof. So she, full of crumbling dissolution, that Janie's half believed that Nanny had not seen her. She so extended herself outside her dream and went inside of her house that was the end of her childhood. Nanny's head and face looked like a standing root of some old tree that had been torn away by storm, foundation of ancient power that had no longer mattered. The cooling Palma Christi leaves that Janie had bound about her grandmother's head with a white rag had wilted down and become part of a parcel of the woman. Her eyes didn't bore and pierce, they diffused and melted Janie, the room and the world into comprehension. Janie, You's a man now, so nah, nah, nah. I ain't no real old man yet, she thought. She was too new and too heavy for Janie. She thought it away. Nanny closed her eyes and nodded a slowly weary affirmation many times before she gave it a voice. Yay, Janie, you a woman on you. So, mount you tell him what been saving for a spell, or you want to you get married right away? Me married? Nah, not Nanny, no ma'am. What I know about a husband? Well, it seemed just now it's plenty for me, honey. Don't you want no trashy nigger, no breathing britches like Johnny Taylor. Use your body to wipe his foot on. Nanny's words made Janie's kiss across the gatepost seem like a manure a pal after a rain. Look at me, Janie. Don't you set your wild self head hung down. Look at your old grandma. Her voice began snagging on the prongs of her feelings. I don't want you talking to that man. Fact is, done been on my knees to Maker many times, asking him please for him not to make the burden too heavy for me to bear. Nani, I didn't mean nothing bad. That's what made me scared. You didn't mean no harm. You don't even know what harm is. I'm old now. I can't be guiding your feet from the harm and danger. All wants to see you married right away. Who's gonna marry? Who is going off to marry that man? Don't know nobody. The Lord will provide. He know he know the burden in the heart. Somebody then spoke to me about you long time ago and said nothing because that wasn't the place for you. I wanted you to go to school and pick out a higher bush and a sweeter bush, but that ain't an idea for you. Nanny, who that been asking you for me? Brother Logan Killix. He's a good man too. No, Nanny, no, ma'am. If that would have been hanging around here, he looked like an old skullhead in the graveyard. The old woman sat upright and put her feet to the floor and thrust herself and her leaves from her face. So you don't want to get married off to decent like you, do you? You don't want to have a decent husband. You just want to hug and kiss and feel around the first man and then another one. You want to make me suck the same sorrow for you that your mama did. My old head ain't gray enough. My back ain't bowed enough to suit you. The vision of Logan Killix was desecrating the pear tree, but Janie didn't know how to tell Nanny that. She merely hunched over and pouted at the floor. Janie, yes, ma'am. You answer me when I speak. Don't you set the pouting with me. After all done went through for you. She slapped the girl's face violently and forced her head back so that her eyes met in a struggle. With her hand uplifted for the second blow, she saw huge tears that welled up from Janie's eyes and stood in her heart, but Janie's heart and stood in each eye. She sat with terrible agony. The lips tightened down to hold back the cry and desisted. Instead, she brushed back the heavy hair from Janie's face and stood there suffering and loving and weeping eternally for both of them. Come to your grandma, honey. Sit in the lap like you used to. Your nanny wouldn't harm a hair on your head. She don't want nobody else to do that neither. She want to help you. Honey, the white man is a ruler of everything. And to find that we have to help you. Baby, if some place way off in the ocean where the black man has power, but we don't have nothing. We don't have nothing here. So the white man throw down the low and tell the nigger man to pick it up. He pick it up because he have to, but he don't tote it. He hand to the women folks, the nigger women, the mule of the world. As far as I see, it's been praying for you to be different for you, Lord, Lord, Lord. For a long time, she sat rocking with a girl held to her sunken breast. Janie's long legs dangled over one arm of the chair, and her long braids of her hair swung low on the other side. Nanny half sung, half sobbed, a running chant prayer over the heads of the weeping girl. Lord have mercy. It was a long time on the way to reckon it had come. Oh Jesus, I done the best that I could. Finally, they grew calm. Janie, How long have you been loving Johnny Taylor to kiss you? Only just one time, Nanny. I don't love him at all. What made me do it is I don't know. Thank you, Master Jesus. I ain't gonna do no more, Nanny. Please don't make me marry Mr. Killix. Taint Logan Taint Logan Killix all wants you to have, baby, is protection. I'm getting old, honey. I'm done. One morning soon, the angels with a sword is gonna come by, stop up, and pick me up. The Lord is an hour is hid from me, but it won't be long. The Lord was with you was when you were an infant in your mom's arms. Let me stay here with you until you got grown. He didn't spare me to see this day. My daily prayer now is that in these golden moments, the last a few more days, I see you in a safe life. Let me wait, Nanny. Please, just a little bit. Don't think I don't feel with you, Janie, because I do. I couldn't love you no more. But, birth pains and myself, the fact of the matter is I love you a whole heap more than your mama did. I love you so much, but you got to take in consideration. You ain't no everybody's child like most of them. You ain't got no papa. You might just as well have no mama for the good that she would do. You ain't got nobody but me, and my head is old and tilted and towards the grave. Neither you can stand alone by yourself. The thought of you being kicked around from pillar to post is a hurting thing. Every tear you drop squeezes a cup of blood out of my heart. You got to try this before my head is cold. A sobbing sigh burst out of Janie. The old woman answered her with a little soothing pat of the head. I'm all getting depressed now. Honey, us the color folk is branches without roots. And that makes things come around in queer ways. You in particular, born back due in slavery. So it wasn't for me to fulfill my dreams of what a woman ought to be. That's one that holds back of slavery. But nothing can stop you from wishing. You can't beat nobody down so low until you rob them of what their will. I didn't want you to be used for a work ox and a brood sow, and I didn't want my daughter used that way either. It's just so things would happen like they did. I hated the way you were born. But all the same, I said thank you to God. I got another chance, and I want to preach a great sermon about colored women sitting on high. But there wasn't no pulpit for me. Freedom found me with a baby daughter in my arms, so I said I'll take a broom and a cook pot and throw up a highway through the wilderness for her. She would expound on what I felt, but somehow she got lost off the highway. The next thing I know, here you was in the world, and all while tending you at night and save the text for you. I've been waiting a long time, Janie, but nothing. All's been through ain't too much if you just take a stand on high ground like I dreamed. Old Nanny sat there rocking Jane like an infant and thinking back and back. Mind pictures brought feelings, and feelings dragged out, dreams the hollow of her heart. That morning on the plantation close to Savannah, a rider came and galloped to tell me about Sherman taking Atlanta. Marse Roberts' son had been killed in Chickamauga. So he grabbed his gun and straddled his best horse and went off to the rest of the gray haired man and young man to drive the Yankees back in Tennessee. They were all cheering and crying and shouting for the man that we were riding off. And he couldn't see nothing because your mama wasn't but a week old. And I was flat on my back. But pretty soon he let me forgetting something and run into my cabin and made me let my hair down for the last time. He sort of wrapped his hand in it, pulled my big toe like he always done, and was gone for the rest like lightning. I heard him give one last whoop for him. Then the big house and the quarters got sober and silent. It was a cool it was in the cool of the evening when Misted came walking in my door. She throwed the door wide open and stood there looking at me out of her eyes, and her face looked like she'd been living through 100 years in January and without one day of spring. She stood over me in the bed. Nanny, come to see that baby of yours. I tried not to feel the breeze off her face, but it was so cold and it was freezing to death under the of the kivers. So I couldn't move right away like I aimed to, but I know how to make haste and do it. You better give that kibber off to a young'un and that quick. She clashed at me. Look like you don't know who is mistress on this plantation, madam. But I aim to show you. By that time, I had managed to uncover my baby enough for her to see the face. Nigger, what's your baby doing with gray eyes and yellow hair? She began to slap my jaws every which away. I never felt the fuss ones because I was too busy getting the cover back over my child. But them last looks burned me like fire, and was too many feeling to tell which one to follow. So I didn't cry, and I didn't do nothing else. When she kept asking me, how come my baby look white? She asked me maybe like 25 or 30 times, like she got to say it over and couldn't believe it herself. What I don't know nothing but what I was told to do, because I ain't nothing but a nigger and a slave. Instead of pacifying her like I thought, looked like she got madder. But I reckon she was tired and worn out because she didn't hit me no more. She went to the front of the bed and wiped her hands of her handshaker. I wouldn't have, I wouldn't I wouldn't dirty my hands on you, but first thing in the morning, the overseer will take you to the whipping post and tie you down to your knees and cut off your back. 100 lashes with a raw hide on you, on your bare back. You'll be whipped till blood runs down your heels. I man to count the licks myself, and if it kills you, I'll stand the loss because anyhow, that brat is a month old. I'm gonna sell it off this place. She flounced off and let her winter time with me. I know my body wasn't healed, and I couldn't consider that. In the black dark, wrapped my baby the best I could, that I know how, and made to the swamp by the river. And I know that a place was full of moccasins and other biting snakes, but I was scared of what was behind me. I, the day, the night, sucking the baby every time she would cry for fear somebody would hear her and we would get found. I ain't saying nothing for a friend. And then the good Lord seen to it that I wasn't taken. I don't know how. I don't know how it come. My milk didn't kill my child with me so scared and worried all the time. The noise, the owls scared me. My limbs, the dim cypress trees, looking so crawling and moving around the dark, and 2 or 3 times. I hear panthers prowling, but nothing never hurt me. The Lord knowed how it was. Then one night, I heard a big gun booming like thunder. It kept up all night, and the next morning I could see big ships at a distance and the grapes stirring around. So I wrapped Leafy up in a moss and fixed her good in a tree and picked my way up and down to the landing. The men were all in blue, and all heard people say Sherman was coming to meet him at the boats and to meet the boats in Savannah, and all of us slaves was free. So I run and got the baby and got in the quotation with people and found a place that I could stay. But it was a long time after that before the surrender at Richmond. Them big bells in Atlanta and all them men in gray uniforms had to go to Motrine and bury their swords in the ground to show they were never going to fight about slavery no more. So then we know we were free. I wouldn't marry nobody though. I could have a heap of times because I didn't want nobody mistreating my baby. So I got with some good white people and come down here in West Florida to work and make the sun shine on both sides of the street for Leafy. My madam helped me with her like she'd been doing with you. I'll put her in school when it got it so that the school could put her in. I was expecting to make a school teacher out of her. But one day she didn't come home at night at the usual time, and I waited, but she never come home all night. And she took a ladder and went around asking everybody, but nobody ain't seen her. The next morning, she come crawling in on her hands and knees, a sight to see. That school teacher had then hid her in the woods all night long, and he raped my baby and run off just before the day. She was 17, and something like that had happened. Lord of mercy. look at the kin all over again. It was a long time before she was well, and by that time, we know you was on the way. And after you was born, she would took to drinking, like staying out all night. Couldn't get her to stay in nowhere. Lord knows where she is right now. She ain't dead, because I know I'd have my feelings. I would know, but sometimes I wish she was at rest. And Janie, maybe it wasn't much, but I done the best that I can by you. I raked and scraped and bought this little place of land so you wouldn't have to stay in the white folks' backyard and tuck your head before the other children at school. That was all right when you were little, but when you got big enough to understand things, you guys are almost up. To end things, and wanted you to look upon yourself. I didn't want to feathers always crumple by folks throwing up things in your face. And I can't die easy thinking maybe them men folks, white or black, is making a spit cup out of you. Have some sympathy for me. Put me down easy, Janie. I'm a cracked plate. Okay, that was the end of chapter 2. So now we're gonna have the Tall Art Girl Collective come up and read. Okay, I think my legs are sleepy. I've been reading for an hour. If you guys want, you can whatever you guys want to do. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God. We're on chapter 3. Chapter 3. And the cat too. Are you gonna stay with us? We're doing
Look
that.
at that. Should we just do each chapter, or are we reading for nine? We're taking up the whole hour. How are we doing the whole hour?
You can read the whole hour, and then you just kind of like do what you want to do.
Okay. So I'm gonna set this. Can you set that down there and hand me those reading glasses?
Kitty is gonna chill out. They can hear you. Hello. Okay. Big booming voice. Do I need that mic? Yes. Okay. Enter into the computer. Okay.
Scoot over a little closer.
And I guess we probably need to
Yeah, get over closer. Or whoever's gonna read will just come sit here. That's what we'll do. Yeah, we'll just switch it.
put in your face. Sorry, Kitty.
Hello, everyone. We're the Tall Art Girl Collective. I'm Lisa Diane Wedgeworth, and with me are four other fabulous women. In order to be a tall art girl, you just have to be tall in spirit, right? Live your life to the fullest. So height is not a requirement. So we'll introduce Kenya Stewart.
Hello, I'm Kenya Stewart.
Georgia Love.
Jennifer Roberson.
Hi, I'm Amber Harchins.
Okay, I shall begin. Zora Neale Hurston's Their Eyes Were Watching God, Chapter 3. There are years that ask questions and years that answer. Janie had had no chance to know things, so she had to ask. Did marriage end the cosmic loneliness of the unmated? Did marriage compel love like the sun, the day? In the few days to live before she went to Logan Killick's and his often mentioned 68 acres, Janie asked inside of herself and out. She was back and forth to the pear tree, continuously wondering and thinking. Finally, out of Nanny's talk and her own conjectures, she made a sort of comfort for herself. Yes, she would love Logan after they were married. She could see no way for it to come about. But Nanny and the old folks had said it, so it must be so. Husbands and wives always loved each other, and that was what marriage meant. It was just so. Janie felt glad of the thought, for then it wouldn't seem so destructive and moldy. She wouldn't be lonely anymore. Janie and Logan got married in Nanny's parlor of a Saturday evening with 3 cakes and 3 big platters of fried rabbit and chicken. Everything to eat in abundance. Nanny and Miss Washburn had seen to that. But nobody put anything on the seat of Logan's wagon to make it ride glorious on the way to his house. It was a lonesome place, like a stump in the middle of the woods. where nobody had ever been. The house was absent of flavor, too. But anyhow, Janie went on inside to wait for love to begin. The new moon had been up and down 3 times before she got worried in mind. Then she went to see Nanny in Miss Washburn's kitchen on the day for beaten biscuits. Nanny beamed all out with gladness and made her come up to the breadboard so she could kiss her. Lord of Missy, honey, I so is glad to see my child. Go on inside and let Miss Washburn know you's here. Mm. How's that husband of yours? Janie didn't go in where Miss Washburn was. She didn't say anything to match up with Nanny's gladness either. She just fell on a chair with her hips and sat there. Between the biscuits and her beaming pride, Nanny didn't notice for a minute. But after a while, she found the conversation getting lonesome, so she looked up at Janie. What's the matter, sugar? You ain't you ain't none too spry this morning? Oh, nothing much, I reckon. I'll come to get a little information from you. The old woman looked amazed, then gave a big clatter of laughter. Don't tell me you done got knocked up already. Let's see. This Saturday it's 2 months and 2 weeks. No, I don't think so anyhow. Janie blushed a little. You ain't got nothing to be ashamed of, honey. You's a married woman. You got your lawful husband. You got your lawful husband, same as Miss Washburn or anybody else. I'm all right that way. I know tain't nothing there. You and Logan been fussing? Lord, I know that grass gut liver lip nigger ain't done took and beat my baby already. I'll take a stick and salivate him. No, he ain't even talked about hitting me. He says he never mean to lay the weight of his hand on me in malice. He chops all the wood he think I wants and then he totes it inside the kitchen for me. He keeps both water buckets full. Don't expect all that to keep up. He ain't kissing your mouth when he carrying over you like that. He kissing your foot and taint he kissing your foot and taint in a man to kiss the foot long. Mouth kissing is on a equal and that's natural, but when they got to bow down to love, they soon straightens up. Yes'm. Well, if he do all that, what you come in here with a face long as my arm for? Cause you told me I miss going to love him. And I don't. Maybe if somebody was to tell me how, I could do it. You come here with your mouth full of foolishness on your busy day. Hey, you a prop lean on all your brown days and big protection. And everybody gonna tip their hat to you and call you Miss Killix, and you come worrying me about love. But Nanny, I wants to want him sometimes. I don't want him to do all the wanting. If you don't want him, you show oughta. Hey, you is with the onlyest organ in town amongst colored folks in your parlor. Got a house bought and paid for in 60 acres of land right on the big road, and Lord have mercy. That's the very prong all us black women gets hung on. This love. That's just what's gone. That's just what's gone us a pulling and a hauling and sweating and doing from can't see in the morning till can't see at night. That's how come the old folks say that being a fool don't kill nobody. It just makes you sweat. I bet you want some dressed up dude that got to look at the sole of his shoe every time he crossed the street to see whether he got enough leather there to make it across. You can buy and sell such of them with what you got. In fact, you can buy them and give them away. I ain't studying about none of them. At the same time, I ain't taking that old land to heart neither. I could throw 10 acres of it over the fence every day and never look back to see where it fell. I feel the same way about Mr. Killix too. Some folks never was meant to be loved, and he's one of them. How come? Because I haste the way his head is so long one way and so flat on the sides, and to put and that pone a fat back on his head. He never made his own head. You talk so silly. I don't care who made it. I don't like the job. His belly is too big too now, and his toenails look like mule foots, and ain't nothing in the way of him washing his feet every evening before he comes to bed. Ain't nothing to hinder him because I place the water for him. I'd rather be shot with tacks than turn over in the bed and stir up the air whilst he is in there. He don't even never mention nothing pretty. She began to cry. I want things sweet with my marriage, like when you sit under a pear tree and think, I tain't no use in you crying, Janie. Grandma done been long a few roads herself, but folks is meant to cry about something or other. Better leave, better leave things the way they is. You're young yet, no telling what might happen before you die. Wait a while, baby, your mind will change. Nanny sent Janie along with a stern mind, but she dwindled all the rest of the day as she worked. And when she gained the privacy of her own little shack, she stayed on her knees so long she forgot she was there herself. There is a basin in the mind where words float around on thought and thought on sound and sight. Then there is a depth of thought untouched by words, and deeper still, a gulf of formless feelings untouched by thought. Nanny entered this infinity of conscious pain again on her old knees. Towards morning, she muttered, Lord, you know my heart. I done the best I could do. The rest is left to you. She scuffled up from her knees and fell heavily across the bed. A month later, she was dead. So Janie waited a bloom time and a green time and an orange time. But when the pollen again gilded the sun and sifted down on the world, she began to stand around the gate and expect things. What things? She didn't know exactly. Her breath was gusty and short. She knew things that nobody had ever told her. For instance, the words of the trees and the winds. She often spoke to falling seeds and said, I hope you fall on soft ground, because she had heard seeds saying that to each other as they passed. She knew the world was a stallion rolling in the blue pasture of ether. She knew that God tore down the old world every evening and built a new one by sunup. It was wonderful to see it take form in the sun. It was wonderful to see it take form with the sun and emerge from the gray dust of its making. The familiar people and things had failed her, so she hung over the gate and looked up the road towards way off. She knew now that marriage did not make love. Janie's first dream was dead, so she became a woman. That's the end of chapter 3. Wants to read next?
Only 12 minutes.
Is that 12 minutes?
Yeah, it's about 1 hour, 12.
Oh, sorry.
Are we timing it? Long before the year was up, Janie noticed that her husband had stopped talking in rhymes to her. He had ceased to wonder at her long black hair and finger it. 6 months back, he had told her, If I can haul the wood here and chop it for you, look like you ought to be able to tote it inside. My first wife never bothered me about chopping no wood, nohow. She'd grab that axe and sling chips like a man. You done been spoilt rotten. So Janie had told him, I'm just as stiff as you is as stout. If you can stand not to chop and tote wood, I reckon you can stand not to get no dinner. Excuse my frizzolity, Miss Killix, but I don't mean to chop the first chip. Oh, you know I'm gonna chop the wood for you, even if you as stingy as you can be with me. Your grandma and me myself done spoilt you now, and I reckon I have to keep it wide up. One morning soon he called her out of the kitchen to to the barn. He had the mule all saddled at the gate. Look at here a little bit. Help me out some. Cut up these seed taters for me. I got to go step off a piece. Where you going? Over to Lake City to see a man about a mule. What you need two mules for? Least lesson you aims to swap off one of them. Nah, I needs two mules this year. Taters is going to be taters is going to be taters in the fall. bringing big prices. I aims to run two plows, and this man I'm talking about is got a mule all gentled up so even a woman can handle him. Logan held his wad of tobacco real still in his jaw, like a thermometer of his feelings, while he studied Janie's face and waited for her to say something. So I thought I might go see about it. He tagged on and swallowed to kill time, but Janie said, "Except, I'll cut the potatoes for you. When you coming back?" "Don't know exactly. Round dusk, dark, I reckon. It's a sort of long trip, especially if I have to lead one on the especially if I have to lead one on the way back." When Janie had finished indoors, she sat down in the barn with the potatoes. By springtime reached her in there, so she moved everything to a place in the yard where she could see the road. The noon sun filtered through the leaves of the fine oak tree where she sat and made lacy patterns on the ground. She had been there a long time when she heard whistling come down the road. It was a city-fied, stylish dressed man with his hat set in an angle that didn't belong in these parts. His coat was all over his arm, but he didn't need it to represent his clothing. The shirt with the silk sleeve holders was dazzling enough for the world. He whistled, mopped his face, and walked like he knew where he was going. He was a seal brown color, but he acted like Mr. Washburn or somebody like that to Janie. Where would such a man be coming from, and where was he going? He didn't look at her. He didn't look her way, nor no other way except straight ahead. So Janie ran to the pump and jerked the handle hard while she pumped. It made a loud noise and also made her heavy hair fall down. So he stopped and looked hard and then asked her for a cool drink of water. Janie pumped it off until she got a good look at him. He talked friendly while he drank. Joe Sparks was his name. Yeah, Joe Sparks from in and through Georgie. Been working for white folks all his life. Saved up some money, around $300. Yes, indeed, right here in his pocket. Kept hearing about them building a new state down here in Florida and sort of wanted to come. But he was making money where he was. But when he heard about all them but when he heard all about him making a town all out of colored folks, he knew that this was the place that he wanted to be. He had always wanted to be a big voice, but the white folks said had all they say so where he come from and everywhere else, except in this that colored folks was building themselves. I'm sorry, y'all. Except in this their place colored folks was building themselves. That was right too. The man that built things out of Boston let colored folks build things too if they wants to crow over something. He was glad he had his money all saved up. He meant to get there whilst the town was yet a baby. He meant to build it big. He had always been his wish. It had always been his wish and desire to be a big voice, and he had to live nearly 30 years to find a chance. Where was Janie's papa and mama? They dead, I reckon. I wouldn't know about them because my grandma raised me. She dead too. She dead too? Well, who's looking after a little girl child like you? I'm married. You married? You ain't hardly old enough to be weaned. I bet you still crave sugar tits, don't you? Yeah, and I makes and sucks while the notion strikes me. Drink sweetened water too. I loves that myself. Never expects to get too old to enjoy syrup sweetened water when it's cools and nice. Us got plenty syrup in the barn. Ribbon cane syrup if you so desires. Where your husband at, Miss Sir? My name is Janie Mae Killix. Since I got married, used to be Janie Mae Crawford. My husband is gone to the mule for me to plow. My husband is gone to buy a mule for me to plow. He left me cutting up seed potatoes. You behind a plow? You ain't got no more business with a plow than a hog got with a holiday. You ain't got no business cutting up no seed potatoes neither. A pretty doll baby like you made to sit on the front porch and rock and fan yourself and eat potatoes that other folks plant just special for you. Janie laughed and threw 2 quarts of syrup from the barrel, and Joe Sparks pumped the water bucket full of cool water. They sat under the tree and talked. He was going on down to the new part of Florida, but no harm to stop and chat. He later decided he needed to rest anyway. It would do him good to rest a week or two. Every day after that, they managed to meet in the scrub oaks across the road and talk about when he would be a big ruler of things with her reaping the benefits. Janie pulled back a long time because he did not represent sunup and pollen and blossoming trees, but he spoke from far horizon. He spoke for change and chance. Still, she hung back. The memory of Nanny was still powerful and strong. Janie, if you think I aims to be told off and make a dog out of you, you's wrong. I wants to make a wife out of you. You mean that, Joe? The day you put your hand in mine, I wouldn't let the sun go down on us single. I'm a man with principles. You ain't never knowed what it was to be treated like a lady, and I wants to be the one to show you. Call me Jody like you done sometime. Jody, she smiled up at him. But supposing, leave the supposing and everything else to me. I'll be down this road a little later after sunup tomorrow morning to wait for you. You can come go with me. Then all the rest of your natural life, you can live like you oughta. Kiss me and shake your head. When you do that, your plentiful hair breaks like day. Janie debated the matter that night. Logan, you sleep? If I was, you been done woke me up, calling me. I was thinking real hard about us, about you and me. It's about time. Use powerful independent around here, sometime considering. Considering what, for instance? Considering you's born in a carriage, thought no with no top to it, and your mama and you been born and raised in the white folks' backyard. You didn't say all that when you was begging Nanny for me to marry you. Thought you wouldn't appreciate good treatment. Thought I'd take and make something out of you. You think you's white folks by the way you act. Supposing I was to run off and leave you sometime. There, Janie had put words to his held in fears. She might sure enough run off. She might run off for sure. The thought put a terrible ache in Logan's body, but he thought it best to put on scorn. I'm getting sleepy, Janie. Let's don't talk no more. Tain't too many men's would trust you, knowing your folks like they do. I might take and find somebody that did trust me and leave you. Shucks. Tain't no more fools like me. A whole lot of men's will grin in your face, but they ain't going to work and feed you. You ain't gonna get far and you won't be long. When that big gut reach over and grab that little one, you'll get too glad to come back here. You don't take nothing to count but sow belly and cornbread. I'm sleepy. I don't aim to worry my gut into a fiddle string with no supposing. He flopped over, resentful in his agony and pretended sleep. He hoped that he had hurt her as she had hurt him. Janie got up with him the next morning and had the breakfast halfway done when he bellowed from the barn. Janie, Logan called harshly. Come help me move this manure pile before the sun gets hot. You don't take a bit of interest in this place. Tain't no use in fooling around that kitchen all day long. Janie walked to the door with the pan in her hand, still stirring the cornmeal dough, and looked towards the barn. The sun from the ambush was threatening the world with red daggers, but the shadows were gray, and solid looking around the barn. Logan with his shovel looking like a black bear doing some clumsy dance on his hind legs. You don't need my help out there, Logan. You's in your place and I'm in mine. You ain't got no particular place. It's whenever I need you. Get a move on. Get a move on you and that quick. My mama didn't tell me I was born in no hurry. So what business I got rushing now? Anyhow, that ain't what you's mad about. You's mad 'cause I don't fall down and wash up these 60 acres of ground you got. You ain't done me no favor by marrying me. And if that's what you call yourself doing, I don't thank you for it. You's mad 'cause I'm telling you what you already knowed. Logan dropped his shovel and made two or three clumsy steps toward the house, then stopped abruptly. Don't you change too many words with me this morning, Janie, and I'll take and change ends with you. Yeah, I just as good as take you out to white folks' kitchen and set you down in your royal discus diascus.
Diastiscus.
Royal diascus, and you take and low rate me? I'll take hold of you. I'll take hold of that axe and come in there and kill you. You better dry up in there. I'm too honest and hardworking for anybody in your family. That's the reason you didn't want me. The last sentence was half a sob and half a cry. I guess some low-life nigger is grinning in your face and lying to you. God damn your hide. Janie turned from the door without answering and stood still in the middle of the door without knowing it. She turned wrong side out, just standing there and feeling. When the throbbing calmed a little, she gave Logan's speech a hard thought and placed it beside other things she had seen and heard. When she had finished with that, she dumped the dough over on the skillet and smoothed it over with her hand. She wasn't even angry. Logan was accusing her of her mama, her grandmama, and her feelings, and she couldn't do a thing about it. The sow belly in the pan needed turning. She flipped it over and shoved it back. A little cold water in the coffee pot to settle it. Turned the whole cake with a plate and then made a little laugh. What was she losing so much time for? A feeling of sudden newness and a change came over her. Janie hurried out of the front gate and turned south. Even if Joe was not there waiting for her, the change was bound to do her good. The morning road air was like a new dress that made her feel the apron tied that made her feel the apron tied around her waist. She untied it and flung it on a low bush beside the road and walked on, picking flowers and making a bouquet. After that, she came where Joe Sparks was waiting for her with a hired rig. He was very solemn and helped her to the seat beside him. With him on it, it sat like some high ruling chair. From now on until death, she was going to have flower dust and springtime sprinkled over everything. A bee for her bloom. Her old thoughts were going to come in handy now, but new words would have to be made and said to fit them. Green Cove Springs, he told the driver. So they were married there before sundown, just like Joe had said, with new clothes of silk and wool. They sat on the boarding house porch and saw the sun plunge into the same crack in the earth from which the night emerged. Next, into chapter 4.
Okay. All right. Okay. It's chapter 4. Only if I leave it right here.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, okay.
We'll get the numbers right.
Thank you. On the train the next day, Joe didn't make many speeches with rhymes to her. But he bought her the best things the butcher had, like apples and a glass lantern full of candies. Mostly he talked about plans for the town when he got there. They were bound to need somebody like him. Janie took a lot of books at him, and she was proud of what she saw. Kind of portly like rich white folks. Strange trains and people and places didn't scare him neither. Where they got off the train at Maitland, he found a buggy to carry them over to the colored town right away. It was early in the afternoon when they got there, so Joe said they must walk over the place and look around. They locked arms and strolled from end to end of the town. Joe noted the scant dozen of shame-faced houses scattered in the sand and palmetto roots and said, God, they call this a town? Why, 'tain't nothing but a raw place in the woods. It is a whole heap littler than I thought, Janie admitted her disappointment. Just like I thought, Joe said. A whole heap of talk and nobody doing nothing. Ah, God, where's the mayor? He asked somebody. I want to speak with the mayor. Two men were sitting on their shoulder blades under a huge live oak tree, almost sat upright at the tone of his voice. They stared at Joe's face, his clothes, and his wife. Where y'all come from in such a big haste? Lee Coker asked. Middle Georgie, Starks answered briskly. Joe Starks is my name, from in and through Georgie. You and your daughter going to join us with us in fellowship. Wait. You and your daughter going to join us with fellowship? The other reclining figure asked. Mighty glad to have you. Hicks is the name. Governor Amos Hicks from Beaufort, South Carolina. Free, single, disengaged. Ah, God, I ain't nowhere near old enough to have no grown daughter. This here is my wife. Hicks sank back and lost interest at once. Where's the mayor? Starks persisted. I wants to talk with him. You's a mite too previous for that, Coker told him. Us ain't got none yet. Ain't got no mayor? Well, who's tell y'all what to do? Nobody. Everybody's grown. And then again, I reckon us just ain't thought about it. I know I ain't. I did that think about it one day, Hicks said dreamily, but then I forgot it and ain't thought about it since then. No wonder things ain't no better, Joe commented. I'm buying in here and buying in big. Soon's we find some place to sleep tonight. Us men folks gotta call people together and form a committee. Then we can get things moving around here. I can point you up where you can sleep, Hicks offered. Man got his house done built and his wife ain't come yet. Starks and Janie moved on in the direction indicated with Hicks and Coker boring into their backs with looks. That man talks like a section foreman, Coker commented. He's mighty compellment. Shucks, Hicks said. My britches is just as long as him. But that wife of his'n, I'm a son of a combunction if I don't go to Georgie and get me one just like her. What with? With my talk, man. It takes money to feed pretty women. They get so lavish a talk. Not like mine. They love to hear me talk because they can't understand it. My co-talking is too deep. Too much code to it. You don't believe you don't believe me, do you? You don't know the women I can get to my command. You ain't never seen me when I'm out pleasuring and giving pleasure. Well, it's a good thing he married her before she seen me. I can be some trouble. I can be some trouble when I take up a notion. Oomph. I'm a bitch's baby round lady people. I'd much rather see all that than hear about it. Come on, let's go see what he gonna do about this town. They got up and sauntered over to where Starks was living for the present. Already the town had found strangers. Joe was on the porch talking to a small group of men. Janie could be seen through the bedroom window getting settled. Joe had rented the house for a month. The men were all around him, and he was talking to them by asking questions. What's the real name of the place? Some say West Maitland, and some say Eatonville. That's because Captain Eaton give us some land along with Mr. Lawrence, but Captain Eaton give the first piece. How much did they give? Oh, about 50 acres. How much has y'all got now? Oh, about the same. That ain't near enough. Who owns the land joining onto what you got? Captain Eaton. Where is this Captain Eaton? Over there in Maitland, excepting when he go visiting or something. Let me speak to my wife a minute, and I'm gonna go see that man. You cannot have no town without some land to build it on. Y'all ain't got enough here to cuss a cat on without getting your mouth full of hair. He ain't got no more land to give away. You needs plenty money if you wants any more. I expects to pay him. The idea was funny to them, and they wanted to laugh. They tried hard to hold it in, but enough incredulous laughter burst out of their eyes and leaked from the corners of their mouths to inform anyone of their thoughts. So Joe walked off abruptly. Most of them went along to show him the way and be there when his bluff was called. Hicks didn't go far. He turned back to the house as soon as he felt he wouldn't be missed from the crowd and mounted the porch. Evening, Miss Starks. Good evening. You reckon you're gonna like it around here? I reckon so. Anything I can do to help out, why, you can call on me. Much obliged. Thank you. There was a long, dead pause. Janie was not jumping at her chance like she ought to. Looked like she didn't hardly know he was there. She needed waking up. Folks must be mighty close mouthed where you come from. That's right, but it must be different at your home. He was a long time thinking, but finally he saw and stumbled down the steps with a surly bye. Goodbye. That night, Coker asked him about it. I saw you when you ducked back to Stark's house. Well, how'd you make out? Who, me? Uh, ain't been near the place, man. I've been down the lake trying to catch me a fish. That woman ain't so awfully pretty, know how, when you take the second look at her. I had to sort of pass by the house on the way back and seen her good. Tain't nothing to her excepting that long hair. Oomph. And anyhow, I done took a liking to the man. I wouldn't harm it at all. She ain't half as pretty as the gal I run off and left up in South Carolina. Hicks, I'd get mad and say you was lying if I didn't know you so good. You just talking to consolate yourself by word of mouth. You got a willing mind, but you's too light behind. A whole heap of men done the same thing you seen, done seen the same thing you seen, but got better sense than you. You ought to know you can't take no woman like that from no man like him. A man that ups and buys 200 acres and a land at one whack and pays cash for it? Nah, he didn't buy it, sure enough. He sure did. Come off with the papers in his pocket. He done called a meeting on his porch tomorrow. Ain't never seen no such a colored man before in all my bond days. He's gonna put up a store and get a post office from the government. That irritated Hicks, and he didn't know why. I know why. He was the average mortal. It troubled him to get used to the world one way and then suddenly have it turn different. He wasn't ready to think of colored people in post offices yet. He laughed boisterously. Y'all let that stray darky tell y'all any old lie. A colored man sitting up in the post office? He made an obscene sound. He's liable to do it too, Hicks. I hope so anyhow. Us colored folks is too envious of one another. That's how come us don't get no further than us do. Us talk about the white man keeping us down. Shucks. He don't have to. Us keeps our own selves down. Now who said I didn't want to demand to get us post office? To get us a post office. He can be the king of Jerusalem for all I care. Still and all, tain't no use in telling us lies just 'cause a heap of folks don't know no better. Your common sense ought to tell you the white folks ain't gonna allow him to run no post office. That we don't know, Hicks. He say he can, and I believe he know what he's talking about. I reckon if colored folks got their own town and they can have post offices or whatsoever they please, regardless. And then again, I don't expect the white folks off yonder give a damn. Let's us wait and see. Oh, I'm waiting, all right. Expects to keep on waiting till hell freeze over. Oh, get reconciled. That woman don't want you. You got to learn that all the women in the world ain't been brought up in no turpentine steel and no sawmill camp. There's no women that there's some women that just ain't for you to broach. You can't get her with no fish sandwich. They argued a bit more and then went on to the house where Joe was, and found him in his shirt sleeves, standing with his legs wide apart, asking questions and smoking a cigar. Where's the closest sawmill? He was asking Tony Taylor. About 7 miles going towards Apaka, Tony told him. Thinking about building right away? Wait, thinking about building right away? Ah, God, yeah. But not the house I specs to live in. That can wait until I make up my mind where I wants it located. I figures we all need a store in a big hurry. A store? Tony shouted in surprise. Yeah, a store right here in town with everything in it you needs. Tain't a bit of use in everybody's proagging way over to Maitland to buy a little meal and flour when they can get it right here. That would be kind of nice, Brother Stark, since you mention it. My God, of course it would. And then again, a store is good in other ways. I gotta have a place to be when folks come to buy land. And furthermore, everything has gotta have a center and a heart to it. And the towns ain't no different from nowhere else. Nowhere else. It would be natural for the store to be meeting place for a store to be meeting place for the town. That shows the truth now. Oh well, we'll have this town fixed up terribly. Don't miss being at the meeting tomorrow. Just about time for the committee meeting called to meet on his porch next day, the first wagon load of lumber drove up and Jody went to show them where to put it. Told Janie to hold the committee there until he got back. He didn't want to miss them, but he meant to count every foot of that lumber before it touched the ground. He could have saved his breath and Janie could have kept right on with what she was doing. In the first place, everybody was late coming. Then the next thing, as soon as they heard where Jody was, they kept right on up there where the new lumber was rattling off the wagon and being piled under the big live oak tree. So that's where the meeting was held with Tony. So that's where the meeting was held with Tony Taylor acting as chairman and Jody doing all the talking. A day was named for the roads, and they all agreed to bring axes and things like that to chop up two roads running each way. To chop out two roads running each way. That applied to everybody except Tony and Coker. They could carpenter, so Jody hired them to go work on his store bright and soon the next morning. Jody himself would be busy driving around from town to town telling people about Eatonville and drumming up citizens to move there. Janie was astonished to see the money Jody had spent for the land come back to him so fast. 10 new families, excuse me, brought lots and moved to town in 6 weeks. It all looked too big and rushing for her to keep track of. But the store had a complete roof. Jody had canned goods piled on the floor and was selling so much he didn't have time to go off to his talking tours. She had her first taste of presiding over it the day it was complete and finished. Jody told her to dress up and stand in the store all that evening. Everybody was coming sort of fixed up, and he didn't mean for nobody else's wife to rank with her. She must look on herself as the bell cow. The other women were the gang. So so they put on, oh, there's a typo there. So they put on one of her bought dresses and went up to, you saw that? Okay, I'm sorry. And went up to the new cut road, all dressed in wine colored red. Her silken ruffles rustled and muttered about her. The other women had on percal and calico, with here and there a head rag among the older ones. Nobody was buying anything that night. They didn't come there for that. So, sorry. They had come to make a welcome. So Joe knocked in the head of a barrel of soda crackers and cut some cheese. Everybody come right forward and make merry. I God, it's a my treat. Jody gave one of his big head laughs and stood back. Janie dipped on the lemonade like he told her. A big tin cup full for everybody. Tony Taylor felt so good when it was all gone that he felt to make a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come together and gathered here to welcome to our midst one who has seen fit to cast in his lot among us. He didn't just come here himself, neither. He have seen fit to bring his delight of his home. That is his wife amongst us also. She couldn't look no more better and no more nobler if she was the Queen of England. It's a pleasure for her to be here amongst us. Brother Starks, we welcome you and all that you have seen fit to bring amongst us. Your beloved wife, your stole, your land. A big mouth burst of laughter cut him short. That'll do, Tony, Lige Moss yelled out. Mr. Stocks is a smart man. We's all willing to acknowledge to that. But the day he comes wagging down the road with 200 acres of land over his shoulder, I wants to be there to see it. Another big blowout out of a laugh. Tony was a little peeved at having the one speech of his lifetime ruined like that. All y'all know what was meant. I don't see how come, because you jump up to make speeches and don't know how, Lodge said. I was speaking just all right before you stuck your bill in. No, you wasn't, Tony. Yous was out of jurisdiction. You can't welcome a man and his wife. Thought you made comparison about Isaac and Rebecca at that well? Else it don't show love between them if you don't. Everybody agreed that was right. It was sort of pitiful for Tony not to know he couldn't make a speech without saying that. Some tittered at his ignorance. So Tony said testily, if all them that's going to cut the monkey is done cut it through with, well, thank Brother Spock for respond. Oh. Okay, I'll finish this last page. So Joe Starks and his cigar took the center of the floor. I thanks you for all your kind welcome and extended to me the right hand of fellowship. I can see that this town is full of union and love. I means to put my hands to the plow here and strain every nerve to make this our town the metropolis of the state. So maybe I better tell you in case you don't know that if we expect to move on, us got to incorporate like every other town. Sorry. No. We need to get closer. Okay,
I think we're good. We're good.
Oh, shoot, wait.
I'm good.
Oh, let me get up. Yeah.
Us got to incorporate, and us got to have a mayor if things is to be done right and done right. I welcome you all on behalf of me and my wife to this store and to other things to come. Amen. Tony led the loud hand clapping and was in and out of the center of the floor when it stopped. Brothers and sisters, since we can never expect since we can never expect to better our choice and I move that we make Brother Starks our mayor until we can see further. Second that motion. It was everyone talking at once, so it was no need of putting it to a vote. And now we'll listen to a few words of encouragement from Mrs. Mayor Starks. The burst of applause was cut short by Joe taking the floor himself. Thank you for your compliments, but my wife don't know nothing about no speech making. I never married her for nothing like that. She a woman and her place is in the home. Janie made her face laugh after a short pause, but it wasn't too easy. She had never thought of making a speech and didn't know if she cared to make one at all. It must have been the way Joe spoke out without giving her a chance to say anything one way or the other that took the bloom off of things. But anyway, she went down the road behind him that night feeling cold. He strode along, invested with his new dignity, thought and planned out loud, unconscious of her thoughts. The mayor of a town like this can't lay around home too much. The place needs building up, Janie, and I get hold of some, and I'll get hold of somebody to help out in the store, and you can look after things whilst I drum up things. Otherwise, oh Jody, I can't do nothing with no store less than you there. I could maybe come in and help you when things get rushed, but thank you. I don't know how come you can't. Tain't nothing at all to hinder you if you got a thimble full of sense. You got to. I got too much else on my hands as mayor. This town needs some light right now. It is a little dark right now. Course it is. Tain't no use scuffing over all these stumps and roots in the dark. I'll call a meeting about the dark and the roots right away. I'll sit on this case first thing. The very next day, with money out of his own pocket, he sent off to Sears Roebuck and Company for the street lamp and told the town to meet the following Thursday night to vote on it. Nobody had ever thought of street lamps, and some of them said it was a useless notion. They went so far as to vote against it, but the majority ruled. But the whole town got vain over it after it came. That was because the mayor didn't just take it out of the crate and stick it up on a post. He unwrapped it and had it wiped off carefully and put it up on a showcase for a week for everyone to see. Then he set a time for the lighting and sent word all around Orange County for one and all to come to see the lamp lighting. He sent men out to the swamp to cut the finest and the straightest cypress posts they could find and kept on sending them back out to hunt another one until they found the one that pleased them. He had talked to the people already about the hospitality of the occasion. Y'all know we can't invite people to our town just dry long so. I got nah. We got to feed 'em something, and tain't nothing people likes better than barbecue. I'll give one whole hog my own self. Seem like the rest of y'all put together, or the rest of y'all put together ought to be able to scrape up two more. Tell your women folk to do round about some pies and cakes and sweet potato pone. That's the way it went, too. The women got together the sweets and the men looked after the meats. The day before the lighting, they dug a big hole in the back of the store and filled it full of oak wood and burned it down to a glowing bed of coals. It took them the whole night to barbecue the three hogs. Hambo and Pearson had full charge while the others helped out with turning the meat now and then while Hambo swabbed it all over with the sauce. In between times, they told stories, laughed, and told more stories and sung songs. They cut all sorts of capers and whiffed the meat as it slowly came to perfection, with the seasoning penetrating the bone. The younger boys had to rig up the sawhorses and boards for the women to use as tables. Then it was after sunup, and everybody not needed went home to rest up for the feast. By 5 o'clock, the town was full of every kind of vehicle and swarming with people. They wanted to see the lamp lit at dusk. Near the time, Joe assembled everybody in the street before the store and made a speech. Folks says, the sun is going down. The sun maker brings it up in the morning, and the sun maker sends it to bed at night. Us poor, weak humans can do nothing to hurry it up nor slow it down. All we can do, if we want any light after the setting or before the rising, is to make some light ourselves. So that's how come lamps was made. This evening, we are all assembled here to light a lamp. This occasion is something for us all to remember to our dying day. The first street lamp on a colored town. Lift your eyes and gaze on it. And when I touch the match to that lamp wick, let the light penetrate itself inside of you and let it shine. Let it shine, let it shine. Brother Davis, lead us in a word of prayer. Ask and blessing on this town in a most particular manner. Thank you. While Davis chanted a traditional prayer poem with his own variations, Joe mounted the box that had been placed for the purpose and opened the brazen door of the lamp. As the word Amen was said, he touched the lighted match to the wick, and Mrs. Bogle, Mrs. Bogle's alto burst out in. I'm not going to sing this. I will read it. We'll walk in the light, the beautiful light. Come where the dewdrops of mercy shine bright. Shine all around us, day and by night. Jesus, the light of the world. They, all of them, all the people took it up and sung it over and over until it was wrung dry, and no further innovations of tone and tempo were conceivable. Then they hushed and ate barbecue. When it was all over that night, when it was all over that night in bed, Jody asked Janie, "Well, honey, how do you like being Mrs. Mayor?" "It's all right, I reckon, but don't you think it keeps us in a kind of strain?" "Strain? You mean the cooking and the waiting on folks?" "Nah, Jody. It just looks like it keeps us in some way we ain't natural with one another. You's always off talking and fixing things, and I feels like I'm just marking time. I hope it gets over." "Over, Janie? God, I ain't even got it started good. I told you in the very beginning that I aim to be a big voice. You ought to be glad, because that makes you a big woman. Because that makes a big woman out of you." A feeling of coldness and fear took hold of her. She felt far away from things, and she felt lonely. Janie began to feel the impact of awe and envy. Okay. Um, Janie began to feel the impact of awe and envy against her sensibilities. The wife of the mayor was not just another woman, as she had supposed. She slept with authority, and so she was part of it in the town mind. She couldn't get but so close to most of them in spirit. It was especially noticeable after Joe had forced through a town ditch to drain the street in front of the store. They had murmured hotly about slavery being over, but every man filled his assignment. There was something about Joe Starks, the crowd that cowed the town. It was not because of physical fear. He was no fist fighter. His bulk was not even imposing as men go. Neither was it because he was more literate than the rest. Something else made men give way to him, and he had a bowed down command in his face, and every step he took made the thing more tangible.
Take, for instance, that new house of his. It had 2 stories with porches, with banisters and such things. The rest of the town looked like servants' quarters surrounding the big house. And different from everybody else in the town, he put off moving in until it had been painted in and out. And look at the way he painted it, a gloaty, sparkly white, the kind of promenading white that the houses of Bishop Whipple, W.B. Jackson, and the Vanderpools wore. It made the village feel funny talking to him just like he was anybody else. Then there was the matter of the spittoons. No sooner was he all set up as the mayor, postmaster, landlord, storekeeper, that he bought a desk like Mr. Hill or Mr. Galloway over in Maitland, with one of those swing round chairs to it. Excuse me. Well, with him biting down on cigars and saving his breath on talk and swinging around in that chair, it weakened people. And then he spit in that gold looking vase that anybody would have been glad to put on their front room table. Said it was a spittoon just like his used to be boss man used to have in his bank up there in Atlanta. Didn't have to get up and go to the door every time he had to spit. Didn't spit on his floor neither. Had that golded up spitting pot right handy. But he went further than that. He bought a little lady sized spitting pot for Janie to spit in. Had it right in the parlor with little sprigs of flowers painted all around the sides. It took people by surprise because most of the women dipped snuff and of course had a spit cup in the house. But how could they know up to date folks was spitting in flowery little things like that? It sort of made the rest of them feel that they had been taken advantage of, like things had been kept from them. Maybe more things in the world besides spitting pots had been from them when they wasn't told no better than to spit in tomato cans. It was bad enough for white people, but when one of your own color could be so different, it put you on to wonder. It was like seeing your sister turn into a gator, a familiar strangeness. You kept seeing that sister in the gator and the gator in your sister, and you'd rather not. There was no doubt that the town respected him and even admired him in a way. But any man who walks in the way of power and property is bound to meet hate. So when speakers stood up when the occasion demanded and said, "Our beloved mayor," it was one of those statements that everybody says, but nobody actually believes, like God is everywhere. It was just a handle to wind up the tongue with. As time went on and the benefits he conferred upon the town receded in time, they sat on his porch while he was busy inside and discussed him. Like one day after he caught Henry Pitts with a wagon load of his ribbon cane and took the cane away from Pitts and made him leave town. Some of them thought Starks ought not to have done that. He had so much cane and everything else. But they didn't say that while Joe Starks was on the porch. When the mail came from Maitland and he was inside to sort it out, everybody had their say. Sim Jones started off as soon as he was sure that Starks couldn't hear him. "It's a sin and a shame running that poor man away like that. Colored folks oughtn't to be so hard on one another." "I don't see it that way at all," Sam Watson said shortly. "Let colored folks learn to work for what they get like everybody else. Nobody ain't stopped Pitts from planting the cane he wanted, though. Starks give him a job. What more does he want?" "I know that too," Jones said. "But Sam, Joe Starks is too exact with folks. All he got, he done made off of the rest of us. He didn't have all that when he came here." "Yeah, but none of all this, you see, and you setting on wasn't here neither when he come. Give the devil his due. But now, Sam, you know that all he do is big belly round and tell other folks what to do. He loves obedience out of everybody under the sound of his voice. You can feel a switch in his hand when he's talking to you," Oscar Scott complained. "That chastising feeling he sort of gives you the prolapsus of the culinary lining, the prolapsus of the culinary lining. He's a whirlwind among the breezes, Jeff threw in. Speaking of winds, he's the wind and we's the grass. We bend whichever way he blows, Sam Watson agrees, but at Daddis needs him. The town wouldn't be nothing if it wasn't for him. He can't help being sort of bossy. Some folks need thrones and ruling chairs and crowns to make the influence felt. He don't. He got a throne in the seat of his pants. What I don't like about the man is he talks to unlettered folks with books in his jaws, Hicks complained, showing off his learning. To look at me, you wouldn't think that, but I got a brother pastoring up here around Ocala, that got good learning. If he was here, Joe Starks wouldn't make no fool out of him like he do the rest of us all, of y'all. I often wonder how that little wife of his makes out with him, because he's a man that changes everything, but nothing don't change him. You know, many's the time I done thought about that myself. He gets on her every now and then, and when she make a little mistake around the store, oh, he gets on her when she make a little mistake around the store. What make her keep her head up, her head tied up like some old omen around the store? Nobody could get me to tie no rag on my head if I had hair like that. Maybe he'd make her do it. Maybe he's scared some of the rest us men's might touch it round that store. It sure is hidden. It sure is a hidden mystery to me. She don't talk much. The way he rears and pitches into store sometimes when she makes a mistake is sort of ungodly. But she don't seem to mind at all. Reckon they understand one another. The town had a basket full of feelings, good and bad, about Joe's positions and possessions, but none had the temerity to challenge him. They bowed down to him rather because he was all of these things. And then again, he was all of these things because the town bowed down. And that's the end of chapter 5.
We just finished 5. Guess we'll just put that in.
Thanks.
Thank you for reading.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Yeah, we have a dynamic mic, so we won't do all that.
Okay. Hold it. We're on chapter 6. Yeah, chapter 6. Not reading the same book.
One moment, guys. We're gonna read in chapter 6. Make sure that. All right. There we go. So as long as you see the green, you know I'm on the mic. Okay. Yeah. So there you go. Okay. 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 Here you go.
Just start reading, or do you
Yeah,
want?
say who you are. Say
Okay.
who you're with.
Yes. Hi, my name is Eva Rios Alvarado. I'm from Early Career Librarians and Archivists of Color LA. We are an organization, or actually more like a collective that just started recently, and basically to give space outside of professional memberships and I guess the workplace to talk about issues, especially related to people of color, and other issues that we feel are really relevant that we can't talk about politically. Okay.
Talk again? No,
Can you hear me? Hello?
No, you don't press the button or anything. You just have to talk.
Okay.
I don't know why it wasn't picking you up. Okay, go try again.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. So
It's picking me up?
green. Yeah.
Okay.
You see
Okay.
green.
Hi, everybody out there around the world. LA, what's up? My name is Eva Rios Alvarado, and I'm a part of Early Career Librarians of Color LA. We're a local collective that is basically, or I don't know if I would say organizing, but it's a professional learning community, and we get together and talk about issues related to library and information science, related to well, just political issues that we feel that are not dialogued or talked about in the larger narrative or rhetoric. So I'm happy to be here and read. I'm sorry that nobody else is here with me, but this is my family. This is Victor.
Hi, everybody.
I don't know if they can see you. This is Natalie. This is my daughter Natalie. Hi. So okay, so I guess we'll start reading. All right. I just want to say one last thing. Sorry, I don't want to take up time, but I we really wanted to dedicate this read, especially to the ethnic caucuses, and the American Library Association, who really fought to make space for individuals of color, LGBTQ people. And we think it's really important that we as librarians and archivists really identify and acknowledge all of that hard work. So thank you, Black Caucus. All right. So chapter 6. Every morning, the world flung itself over the exposed the town to the sun. So Janie had another day, and every day had a store in it, except Sundays. The store itself was a pleasant place, if only she didn't have to sell things. When the people sat around on the porch and passed around the pictures of their thoughts for the others to look at and see, it was nice. The fact that the thought pictures were always crayon enlargements of life made it even nicer to listen to. Take, for instance, the case of Matt Bonner's yellow mule. They had him up for conversation every day the Lord sent. Most special if Matt was there himself to listen. Sam and Lig had Walter were the ringleaders of the mule talkers. The others threw in whatever they could chance upon, but it seemed as if Sam and Lidge and Walter could hear and see more about that mule than the whole country put together. All they needed was to see Matt's long, spare shape coming down the street, and by the time he got to the porch, they were ready for him. Hello, Matt. Evening, Sam. Mighty glad you come along right now, Matt. Me and some others was just about to come hunt. Yeah, thank you. We got a page turner. This is amazing. Okay. What for, Sam? Mighty serious matter, man. Serious. Yeah, man. Lynch would cut him dolefully. It needs your strict attention. You ought not to lose time. What is it then? You ought to hurry up and tell me. Reckon we better not tell you, huh? At the store. It's too far off to do any good. We better all walk on down by Lake Sabelia. You want to read them? I'm just playing. Okay, where am I now? Okay. What's wrong, man? Ain't after none y'all's foolish now. That mule of yourn, Matt, you'd better go see about him. He's bad off. Whereabouts did he wake up in the lake and the alligator catch him? Worse than that, them women folks got your mule when I come round the lake. But noontime, my wife and some others had him flat on the ground using his sides for a washboard. The great clap of laughter that they had been holding in bursts out. Sam never cracks a smile. Yeah, Matt, that mule's so skinny till the women is using his ribs, bones for a rub board and hanging things out on his hock bones to dry. Matt realizes that they have tricked him again, and the laughter makes him mad. And when he gets mad, he stammers. You see a stinking lie? Excuse me. You see a stinking lie, Sam, and your feet ain't mates. You, aw man, tat no use in getting mad. Don't feed the mule. How he gonna get fat? Does feed him, give him a full cup, con every feeding. Lidge knows all that kappa con. He hid round your barn and watched tain't no feed cup, you measures that con outta. It's a teacup. Uh does feed him. He's just too mean to get fat. He stay poor and Ronnie just for spite. Scared he'll have to work some. Yeah, you feeds him off, come up and seasons it with rawhide. Does feed the orny varmint don't care what though can't get long wind and he fights every inch in front of the plow and even lay back his ears to kick and bite when going to stall to feed him. Get reconciled, Matt Lynch soothed. Us all knows he's mean. Seen him when he took after one of them Roberts chillin' in the street and would have caught him and maybe trampled him to death if he did what and hadn't changed all of a sudden. See the youngin', see the young gun was trying to make it to defense Stark's onion patch and mule was dead and behind him and gaining on him every jump. When all of a sudden the wind changed and blowed the mule way off his course, him being so poor and everything. And before the orny varmint could tack, the youngin' had done got over the fence. The porch laughed and Matt got mad again. Maybe the mule takes out after everybody, Sam said, 'cause he thinks everybody he hear coming is Matt Bonner coming to work to work him on him empty stomach. Nah. You stop that right now, Walter objected. Daniel don't think, look, no, Matt, look, excuse me, look, no, Matt Bonner. He ain't that dumb. If I thought he didn't know no better, I'd have my picture took and give it to that mule so he could learn better. I got, ain't going to low him to hold him. Like that's I'm sorry, it's a challenging sentence. Low him to hold him, nothing lack that against me. Matt struggled to say something to his tongue, failed him, so he jumped down off the porch and walked away as mad as he could be. But that never halted the mule talk. There would be more stories about how poor the brute was, his age, his evil disposition, and his latest caper. Everybody indulged in mule talk. He was next to the mayor in prominence and made better talking. Janie loved the conversation, and sometimes she thought up good stories on the mule, but Joe had forbidden her to indulge. He didn't want he didn't want her talking after such trashy people. You're Miss Mare Starks, Janie. God, I can't see what a woman of stability would want to be treasuring all that gum grease from folks that don't even own the house they sleep in. Tain't no earthly use. There's just some puny humans playing round the toes and time. Janie noted that while he didn't talk the mule himself, he sat and laughed at it. Laughed his big heh 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 laugh too. But then when Lidge or Sam or Walter or some of the other big picture talkers were using a side of the world for a canvas, Joe would hustle her off inside the store to sell something. Looked like he took pleasure in doing it. Why couldn't he go himself sometimes? He said, excuse me, she had come to hate the inside of that store anyway. That post office, too. People always coming and asking for mail at the wrong time. Just when she was trying to count up something or write in an account book, get her get her so hackled she'd make the wrong change for stamps. Then too she couldn't read anybody's writing. Some folks wrote so funny and spelled things different from what she knew about. As a rule, Joe put up a mail himself, but sometimes when he was off, she had to do it herself, and it always ended up in a fuss. The store itself kept her with a sick headache. The labor of getting things down off a shelf or out of a barrel was nothing. And so long as people wanted only a can of tomatoes or a pound of rice, it was all right. But supposing they went on and said a pound and a half of bacon and a pound and a half of lard, the whole thing changed from a little walking and stretching to a mathematical dilemma. Or maybe cheese was 37 cents a pound and somebody came and asked for a dime's worth. She went through the many silent rebellions over things like that. Such a waste of time, such a waste of life and time. But Joe kept saying that she could do it if she wanted to, and he wanted her to use her privileges. That was the rock she was battered against. The business was at the business of the head rag irked her endlessly, but Jody was set on it. Her hair was not going to show in the store. It didn't seem sensible at all that was because Joe never told Janie how jealous he was. He never told her how often he had seen the other men figuratively wallowing in, at as she went about things in the store. And on one night, he had caught Walter standing beside Janie and brushing the back of his hand back and forth across the loose end of her braid, ever so slightly, so as to enjoy the feel of it without Janie knowing that he was doing it. Joe was at the back of the store and Walter didn't see him. He felt like rushing forth with the meat knife and chopping off the off-bending hand. That night he ordered Janie to tie up her hair around the store. That was all. She was there in the store for him to look at, not those others. But he never said things like that. It just wasn't in him. Take the matter of the yellow mule, for instance. Late one afternoon, Matt came from the west with a halter in his hand. Been hunting for mule. Anybody seen him? He asked. Seen him soon this morning, over behind the schoolhouse, Slim said. About about 10 o'clock or so. He must have been all night. He must have been out all night to be over there that early. He was, Matt answered. Seen him last night, but I couldn't catch him. I'm obligated to get in tonight, 'cause I got some plowing for tomorrow. Dunn promised to plow Thompson's Grove. Reckon you'll ever get through. Ah, thank you. Reckon you'll ever get through the job with that mule framed? Lidge asked. Ah, that mule is plenty strong, just evil and don't want to be led. That's right. They tell me he brought you to this town. Say you started to McCapney, but the mule must better sense and brung you on. He
No, I'll be,
okay. No, I
Oh,
can
yeah,
keep
okay,
going. I don't
okay,
know. I don't know how
okay.
you want to do it.
No. Just like I was gonna do like every 15 minutes, but you can just go. You want to go to the end of the chapter, then I can
Yeah,
do the
let's.
chapter. Then okay,
You
we'll
want
do
to?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. I'm not trying to get this person to do it, but okay. It's a lie. I set out for this town when I left West Florida. You mean to tell me you rode that mule all the way from West Florida down here? Sure he did, Lidge. But he didn't mean to. He was satisfied up there, but the mule wasn't. So one morning he got straddled, the mule, and he took and bought him on off. Mule had sense. Folks up that way don't eat biscuit bread, but once a week. There was always a little seriousness behind the teasing of Matt. So when he got huffed and walked on off, nobody minded. He was known to buy side meat by the slice, carried home little bags of meal and flour in his hands. He didn't seem to mind too much, so long as if it didn't cost him anything. About half an hour after he left, they heard the braying of the mule at the edge of the woods. He was coming past the store very soon. Let's catch Match Mule for have some fun. Now, Lem, you know that mule ain't to let himself be caught. Let's watch you do it. When the mule was in front of the store, Lem went out and tackled him. The brute jerked up his head, laid back his ears, and rushed to the attack. Lem had to run for safety. 5 or 6 more men left the porch and surrounded the fractious beast, goosing him in the sides and making him show his temper. But he had more spirit left than anybody. He was soon panting and heaving from the effort of spinning his old carcass about. Everybody was having fun at the mule baiting, all but Janie. She snatched her head away from the spectacle and began muttering to herself. They ought to be ashamed of themselves teasing that poor mule beast like that. They is done been worked to death, done had his disposition ruined with mistreatment, and now they got to finish deviling him to death. Wasn't I was wished I had my way in Ollie. She walked away from the porch and found something to busy herself with in the back of the store so she didn't hear Jody when he stopped laughing. She didn't know that he had heard her, but she did hear him yell out, Lum, I got that's enough. Y'all done had your fun now. Stop your foolishness and go, Matt Bonner. what's to have a talk with him right away. Janie came back out front and sat down. She didn't say anything, and neither did Joe. But after a while, he looked down at his feet and said, Janie, I reckon you better fetch me them old black gaiters. These tan shoes sets my feet on fire. Plenty room in 'em, but they's hurts regardless. She got up without a word and went off for the shoes. A little war of defense and help for helpless things was going on inside her. People ought to have some regard for herself for helpless things. She wanted to fight about it, but Ah hates a disagreement and confusion. So I better not talk. It makes it hard to get along. She didn't hurry back. She fumbled around long enough to get her face straight. When she got back, Joe was talking with Matt. $15? I got you crazy as a Betsy bug. $5. Less we strike a compromise, brother mayor. Let's make it 10. $5. Joe rolled his cigar in his mouth and rolled his eyes away indifferently. If that mule is worth something to you, brother mayor, he's worth more to me. More special when I got a job, a work tomorrow. $5. All right, brother Mary. If you wants to rob a poor man like me, everything he got to make and living with, I'll take the $5. That mule been with me 23 years till it's mighty hard. Mayor Starks deliberately changed his shoes before he reached into his pockets for the money. But at the time, Matt was ringing and twisting like a hen on a hot brick. As soon as his hands closed on the money, his face broke into a grin. Beat your trading that time, Starks. That mule is liable to be dead before the week is out. You won't get no work out of him. Didn't buy it for no work. I got, I got, I brought him. I bought the varmint to let him rest. You didn't have gumption enough to do it. A respectful silence fell on the place. Sam looked at Joe and said, That's the new idea about varmints, Mayor Starks. But I likes it my ownership. It's a noble thing you done. Everybody agreed with that. Janie stood still while all that Janie stood still. Janie stood still while they all made comments. When it was all done, she stood in front of Joe and said, confusing me. Okay, so you want to read? Okay. Was a mighty fine thing for you to do. Tain't everybody would have thought of it, cause it ain't no everyday thought. Freeing that mule makes a mighty big man out of you, something like George Washington and Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln. He had the whole United States to rule, so he freed the Negroes. You got to town, so you freed a mule. You have to have powerful to free things, and that makes you like a king or something. Hambo said, Your wife is a born orator, Starks. Us never known that before. She puts just the right words to our thoughts. Joe bit down hard on his cigar and beamed all around, but he never said a word. The town talked it for 3 days and said that's just what they would have done if they'd been rich men like Joe Starks. Anyhow, a free mule in town was something new to talk about. Starks piled fodder under the big tree near the porch, and the mule was usually around the store like the other citizens. Nearly everybody took the habit of fetching along a handful of fodder to throw on the pile. He almost got fat. They took a great pride in him. New lies sprung up about his freed mule doings. How he pushed open Lindsay's kitchen door and slept in the place one night and fought until they made coffee for his breakfast. How he stuck his head in the Pearson's window while the family was at the table and Miss Pearson mistook him for Reverend Pearson and handed him a plate. He ran Miss Tully off a croquet ground for having such an ugly shape. He ran and caught up with Becky Anderson on the way to Maitland, so as to keep his head out of the sun under his umbrella. He got tired of listening to Redmond's long winded prayer and went inside the Baptist church and broke up the meeting. He did everything but let himself be brittled and visit Matt Bonner. But way after a while, he died. Lem found him under the big tree on his raw, bony back with all 4 feet up in the air. This wasn't natural and it didn't look right, but Sam said it would have been more unnatural for him to have laid down on his side and died like any other beast. He had seen death coming and had stood his ground and fought like a natural man. He had fought it to the last breath. Naturally, he didn't have a time to strengthen himself out. Death had to take him like it found him. When the news got around, it was like the end of a war of something like that. Everybody that could knocked everybody that could knocked off from work to stand around the talk. But finally there was nothing to do but drag him out like all other dead brutes, drag him out to the edge of the hammock, which was far enough off to satisfy sanitary conditions in the town. The rest the rest was up to the buzzards. Everybody was going to the dragging out. The news had got Mayor Starks out of bed before time. His pair of gray shoes was out under the tree, and the men were fooling with the gear when Janie arrived at the store with Joe's breakfast. I God, Lum, you fastened up this store good before you leave. You hear me? He was eating it fast and talking with one eye out of the door of the operations. What you telling to fasten up for, Jody? Janie asked, surprised. Cause it won't be nobody here to look after the store. I'm going to drag it out myself. Take nothing so important I got to do today, Jody. How come I can't go along with you two dragging out? Joe was struck speechless for a minute. Why, Janie, you wouldn't be seen at the dragging out, would you? With any and everybody in a passel pushing and shoving with they no manners selves. Nah, nah. You would be there with me, wouldn't you? That's right. But man, even if is the mayor, but the mayor's wife is something different again. Anyhow, they's liable to need me to say a few words over the carcass, just being a special case. But you ain't going off in all that mess. Come on, this. I'm surprised at you for asking. He wiped his lips of ham gravy and put on his hat. Shut that door behind you, Janie. Lem is too busy with the with the hazies. After more shouting of advice and orders and useless comments, the town escorted the carcass off. No, the carcass moved off with the town and left Janie standing in the doorway. Out in the swamp, they made great ceremony over the mule. They mocked everything human in death. Starks led off with a great eulogy on our departed citizen, our most distinguished citizen, and the grief he left behind him. And the people loved the speech. It made him more solid than building the schoolhouse had done. He stood on the distended belly of the mule for a platform and made gestures. When he stepped down, they hoisted Sam up and talked about the mule as a school teacher first. Then he sent his hat like John Pearson and imitated his preaching. He spoke of the joys of mule heaven to which the dear brother had departed this valley of sorrow. The mules, angels flying around, the miles of green corn and cool water, a pasture of pure bran with a river of molasses running through it, and most glorious of all, no Matt Bonner with plow lines and halters to come in and corrupt. Up there, mule angels would have people to ride on him from his place beside the glittering throne, and dear departed brother would look down into hell and see the devil plowing Matt Bonner all day long in a hell hot sun and laying the raw hide to his back. With that, the sisters got mock happy and shouted and had to be held up by the menfolks. Everybody enjoyed themselves to the highest, and then finally the mule was left to the already impatient buzzards. They were holding a great flying meat way over the heads of the mourners, and some of the nearby trees were already peopled with the stoop shoulder forms. As soon as the crowd was out of sight, they closed in circles. The near ones got nearer and the far ones got farther. A circle, a swoop, and a hop with spread out wings. Close close in till some of the more hungry or daring perched on the carcass. They wanted to begin, but the parson wasn't there, so a messenger was sent to the ruler in a tree where he sat. The flock had to wait, and a white headed leader, but it was hard. They jostled each other and pecked at heads in a hungry irritation. Some walked up and down the beast from head to tail, tail to head. The parson sat motionless in a dead pine tree about 2 miles off. He had scented the matter as quickly as any of the rest, but decorum demanded that he sit oblivious until he was notified. Then he took off his ponderous flight and circled and lowered until the others danced in joy and hunger at his approach. He finally lit on the ground and walked around the body to see if they were really dead, peered into its nose and mouth, examined it well from end to end, and leaped upon it and bowed, and the others danced a response. That being over, he balanced and asked, "What killed this man?" The chorus answered, "Bear, bear fat." "What killed this man?" "Bear, bear fat." "What killed this man?" "Bear, bear fat." "Who'll stand his funeral?" "We!" "We'll all right now." So he picked out the eyes in the ceremonial way, and the feast went on. The yaller meal was gone from the town except from the porch talk, and for the children visiting his bleaching bones now and then in the spirit of adventure. Joe returned to the store full of pleasure and good humor, but he didn't want Janie to notice it because he saw that she was sullen, and he resented that. She had no right to be the way he thought things out. She wasn't even appreciative of his efforts, and she had plenty cause to be. Here he was just pouring honor all over her, building a high chair for her to sit in and overlook the world, and she here pouting over it. Not that he wasn't anybody else, but just too many women would be glad to be in her place. He ought to box her jaws, but but he didn't feel like fighting today, so he made an attack upon her position backhand. Ah, had to laugh at the people out there in the woods this morning, Janie. You can't help but laugh at the capers that they cuts, but all the same, I wish my people would get more business in them and not spend so much time on foolishness. Everybody can't be like you, Jody. Somebody is bound to want to laugh and play. You don't love to laugh and play. You make out like you don't, anyhow. I got I don't make out no such lie, but it's a time for all things. But it's awful to see so many people don't want nothing but a full belly and a place to lay down and sleep afterwards. It makes me sad sometimes, and then again it makes me mad. They say things sometimes that tickles me nearly to death, but I won't laugh just to discourage them. Janie took the easy way from a fuss. She didn't change her mind, but she agreed with her mouth. Her heart said, "Even so, but you don't have to cry about it." But sometimes Sam Watson and Lidge Moss forced a belly laugh out of Joe himself with his eternal arguments. It never ended because there was no end to reach. It was a contest in the hyperbole and carried on for no other reason. Maybe Sam would be sitting on the porch when Lidge walked up. If nobody was there to speak of, nothing happened. But if the town was there like on Saturday night, Lidge would come up with a very grave air. Couldn't even pass the time of day for being so busy thinking. Then when he was asked what was the matter in the order to start him off, he'd say, "This question done brought done about drove me crazy. And Sam, he knew so much into things. I want some information on the subject. Walter Thomas was due to speak up and egg the matter on. Yes, Sam always got more information than he know what to do with. He's bound to tell you whatever it is you wants to know. Sam begins an elaborate show of avoiding the struggle that draws everybody on the porch into it. How come you want to tell me? Excuse me. How come you want me to tell ya? You always claim God done met you round a corner and talked his inside business with you. Tain't no use in asking me nothing. I'm 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 questioning you. How you gonna do that, Sam? When I arrived, this conversation myself, I'm asking me what? You ain't told me the subject yet. Don't aim to tell you. Aims to keep you in the dark all the time. If you're smart, like you let on you is, you can find out. You'd secret to let me know what it is, 'cause you know I'll tear it to pieces. You got to have a subject to talk from. Though you can't talk. If your man ain't got no bounds, he ain't got no place to stop. By this time, they are on the center of the world. Well, all right then. Since you own up you ain't smart enough to find out what I'm talking about, I'ma tell you. What is that keeps a man from getting burnt out? A red hot stove, caution, or nature? Shucks. I thought you'd had something hard to ask me. Walter can tell you that. If the conversation is too deep for you, how come you don't tell me so and hush up? Walter can't tell me nothing unkind. I'm educated man. Keeps my arguments in my hands, and if it kept me up all night long studying about it, Walter ain't liable to be no help to me. I needs a man like you. And then again, Lidge, I'm gonna tell ya, I'm gonna run this conversation from a not heel uh to a lice. It's natural that keeps a man off of a red hot stove. Uh-huh. I knowed I knowed you would going to crawl up in that holler, but I aims to smoke 'em right out. Tain't no nature at all. It's caution, Sam. Tain't no such thing. Nature tells a not to fool with no hot stove, and you don't do it neither. Listen, Sam, if it was nature, nobody would have to look out for for babies touching stoves, would they? Because they just naturally wouldn't touch them. But they do, sure will. So it's caution. Nah, it ain't no nature, because nature makes caution. It's the strongest thing that God ever made now. Fact is, the onlyest thing God ever made. He made nature, and nature made everything else. Nah, nature didn't neither. A whole heap of things ain't even been made yet. Tell me something you know that nature ain't made. She ain't made it, so you kind of butt head cow and hold on to the horns. Yeah, but that ain't no point. Yeah, it is too. Nah, it ain't neither. Well, what is my point? You ain't got none so far. Yeah, he is too. Walter cut in. That red hot stove is his point. He know mighty much, but he ain't proven it yet. Sam, it's caution, not nature, that keeps folks off a red hot stove. How is the sun get going to be before his paw? Nature is the first of everything. Ever since self was self, nature been keeping folks off red hot stoves. That caution you talking about ain't nothing but humbug. He's an insect that nothing. He got belongings to him. He got eyes like something else, wings like something else, everything. Even his hum is the sound of somebody else. Man, what you talking about? Caution is the greatest thing in the world. If it wasn't for caution, show me something that caution ever made. Look what the nature took and done. Nature got so high and on black hen, she got to lay on white egg. Now you tell me, how come what got a man that to have there round his mouth? Nature? That ain't. The porch was boiling now. Starks left the store of Hezekiah pots and the delivery boy and come took a seat in his high chair. Look at that great big old scoundrel beast up there at Hall's filling station. A great big old scoundrel. He eats up all the folks out of the house and then eats a house. I ain't, I tain't no such varmint nowhere that can eat no house. That's a lie. What was ya yesterday and ain't seen nothing like that? Where is he? I didn't see him, but I reckon he is in the backyard someplace. But they got his picture out front there. They was nailing it up when I come past there this evening. Well, all right now, if he eats up houses, how come he don't eat up filling station? That's cause right? Good point. That's cause they got him tied up so he can't, okay? They got a big picture telling him how gallons of that Sinclair high compression gas he'd drink at one time and how he's more than million years old. Tain't nothing no million years old. The pictures is right up there where everybody can see it. They can't make the picture till they see the thing, can they? How they gonna tell him he's a million years old? Nobody wasn't born that far back. But the rings on his tail, I reckon, man, these white folks got ways for telling. Ain't nothing they wants to know. Well, where he been all this time then? They caught him over there in Egypt. Seemed like he used to round here and eat 'em up them pharaoh's tombstones. They got the picture of him don't doing it. Nature is high in a varmint like that. Nature and salt, that's what makes a strong man like Big John the Conqueror. He was a man with the salt in his back, salt in back in him. Excuse me. He could give a flavor to anything. Yeah, but he was a man that was more'n man. Tain't no man like him. He wouldn't dig potatoes. He wouldn't lay rake hay. He wouldn't take a whipping, and he wouldn't run away. Oh yeah, somebody else could if they tried hard enough. Me myself ain't got salt in me. If a man like man flesh, if like man flesh, I could eat some man every day. Some of is so trashy they'd let him eat 'em. Lad, I loves to talk about Big John, lest we tell lies on old John. But here comes Bootsy and Teety and Big Omen down the street, making out that they are pretty by the way they walk. They have got that fresh new taste about them, like a young mustard greens in the spring, and the young men on the porch are just bound to tell them about it and buy them some treats. Here comes the man right now. Charlie Jones announces the scrambles off the porch to meet him, but he has plenty of competition, a pushing, shoving show of gallantry. They all beg the girls to just buy anything they can think of. Please let them pay for it. Joe is begged to wrap up all the candy in the store and order more. All the peanuts and soda water, everything. Gal, I'm crazy about you. Charlie goes on to the entertainment of everybody. I'll do anything in the world except work for you and give you my money. The girls and everybody else help laugh. They know it's not courtship, it's acting out courtship, and everybody is in the play. The three girls hold the center of the stage till Daisy Blunt comes walking down the street in the moonlight. Daisy is walking a drum tune. You can almost hear it by looking at the way she walks. She is black and she knows that white clothes look good on her, so she wears them for dress up. She's got those big black eyes with plenty shiny white in them that makes them shine like brand new money, and she knows what God gave woman eyelashes for too. Her hair is not what you might call straight, it's Negro hair, but it's got a kind of white flavor, like the piece of string out of a ham. It's not ham at all, but it's been around ham and got the flavor. It was spread down thick and heavy over her shoulders and looked just right under a big white hat. Lad, 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 that same Charlie Jones exclaims, rushing over to Daisy. It must be recess in heaven if St. Peter is letting his angels out like this. You got 3 men already laying at the point of death about you, and hell's another fool that's willing to make time on your gang. All the rest of the single men have crowded around Daisy by this time. She is parading and blushing at the same time. If you know anybody that's about to die, about me, you know more'n I do, Daisy brittled, wishing I knowed who it is. Now, Daisy, you know Jim and Dave and Lem is about to kill one another about you. Don't stand up here and tell them that old got that wrong. The they a mighty hush moaf about if they is. They ain't never told me nothing. You talk too fast, hey, Jim. And Dave is right upon the porch and Lem is inside the store. A big burst of laughter at Daisy's discomfiture. The boys had to act out their rivalry too. Only this time, everybody knew they meant something, some of it. But all the same, the porch enjoyed the play and helped out whatever extras were needed. David said, "Jim, don't leave Daisy. He don't love a clack I do." Jim bellowed indignantly, "You don't love Daisy. I know you ain't talking about me." Dave, "Well, all right. Let's prove this thing right now. We'll prove right now who loves this gal the best. How much time is you willing to make for Daisy?" Jim, 20 years? Dave, "See, I told you that nigga didn't love me. I'll bet the judge to hang me and wouldn't take nothing less than life." There was a big long laugh from the porch. Then Jim had to demand a test. "Dave, how much would you be willing to do for Daisy if she was to turn fool enough to marry ya?" Me and Daisy done talked over that. But if you just got to know, I'd buy Daisy a passenger train and give it to her. Hmm, is that all? I'd buy her up steamship and them add her some men's to run it for her. Daisy, don't let Jim fool you with his talk. He don't do nothing for you. A little old steamship, Daisy. I'll take you a job cleaning out to the Atlantic Ocean for you anytime you say you desire. There was a great laugh, and then they hushed to listen. "Daisy," Jim began, "you know my heart and all the ranges of my mind. And you know if I wasn't riding up in the aeroplane way up in the sky and I looked down and seen you walking and knowed you'd have to walk 10 miles to get home, I'd step backward off that airplane just to walk home with you." There was one of those big blowout laughs, and Janie was wallowing in it. Then Jody ruined it all for her. Miss Bogle came walking down the street towards the porch. Miss Bogle was who was many times a grandmother, but had a blushing air of coquetry, yeah, about her, and cloaked her sunken cheeks. You saw a fluttering fan before her face, and magnolia blooms and sleepy lakes under the moonlight when she walked. There was no obvious reason for it. It was just so. Her first husband had been a coachman, but studied jury to win her. He had finally become a preacher, he told her till his death. Her second husband worked in Phone's Orange Grove, but tried to preach when he caught her eye. He never got any further, a class leader, but that was something to offer her. It proved his. You want to read it?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
You have the longest chapter in the world.
Okay.
I was like, oh my gosh.
I didn't realize it was long.
Yeah, I know. None of the chapters are that long, but I was like, okay, sorry about that. I didn't want to interrupt you.
No,
but
it's okay. I just want to
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. She was a wind on the ocean. She moved men by the helm. But the helm determined the port. Now this night she mounted the steps, and the men noticed her until she passed inside the door. "I God, Janie," Stark said impatiently. "Why don't you go on and see what Miss Boggle want? What you waiting for?" Janie wanted to hear the rest of the play acting, how it ended, but she got up suddenly and went inside. She came back to the porch with her bristles sticking out all over her and her dissatisfaction written all over her face. Joe saw it and lifted his own hackles a bit. Jim Weston had secretly borrowed a dime, and soon he was loudly beseeching Daisy to have a treat on him. Finally, she consented to take a pickled pigfoot on him. Janie was getting up in a large order, and when she came in, Solum waited on them. That is, he went back to the keg, but came back without the pigfoot. Miss Starstay, pig feet is all gone, he called out. Oh, no, they ain't, Loom. I bought a whole new keg of them that last order from Jacksonville. It came in yesterday. Joe came and helped Loom look, but he couldn't find the new keg either, so he went to the nail over his desk and he used for a file to search for the order. Janie, where's that last bill of lading? It's right there on the nail, ain't it? No, it ain't neither. You ain't put it where I told you to. If you get your mind out the streets and keep it in your business, maybe you could get something straight sometimes. Oh, look around there, Jody. That bill ain't apt to be gone off nowhere. If it ain't hanging on the nail, it's on the desk. You bound to find it if you look. What you hear, I ought to have to all that looking and searching. I done told you time and time again to stick the papers on the nail. All you got to do is mind me. How come you can't do like I ask you, like I tell you? You show love to tell me what to do. Can't tell you nothing, I see. That's cause you need telling, he rejoined hotly. It would be pitiful if I didn't. Somebody gotta think for women and chillin' and chickens and cows. God, they should don't think none of them themselves. I know a few things, and women folks think sometimes too. No, they don't. They just think they're thinking. When I see one thing, I understand 10. You see 10 things and don't understand one. Times and scenes that put Janie to thinking about the inside state of her marriage. Time came when she fought back with her tongue as best as she could, but if she didn't do any good, it made Joe do more. He wanted her submission, and he keep on fighting until he felt it. So gradually she pressed her teeth together and learned to hush. The spirit of marriage left the bedroom and took to the living in the parlor. It was there to shake hands whenever company came to visit, but it never went back inside the bedroom again. So she put something in there to represent the spirit, like a Virgin Mary image in the church. The bed was no longer a daisy field for her and Joe to play in. It was a place where she went and laid down when she was sleepy and tired. She wasn't petal open anymore. She was 24 and 7 years married when she knew. She found that out one day when he slapped her face in the kitchen. It happened over one of those dinners that chasing all women sometimes. They plan, they fix, they do, and then some kitchen-dwelling fiend slips a scourgy, soggy, tasteless mess until they're pots and pans. Janie was a good cook, and Joe had looked forward to his dinner as a refuge from other things. So when the bread didn't rise and the fish wasn't quite done at the bone and the rice was scorched, he slapped Janie until she had a ringing sound in her ears and told her brains before he stalked on back to the store. Janie stood there. He left her for unmeasured time and thought. She stood there until something fell off the shelf inside her. Then she went inside there to see what it was. It was her image of Jody tumbled down and shattered. But looking at it, she saw that it never was the flesh and blood figure of her dreams, just something she had grabbed up to drape her dreams over. In a way, she had turned her back upon the image where it lay and looked further. She had no more blossomy openings, dusting pollen over her man, neither any glistening young fruit where the petals used to be. She found that she had a host of thoughts she had never expressed to him and numerous emotions she had never let Jody know above, things packed and put away in parts of her heart while he could never find them. She was saving up feelings for some man she had never seen. She had inside and outside now, and suddenly she knew how to mix them. She bathed and put on a fresh dress, a headkerchief, and went on to the store before Jody had time to send for her. That was a bow to the outside of things. Jody was on the porch, and the porch was full of Eatonville. As usual, at this time of the day, he was baiting Miss Tony Robbins, as he always did when he came home to the store. Jenny could see Jody watching her out the corner of his eye while he joked roughly with Mrs. Robinson. He wanted to be friendly with her again. His big, big laugh was as much for her as for the baiting. He was longing for peace but on his own terms. My God, Miss Robinson, what make you come here and worry me when you see I'm reading my newspaper? Mayor Stark said, lowered the paper in pretended annoyance. Mrs. Robbins struck her pity pose and assumed the voice. "'Cause I hungry, Mr. Starks. Deed I is. Me and my children is hungry. Tony, don't feed me." This was what the porch was waiting for. They burst into laugh. "Miss Robinson, how can you make out you're hungry when Tony comes in here every Saturday and buys groceries like a man? 3 weeks, shame on you. If he buy all that you talking about, Miss Starks, God knows what he will do. He should bring it home. And me and my po children is so hungry. Miss Starks, please give me a little piece of meat for me and my children. I know you don't need it, but come on inside. You ain't gonna let me read till I give it to you." Miss Tony's ecstasy was divine. "Thank you, Miss Starks. You are noble. You're the most gentle man-filled man I had ever seen. You're a king." The salt pork box was in the back of the store, and during the walk, Mrs. Tony was so eager she sometimes stepped on Joe's heel. Sometimes she was a little before him. Sometimes something like a hungry cat when somebody approaches her pan with meat, running a little, caressing a little, and all the time making a little urging on cry. "Yes, indeedy, Miss Starks, you're noble. You's noble. You got sympathy for me and my poor children. Tony don't give me nothing to eat, and we're so hungry. Tony, don't feed me." This brought them to the meat box. Joe took up a big meat knife and selected a piece of side meat to cut. Mrs. Tony was all but dancing around him. "That's right, Miss Starks. Give me a little piece about this wide." She indicated as wide as her wrist and hand. "Me and my children are so hungry." Starks hardly looked at her measurements. He had seen them too often. He marked off a piece much smaller and sunk in the blade. Mrs. Tony all but fell to the floor in her agony. Lord of mercy, Miss Starks, you gonna give me that little teeny piece for me and all my children? Is yeah, Lord, we so hungry." Starks cut right on and reached for a piece of wrapping paper. Mrs. Tony leaped away from the proffered meat as it were a rattlesnake. "I wouldn't touch it. That little eyeful of bacon for me and all my children, Lord, some folks have got everything and they so creeping and so mean." Starks made it as if to throw the meat back in the box and close it. Mrs. Tony swooped like lightning and seized it and started towards the door. "Some folks ain't got no heart in their bosom. They're willing to see a poor women and children starve to death. God gonna put them under arrest some of these days with the stingy gripping ways." She stepped from the store porch, marched off in high dudgeon. Some laughed, and some got mad. "If that was my wife," said Walter Smith Thomas, "I'd kill her cemetery dead. More special after I done bought her everything my wages can stand like Tony do." Coker said. "In the first place, I never would have spent on no woman what Tony spent on her." Starks came back and took his seat. He had to stop and add the meat to Tony's account. "Well, Tony tells me humor her along. He moved her from upstate Staten hoping to change her, but it ain't. He said he can't bear to leave her and he hate to kill her. So tain't nothing to do but put up with her." "That's 'cause Tony loved her too good," said Coker. "All could break her if she was mine. I'd break her or kill her, making a fool out of me in front of everybody. Tony won't never hit nobody. He says beating a woman is like stepping on a baby chicken. He claims tain't no place on a woman's to hit." Joe Lindsay said with scornful disapproval, "But I'd kill a baby just born this morning for things like that. That ain't nothing but low down spitefulness against her husband make her do it." "That's the God's truth," Jim Stone agreed. "That's the very reason." Janie did what she had never done before. That is, thrust herself into the conversation. "Sometimes God gets familiar with us women folks too, and talked his business, his inside business. He told me how surprised he was about y'all turning out so smart after him making y'all different, and how surprised y'all is going to to find out if you ever find out you don't know half as much about us as you think you do. It's so easy to make yourself out God Almighty when you ain't got nothing to strain against but women and chickens. You getting too mouthy, Janie, Stark said. Go fetch me the checkerboard and the checkers. Sam Watson, use my fish. All right, let me see her. Yeah. Well, that's your time. That's your hour. I'm surprised that it went really fast. But I mean, I I was like, oh, I didn't know your chapter was gonna be so long. No, I was like, oh, she's reading a really long time. So what I'm gonna do? Yeah. So you guys can. I mean, you could have got some earlier, but there's like donuts and coffee over there. And yeah. She's eating. I'm just gonna read because I'm just gonna wait till next. I think the next people are coming like a little bit later, like 2. So I'll just wait. Okay. Do you want us to read with you? I mean, if you want to, that's fine. I'll start reading, but if you want to, just let me know. Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And thank you for staying. Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. Chapter 7. The years took all the fight out of Janie's face. For a while, she thought she had gone from her soul. No matter what Jody did, she said nothing. She had learned how to talk some and leave some. She had a rut in the road. Plenty of life beneath the surface, but it was kept beaten down by the wheels. Sometimes she stuck out into the future, imagining her life different from what it was. But mostly she lived between her hat and her heels, with her emotional disturbances like shade patterns in the woods. Like shade patterns in the woods. Come and gone with the sun. She got nothing from Jody except what money could buy, and she was giving away what she didn't value. Now and again, she thought of a country road at sunup. She thought of a country road at sunup and considered flight to where, to what? Then, too, she considered 35 minutes as twice 17, and nothing was the same at all. Maybe he ain't nothing, she cautioned herself, but he is something in my mouth. He's got to be else. I ain't got nothing to live for. I'll lie and say he is. If I don't, life won't be nothing but a store and a house. She didn't read books, so she didn't know what the world and the heavens boiled down to a drop. Man attempting to climb to painless heights from his dunghill. Then one day she sat and watched the shadow of herself going about tending the store and prostrating herself before Jody, while all the time she herself sat under a shady tree with the wind blowing through her hair and her clothes. Somebody near about making summertime out of lonesomeness. This was the first time it happened, but after a while it got so common she ceased to be surprised. It was like a drug. In a way, it was good because it reconciled her to things. She got so received all things with the stolidness of earth, which soaks up urine and perfume with the same indifference. One day, she noticed that Joe didn't sit down. He just stood in front of a chair and fell in. That made her look at him all over. Joe was so young as he used to be. There was already something dead about him. He didn't rear back in his knees any longer. He squatted over his ankles when he walked. That was stillness at the back of his neck. His preposterous looking belly that used to thrust out was pungently and intimidate folks, sag like a load suspended from his loins. It didn't seem to be part of him anymore. Eyes a little absent too. Jody must have noticed too. Maybe he had seen it long before Janie did and had been fearing for her to see, because he began to talk about her age all the time, as if he didn't want her to stay young while he grew old. It was always, you ought to throw something over your shoulders before you go outside. You ain't no young pullet no more. You see, use a old hen now. One day he called her off the croquet grounds. That's something for the young folks, Janie. You out there jumping around and won't be able to get out to bed tomorrow. If he thought to deceive her, he was wrong. For the time, she could see a man's head naked of its skull, saw the cunning thoughts raced in and out, through the caves and promontories of his mind long before they darted out of the tunnel of his mouth. She saw he was hurting inside, so she let it pass without talking. She was measured out a little time for him, and it set it aside to wait. It was so terrible in the store. The more his back ached and his muscles dissolved into fat and fat melted off his bones, the more fractions he became with Janie, especially in the store. The more people in there, the more ridiculous he poured over her body to point attention away from his own. So one day, Steve Nixon wanted some chewing tobacco and Janie cut it wrong. She hated that tobacco knife anyway. It worked very stiff. She fumbled with the thing and cut way away from the mark. Nixon didn't mind. He held it up for a joke to tease Janie a little. Look at here, Brother Mayor, what your wife done. She took and done. It was a cut comical, so everybody laughed at it. Women and a knife. No kind of knife don't belong together. Then there was some good-natured laughter at the expense of women. Jody didn't laugh. He hurried across the post office side and took the plug of tobacco away from Nixon and cut it again. Cut it exactly on the mark and glared at Janie. God almighty, a woman stay around the store till she get old as Methuselah and still can't cut a little thing like a plug of tobacco. Don't stand there rolling your pop eyes at me with your wild rump hanging nearly to your knees. A big laugh started off from the stove, but people got to thinking and stopped. It was funny if you looked at it right quick, but it got pitiful if you thought about it a while. It was somebody snatching off a part of a woman's clothes while she wasn't looking at the streets for crowded. Then too, Jane took the middle of the floor to talk right into Jody's face. And that was something she had never done before. Stop mixing up my things with my looks, Jody. When you get through telling me to cut a plug of tobacco, then you can tell me whether my behind is on straight or not. What did you say that, Janie? You must be out of your head. Nah, I ain't out of my head, neither. You must be talking any such language as that. You the one started talking under people's clothes, not me. What's the matter with you? No how. You ain't no young girl to be getting all insulted about your looks. You ain't no young courting girl. You's an old woman, nearly 40. Yeah, I'm nearly 40 and you're already 50. How come you can't talk about that sometime instead of always pointing at me? I ain't no use in getting all mad, Janie, because I mentioned you ain't young gal no more. Nobody in here ain't looking for no wife out of here, old as you is. Nah, ain't no young gal no more, but then I ain't no old woman either. I reckon I look my age too, but women every inch of me. I'm a woman every inch of me, and I know it. That's a whole lot more than you can say. Your big belly round here, put out here, brag about talking about nothing to do but your big voice, talking about me looking old. When you're pulled down, when you pull down your britches, you look like they change your life. Great God from Zion, Sam Watson gasped. Y'all really playing the dozens tonight. What that you say? Joe challenged, hoping his ears had fooled him. You heard her. You ain't blind, Walter taunted. I'd rather be shot with tacks than to hear that about myself, Lige Moss commiserated. Then Joe Starks realized all the meaning and his vanity bled like a flood. Janie had robbed him of the illusion of irresistible maleness that all men cherish, which was terrible. The thing that Saul's daughter had done to David, but Janie had done it worse. She had cast down his empty armor before men, and they had laughed and would keep on laughing when he paraded his possessions. Hereafter, they would not consider the two together. They look with envy at things and pity the man that owned them. When he sat in judgment, it would be the same. Good for nothing like Dave and Loom and Jim wouldn't change places with him, for what can excuse a man in eyes of other men for lack of strength? Raggedy behind skirts of 16 and 17 would be giving him the merciless pity out of their eyes while their mouths said something humble. There was nothing to do in life anymore. Ambition was useless. And the cruel deceit of Janie, making all that show of humbleness and scorning him all the time, laughing at him, now putting him and putting the town up to the same. Joe Starks didn't know the words for all this, but he knew the feeling, so he struck Janie with all his might and drove her from the store. We're on chapter 8. After the night, Jody moved his things and slept in the room downstairs. He didn't really hate Janie. He didn't really hate Janie, but he wanted her to think so. He crawled off to lick his wounds. They didn't talk too much around the store anymore. Anybody that didn't know would have thought that things had blown over. It looked so quiet and peaceful around, but the stillness was a sleep of swords. So new thoughts had to be thought and new words said. She didn't want to live like that. Why must Joe be so mad with her for making him look small when he did it to her all the time? Had been doing it for years. Well, if she must eat out of a long handled spoon, she must. Jody gets over his mad spell anytime at all and begins to act like somebody towards her. Then too she noticed how baggy Joe was getting all over, like bags hanging from an ironing board. A little sack hung from the corner of his eyes and rested on his cheekbones. A loose filled bag of feathers hung from his ears and rested on his neck beneath his chin. A sack of flabbery. Something hung from his loins and rested on his thigh when he sat down. But even these things were running down like candles grease as time moved on. He made new alliances too. People who he never bothered with one way or the other seemed to have now seemed to have his ear. He had always been scornful of root doctors and all their kind, but now she saw a faker with all the Altamonte spring hanging around the place almost daily, always talking in low tones when she came near or hushed altogether. She didn't know that he was driven by a desperate hope to appear the old-time body in her sight. She was sorry about the root doctor because she feared that Joe was depending on the scoundrel to make him well when what he needed was a doctor, a good one, a real one. She was worried about him not eating his meals until she found out he was having old lady Davis to cook for him. She knew that she was a much better cook than the old woman and cleaner about the kitchen, so she bought a beef bone and made him some soup. No, thank you, he told her shortly. I'm having a hard enough time trying to try and get well as it is. She was stunned at first and hurt afterwards. So she went straight to her bosom friend, Phoebe Watson, and told her about it. I'd rather be dead than for Jody to think I'd hurt him, she sobbed to Phoebe. It ain't always been too pleasant, because you know how Joe worships they works of his own hands, but God in heaven knows I wouldn't do things to hurt nobody. It's too underhand and mean. Janie, although maybe the things would die down and you never would know nothing about it. But it's been singing around here ever since the fuss in the big store that Joe was fixed. And what's the one that did it? Phoebe, for the longest time, I've been feeling that something set for steel bait. But this is, oh, Phoebe, what can I do? You can't do nothing but make out you don't know it. It's too late for y'all to be splitting up or getting divorced. Just go back home and sit down on your royal discus and sat and say nothing. Nobody don't believe it no how. To think all been with Jody for 20 years, and I just now got to bear the name of poisoning him. It's about to kill me. Phoebe, sorrow dogged my sorrow is in my heart. That's that trashy nigger that called himself a two-headed doctor brought him order to get in with Jody. He see he was sick. Everybody been knowing that for the longest, and that reckon he heard y'all with kind of variance. So that was his chance. Last summer, that multiple cockroaches with round head trying to sell gophers. Phoebe, don't even believe Jody believed that lie. He ain't never took no stock in the mess. He just make out believing to hurt me. I'm stone dead from standing still and trying to smile. She cried often the weeks that followed. Joe got too weak to look after things and took to his bed. He would relentlessly refuse to admit her to his sick room. People came in and went to the house. This one was a one came into the house with covering plates of broth and other sick room dishes without taking the least notice of how his wife of notice of her as Joe's wife. People who never had known what it was to enter the gate of Mayor Yards unless it was to do some menial work now paraded in and out of his confidence. They came to the store ostentatiously, looking over whatever she was doing, and went back to report to him at the house and said things like, Mr. Starks needs somebody to sort of look out for him until he can get back on his feet again and look for himself. But Jody was never to get on his feet again. Janie and Sam Watson to bring her the news from the sick room, and when he told her how things was going, she had bring a doctor from Orlando without giving Joe a chance to refuse and without saying she sent for him. Just a matter of time, the doctor told her. When a man's kidneys stop working altogether, there's no way for him to live. He needs medical attention. He needed medical attention 2 years ago. It's too late now. So Janie began to think of death. Death, that strange being with the huge square toes who lives in the West. The great one who lives over at the straight house, like a platform without sides and without a roof. What need for death for a cover, and what wind can blow against it? He stands in his high house that overlooks the world, stands watchful and motionless all day, with his sword drawn back, waiting for the messenger to bid him come. Been standing there before there were or when or then. She was liable to find a feather from his wings lying in her yard any day. She was sad and afraid too. Poor Jody, he ought not to have wrestled in there by himself. She sent Sam in to suggest a visit, but Jody said no. These medical doctors was all right with the godly sick, but they didn't know a thing about a case like this. He'd be all right just as soon as the two-headed man found what had been buried against him. He wasn't going to die at all. That was what he thought, but Sam told her different, so he knew. And then he hadn't. The next morning, she was bound to know for people who began to gather in the big yard under the palm tree and chinaberry trees. People who would have dared to foot the place before crept in and did not come to the house, just squatted under the tree and waited. Rumors that wingless birds had shadowed over the town. She got up that morning with the firm determination to go on in there and with a good talk with Jody. But she sat a long time with the walls creeping in on her. For a while, squeezing her, breathing her, fear lest he depart, while she sat trembling upstairs, nerved, and she went inside and room before she caught her breath. She didn't make the cheerful, casual start that she had thought. Something good inside her like an oxen foot on the tongue. And then, too, Joe gave her a ferocious look, a look of unthinkable coldness of outer space. She was talking to a man. She was talking to a man who was immensities away. He was lying on the floor, side facing the door, like he was expecting something or somebody. A sort of changing look on his face, weak looking but sharp pointed with his eyes. Through the thin counterpane, she could see what was left of his belly huddled before him. On the bed, like some helpless thing seeking shelter, the half-washed bedclothes hurt her pride for Jody. He had always been so clean. What you doing in here, Janie? Come to see about you and see how you're making out. He gave a deep growling sound like a hog lying down in the swamp and trying to drive off disturbance. I come in here to get sheep, but look like you done doing me no good. Go on out. I needs to rest. Nah, Jody, I'll come in here to talk with you, and I'm gonna give to you. I'm gonna do it too. It's for both of our sakes. I'm the top talking. He gave another grumble and eased over to his back. Jody, maybe I ain't been such a good wife to you, but Jody, that's because you ain't got the right feeling for nobody. You ought to have some sympathy about yourself. You ain't no hog. But Jody, I meant to be awful nice. Much as I've done for you, hold me to scorn, no sympathy. Nah, Jody, it wasn't because I didn't have no sympathy. I had a lavish of that. I just didn't never get no chance to use none of it. You wouldn't let me. That's right. Blame everything on me. I wouldn't let you show no feelings. When Janie, that's all I ever wanted or desired. Now you come and blaming me. Take that, Jody. I ain't here to blame nobody. I'm just here trying to make you know what kind of person I is before it's too late. Too late, he whispered. His eyes buckled in a vacant mouth terror, and she sat the awful surprise in his face and answered it. Yeah, Jody, you don't care that multiple cockroach told you to get your money. You got to die and you can't live. A deep sob came out of Jody's weak frame. It was like a bearing bass drum in a hen house. Then it rose high like a pulling in a trombone. Janie, don't tell me I got to die. And I ain't used to thinking about it. Tain't really no need of you dying, Jody. If you had this doctor, if you had just gotten a doctor, but it don't do no good bringing that up now. That's just what that's just what I wants to say, Jody. You wouldn't listen. You don't live with me for 20 years and you don't know half me at all. You don't know half about me at all. And you could have, but you were so busy worshiping the works of your own hands and cuffing folks around in their minds so you didn't see a whole heap of things that you could have. Leave here, Janie, and don't come here. I know you was gonna listen to me. I know you wasn't gonna listen to me. You changes everything, but nothing don't change you. Not even death. But I ain't gonna go. I'm not going out of here, and I ain't gonna hush. Now you're gonna listen to me one time before you die. Have your way all your life, trample and mash down, and then die rather than tell your friend your tell yourself hell about it. Listen, Jody, you ain't you ain't the Jody I run off down the road with. Use what left after he died. I'll run off, keep house with you in a wonderful way. But you wasn't satisfied with me that way. I was. Nah. My own mind had to be squeezed and crowded out to make room for yours and me. Shut up. I wish thunder and lightning would kill you. I know it. And now you got to die to find out that you got to pacify somebody besides yourself. If you want any love and any sympathy in this world, you ain't tried to pacify nobody but yourself. To be listening to your own big voice. All this tearing down talk, Jody whispered with sweat globules forming on his on his face and arms. Get out of here. All this bowing down, all of this obedience under your voice, that ain't what I rushed off down the road to find out about you. A sound of strife in Jody's throat, but his eyes stared unwillingness into a corner of the room, so Jane knew the futile fight was with her. The icy sword of square-toed, one cut off beneath, and left his hands in a pose of agonizing protest. Janie gave them peace on his breast, and then she studied his dead face for a long time. This sitting in this ruling chair is the hard on Jody, she muttered out loud. She was full of pity for the first time. Jody had been hard on her and others, but life had mishandled him too. Poor Joe. Maybe if he had known some other way to try, she might have made his face different. But that other could what other could that be? She had no idea. She thought back and forth about what had happened in the making of a voice out of a man. And then she thought about herself. Years ago, she had told a girl self to waiting for her in the looking glass. It had been a long time since she had remembered. Perhaps she better look. She went out to the dresser and looked hard at her skin and features. The young girl was gone, but a handsome woman had taken her place. She had tore off the kerchief from her head and let her plentiful hair down. The weight, the length, the glory was there. And she took careful stock of herself, then combed her hair and tied it back up again. She then starched and ironed her face, formed it into what people wanted to see, opened up the window and cried, "Come here, people. Jody is dead. My husband is gone from me." All right. We're on chapter 9. I'm just making sure everything's okay with the tech. Chapter 9. Joe's funeral was the finest thing Orange County had ever seen. With Negro eyes. The motor hearse, the Cadillac, the Buick carriages, Dr. Henderson there in his Lincoln, the hosts from far and wide, and then again the gold and red and purple, the gloat, the glamour of secret orders, each with its insinuations of power and glory undreamed of by the uninitiated. People on farm horses and mules, babies riding astride of brothers and sisters, the Elks band ranked at the church door and playing safe from the arms of Jesus from such a dominant drum rhythm that it could be stepped off smartly by the long line as it filled inside. The little emperor of the crossroads was leaving Orange County as it had come, with the outstretched hands of power. Janie starched and ironed her face and came set in the funeral behind her veil. It was like a wall of stone and steel. The funeral was going on inside. All things concerning death, burial were said and done, finished, end, nevermore, darkness, deep hole, dissolution, eternity, weeping and wailing outside, inside the expensive black folds for resurrection and life. She did not reach outside for anything, nor did the things of death reach inside to disturb her calm. She sent her face to Joe's funeral, and herself was rollicking with the springtime across the world. After a while, the people finished their celebrations, and Janie went home. Before she slept, that night, she burnt up every one of her head rags and went around the house the next morning with her hair in one thick braid swinging well below her waist. This was the only chance people saw in her. Only change people saw in her. She kept the store in the same way, except in the evening she sat on the porch and listened and sent Ezekiel in to wait on his late custom. She saw no reason to rush at the changing things. She would have the rest of her life to do as she pleased. Most of the day she was at the store, but at night she was there in the big house, and sometimes it creaked and cried, all under the weight of lonesomeness. Then she'd lie awake in bed asking lonesomeness some questions. She asked if she wanted to leave and go back where she had came from and try to find her mother. Maybe tend her grandmother's grave, sort of look over the old stamping grounds generally. Digging around inside of her like she had found that she had no interest in the seldom seen mother at all. She hated her grandmother and had hidden it from herself all these years under a cloak of pity. She'd been getting ready for her great joy to the horizons in search of people. It was important to all the world that she find them and that they find her. But she had been whipped like a cur dog and run off down the road after things. It was all according to the way you see things. Some people could look at a mud puddle and see an ocean with ships. But Nanny belonged to that other kind that loved to deal in scraps. Here Nanny had taken the biggest God ever made, the horizon. For no matter how far a person can go to the horizon, it's still way beyond you, and pinched it to such a little bit of a thing that she could tie it along her granddaughter's neck tight enough to choke her. She hated the old woman who had twisted her into the name of love. Most humans didn't love one another anyway. This mislove was so strong that even common blood couldn't overcome it all. She had found a jewel down inside herself and had wanted to walk where people could see herself and gleam it around. But she had been set in the marketplace to sell, been set for the steel bait. When God had made the man, he made himself out of stuff that sung all the time and glittered all over. Then after some angels got jealous and chopped him into millions of pieces, but still he glittered and hummed. So they beat him to nothing but sparks, but each little spark had a shine and song. So they covered each one with mud, and the lonesomeness in the sparks made them hunt for one another. But the mud is deaf and dumb. Like all other things tumbling mud balls, Jamie had tried to show her shine. Jamie found out very soon that her widowhood and property was a great challenge in South Carolina. The great challenge of South Carolina. Before Jody had been dead a month, she noticed how often men who had never been intimates of Joe drove considerable distances to ask her about her welfare and to offer their services as advisor. Um, Women by herself is a pitiful thing. She was told over and over again. They need aid and assistance. God never meant them to try to stand by yourself. You ain't been used to knocking around by yourself, Miss Starks. You've been well taken care of. You need a man. Janie laughed at all these well-wishers because she knew that they knew plenty of alone women, that she was not the first one and that they had ever seen, but most of the others were poor. Besides, she liked being lonesome for a change. Their feeling was that freedom was fine. These men didn't appear to represent a thing she wanted to know about. She had already experienced them through Logan and Joe. She felt like slapping some of them for sitting around grinning at her like a pack of cheesy cats, trying to make out they look like love. Ike and Green sat on her case seriously one evening on the store when he was lucky enough to catch her alone. You wants to be careful about who you marry, Miss Starks. These strange men running down here trying to take advantage of you and your condition. Mary, Jane almost screamed. Joe ain't had time to get cold yet. I ain't even give Marion the first thought, but you will. You's too young to stay single, and you's too pretty for the men to leave you alone. You bound to marry. I hope not. I mean, at this present time, it don't come before me. Joe ain't been dead 2 months, ain't got settled down in his grave. That's what you say now. But 2 months, Mo, you sing another tune. Then you want to be, you'll sing another tune. Then you want to be careful. Women folks is easy taken advantage of. You know what you know what to let none of these stray niggas and sitting around here getting an inside track on you. They's just like a pack of hogs when they see a full trough. What you need is a man then you done lived around and know and all sorts of manage that you can sort of manage, for you and generally do around. Janie jumped up upon her feet. Lord, I Green, you as a case. This subject you bringing up ain't fit to be talked about at all. Let me go inside and help Ezekiel weigh at that barrel of sugar that just come in. She rushed on inside and stored the whisper to Ezekiel. I'm going to the house. Let me know when the old peed bed is gone, and I'll be right back. 6 months of wearing black passed, and not one suitor had ever gained the horse porch. Janie talked back and laughed the store at times, but never seemed to want to go back further. She was happy except for the store. She knew by her head that she was absolute owner, but it always seemed to her there was still clerking for Joe, and that he would come in and find something wrong with what she had done. She had almost apologized to the tenants the first time she had collected the rents. Felt like a usurper, but she hid that feeling by sending Ezekiel, who was the best imitation of Joe that his 17 years could make him. He even taken to smoking cigars since Joe's death and tried to bite him tight in one side of his mouth like Joe. Ever since he got in, he was reared back in Joe's swivel chair, trying to thrust out his lean belly into a punch. She laughed at his no harm pose and could pretend she didn't see it. One day, as she came back door of the store, she heard him bawling, Trip Crawford, not indeed. We can't do nothing but be kind. I God, you ain't paid for them last rations you done got. I God, you won't get no more out of this store unless you got money to pay for it. I got this. It ain't gimme. Florida this is Edenville. Another time, she overheard him using Joe's favorite expression for pointing out difference between himself and the careless, mouthy folks. I'm an educated man. I'm keeping my arrangements in my hands. She laughed outright at that. His acting didn't hurt nobody, and she wouldn't know what to do without him. He sensed that and came to treat her like a like baby sister, as if to say, your poor little thing. Give it to Big Brother. He'll fix it for you." His sense of ownership made him honest too, except for an occasional jawbreaker or a pack of Sin. The Sin was to let the other boys and the Pullet girls know that he had liquor breasts to cover. This business of managing stores and women store owners was trying to on a man's nerves. He needed a drink of liquor now and then to keep up. When Janie emerged into his morning white, she had hosts of admirers in and out of town. Everything open and frank, men and property too among the crowd, but nobody seemed to get any further than the store. She was too busy to take them to the house to entertain. That they were all so respectful and stiff with her that she might have to be the Empress of Japan. They felt as if not fitting in to mention desire to the widow of Joseph Starks. You spoke of honor and respect, and all that they said did was refracted by the inattention and shot off towards the rim bones of nothing. She and Phoebe visited back and forth while in order back and forth basking in freedom for the most part, without the need for thought. Go this side. This is a better side. A Stanford Undertaker was pressing his cause through Phoebe, and Jane was listening pleasantly but disturbed. It might be nice to marry him and not at that. No hurry. Such things take time to think about. Or rather, she pretended to Phoebe. That was what she was doing. Tain't got no worried over that Joe's death, Phoebe. I just loves this freedom. Shh. Don't let anybody hear you say that, Janie. Folks will say you ain't sorry he's gone. Let them say what they want to, Phoebe. To my thinking, mourning ought to be last no longer than grief. Oh, wow. I'm going to take like a 5-minute break. We're going to have another reader at 2 o'clock. I'm going to take a 5-minute break. We're reading kind of fast. I'm still here. I'm just taking a little bit of break. I will be back in like 5 minutes. The next group of people are coming in 2 minutes. Not 2 minutes. They're gonna be coming at 2 o'clock. The Punk Rock Marthas are Angie Williams with the Punk Rock Marthas is gonna be at 3. No, at 2 o'clock. Lazarati is going to be here at 3 o'clock. And I'll give you an update on the schedules in a little bit. But thank you if you're tuning in. Thank you so much. Okay. One day, Ezekiel asked off from work to go with the ball team. Janie told him to not hurry back. She could close up the store herself this once. He cautioned her about the catches on the windows and doors and swaggered off to Winter Park. Business was dull all day because the numbers of people had gone to the game. She decided to close early because it was hardly worth the trouble of keeping open an afternoon like this. She had set 6 o'clock as her limit. At 5:30, a tall man came to the place. Jane was leaning on the counter making aimless pencil marks on a piece of wrapping paper. She knew she didn't know his name, but he looked familiar. "Good evening, Miss Starks," he said with a sly grin as if it was a good joke they'd had together. She was in favor of the story that was making him laugh before she even heard him. "Good evening," she answered pleasantly. "You got all the advantages because I don't know your name. People wouldn't know me like they know you. I guess standing in a store do make a person get to know in the vicinity. Look like I've seen you somewhere. Don't live no further than Orlando-ish. I'm easy to see Church Street most any day or night. You got any smoking tobacco?" She opened the glass case. "What kind?" "Camels." She handed him over a pack of cigarettes and took the money. He broke the pack and thrust one between his full purple lips. "You got a little piece of fire over there, lady." They both laughed and handed him 2 kitchen matches out of a box for that purpose. It was that time for him, but he didn't. He leaned on the counter with one elbow and cold cocked her a look. "Why ain't you at the ball game too? Everybody else is here." "Well, I see somebody else beside me ain't dear. I just sold some cigarettes." They laughed again. "That's 'cause I'm dumb. I got the things all mixed up. I thought the game was going to be out at Hungerfield. So he got a ride to where this road turns off from Dixie Highway and walked over here. And then I found a grave in the Winter Park. That was funny to both of them. So what you going to do now? All the cars in Eatonville is gone. How about playing you some checkers? You look hard to beat." "I is, 'cause I can't play a lick." "You don't cherish that game then." "I do. And then again, I don't know whether I do or not, 'cause nobody ain't ever showed me how. This is the last day for that excuse. You got a board around here?" "Yes, it did indeed. The men folk treasured the game around here. I just ain't never learned to play." So he set it up and began to show her. She found herself glowing inside. Somebody wanted her to play. Somebody thought it natural for her to play. She was That was even nice. She looked him over and got some thrills from every one of his good points. Those full lazy eyes with lashes curling sharply like Don Samartar's. The lean over padded shoulders and narrow waist, even nice. He was jumping her king. She screamed in protest against losing the king she had had such a hard time acquiring. Before she knew it, she had grabbed his hand to stop him. He struggled gallantly to free himself. That is, he struggled, but not hard enough to wrench a lady's fingers. "Ah, got it right here to take it. You left it right here in my way." "Yeah, but I was looking off when you went and stuck your man right up next to mine. No fair." "You ain't supposed to look off, Miss Starks. It's the biggest part of the game is to watch out. Let go of my hand. No such my king. You can take another one, but not that one." They scrambled and upset the board and laughed at that. "Anyhow, it's time for Coca-Cola," he said. "I can teach you some more another time." "It's all right to come teach me, but don't come to cheat me. You can't beat a woman. They just won't stand for it. But I'll come and teach you again. You're going to be a good player, too, after a while." "You reckon so?" "Jody used to tell me I'd never learn. It was too heavy for my brain. Folks was playing it what sense, and folks was playing without it. But you got good meat on your head. You'll learn. Have a cool drink on me." "Oh, all right. Thank you. Got plenty of cold ones today. Nobody ain't been here. Too busy. All gone with the game. You ought to be next game. You ought to be at the next game. Tain't no use in you staying here if everybody else is gone. You don't buy from yourself, do you?" "You crazy thing. Of course I don't. But I worry about you a little." "How come?" Afraid I ain't gonna pay for these drinks? Ah, nah. How you gonna get back home? Well, around here it's full of cars. If none don't come, I got good shoe leather. Take but 7 miles, no how. I could walk that in no time. If it was me, I'd wait until the train. 7 miles is kind of a long walk. It would be for you because you ain't used to it. But I've seen women walk further than that. You could too if you had to. Maybe so. But I'll ride the train as long as I got railroad fare. I don't need no pocket full of money to ride the train like a woman. When I didn't take us notion, I rides anyhow. Money or no money. Now ain't you something, Mister? You never did tell me what your name was. I sure didn't. Wasn't expecting for you to be asked or for it to be needed. Then my name, my not mama, give me is Veritable Woods. They call me Tea Cake for short. Tea Cake? So you sweet as all that, she laughed, and he gave her a little cut-eye look to get her meaning. I may be guilty. You better try me and see. She did something halfway between a laugh and a frown, and he set his hat straight. Believe I didn't cut and hog, and I guess I've been catch a air. He made an elaborate act of tipping to the door stealthily. Then looked back at her with an irresistible grin on his face. Janie burst out laughing in spite of herself. You crazy thing. He turned and threw his hat at her feet. If she didn't throw it at me, I'd take a chance on coming back, he announced, making gestures to indicate he was hidden behind a post. She picked up the hat and threw it after him when it laughed. Even if she had a brick, she wouldn't hurt you with it. He said to an invisible companion, "They lady can't throw." He gestured to his companion, stepped out from behind the imaginary lamppost, set his coat and hat, and strolled back to where Janie was as if he was just come into the store. Evening, Miss Starks. Could you let me have a pound of knuckle pudding till Saturday? No, she'll be paid by then. You need 10 pounds, Mr. TK. I'll let you have all I got, and you needn't bother about paying it back. They joked and went on until people began to come in. Then he took a seat and made talk and laughter with the rest of them until closing time. When everybody else had left, I reckon I didn't overstay my leaving time, but I figured you needed somebody to help you shut the place up. Since nobody else ain't around here, maybe I can get the job. Thank you, Mr. Tea Cake. It is kind of straining for me. It's kind of straining for me. Who'd ever heard of Tea Cake being called a Mister? If you want to be a real high tone and call me Mr. Woods, that's the way you feel about it. If you want to be the friendly, you just call me Tea Cake. That would be nice. He was closing and bolting windows all the time when he talked. All right then. Thank you, Tea Cake. How's that? Just like a little girl with her Easter dress on. Even nice. He locked the door and shook it to be sure and handed her the key. Come on now. I'll see you inside your door and get on down to Dixie. Janie was halfway. Let's see here. Janie was halfway down the palm line walk before she had thought for her own safety. Maybe the strange man was up to something, but it was no place to show her fear there in the darkness between the house and the store. He had hold her arm too. Then a moment it was gone. TK wasn't strange. Seemed as if she had known him all her life. Looking how she'd been able to talk with him right off. He tipped his hat at the door and was off with the briefest good night. So she sat on the door and watched the moon rise. Soon as amber fluid was drenching and the earth and quenching and thirst of the day. Okay, we're on chapter 11. Janie wanted to ask Ezekiel about tea cake, but she was afraid he might misunderstand her and think she was interested in the first place. He was too young for her. Must have been around 25, and she was around 40. Then again, he didn't look like he had too much. Maybe he was hanging around, getting in with her and strip her of all that she had, just as well as if never saw him again. He probably was the kind of man who lived with various women but never married. Fact is, she decided to treat him so cold if he ever did foot in the place that he'd be sure not to come hanging around anymore. He waited exactly. He waited a week exactly to come back for Janie's snub. It was early in the afternoon, and she and Ezekiel were alone. She heard somebody humming like they were feeling for a pitch towards the door. Tea Cake stood there, mimicking the tuning of a guitar. He frowned and struggled with the pegs of his imaginary instrument, watching her out of the corner of his eye with a secret joke playing over her face. Finally, she smiled. He sung Middle C, but his guitar under his arm walked on back to where she was. Evening, folks. Thought you all might like a little music this evening, so I brought along my box. Crazy thing, Janie commented, beaming out of with light. He acknowledged the compliment with a smile and sat down. Anybody have a Coca-Cola with me? I just had one, Janie said, temporized with her conscientious. It's after be done all over again, Miss Starks. How come? Because it wasn't done right that time. Kai bring us 2 bottles from the bottom of the box. How you been making out since I see you last, tea cake? Can't kick, couldn't be worse. Made 4 days this week and got them pay in my pocket. We got a rich man around here then, buying passenger trains, battleships this week. Which one do you want? It all depends on you. If you're treating me, believe I'll take the passenger train. If it blows up, I'll still be on land. Choose the battleship if that's what you really want. I know where one is right now. Seen around the Key West the other day. How you gonna get to it? Aw, shucks. Them animals are some always old folks. Can't no old man stop me from getting on no ship for, yeah, that's what you want. I get the ship out from under him so slick till he'll be walking the water like old Peter before he know it. Then they played away the evening. Everybody was surprised at Janie playing checkers, but they liked it. 3 or 4 stood behind her and coached her moves, and everybody went home but Tea Cake. You can close up, Kaya, Janie said. Thanks, I'll go. I'll going home. Tea Cake fell in beside her and mounted the porch this time. So she offered him a seat, and they made lots of laughter out of nothing. Near 11 o'clock, she remembered a piece of pound cake she had put away. Tea Cake went out to the lemon tree at the corner of the kitchen and picked some lemons and squeezed them for her. So they had lemonade too. Moon's too pretty for anybody to be sleeping away, Tea Cake said after they washed up in the plates and glasses. Let's go fishing. Fishing at this time of night? Fishing. I know where the bream is bedding. Seen him when I come around the lake this evening. Where are you fishing poles? Let's go on the lake. It was so crazy digging for worms by lamplight and setting out for Lake La Siberia after midnight. That felt like a child breaking rules. That's what made Janie like it. They caught 2 or 3 and got home, and just before day, then she had to smuggle Tea Cake out of the back gate, and they made it seem like some great secret she was going from the town. Miss Janie, Ezekiel began to suddenly next day. You ought load that tea cake to be walking to the house, would you? I'll go with you myself after this if you scared. What's the matter, tea cake? Is a thief? Are you a thief or something? I ain't never heard nobody say he stole nothing. Is he bad about tooting pistols and knives and hurting people with? They don't say he ever cut nobody or shot nobody. Well, is he got a wife or something like that? Now that is that any of my business? She held her breath for the answer. No, ma'am. And nobody wouldn't marry Tea Cake to starve to death, less if somebody just like him ain't used to nothing. Of course, he always keep himself in changing clothes. That long leg Tea Cake ain't got a doty squat. He ain't got no business making himself familiar with nobody like you. I said I would go in to tell you so you could know. Oh, that's all right, Ezekiel. Thank you mighty much. The next night, when she mounted her steps, Tea Cake was there, before her, sitting on the porch in the dark. He had a string of fresh caught trout for a present. I'll clean them for you and fry them for you. Let them eat and let's eat, he said, with the assurance of not being refused. Then they went out to the kitchen and fixed up the hot fish for corn muffin and ate. Then Teacack went back to the piano without so much as asking and began playing blues and singing and throwing grins over his shoulder. Then the sounds lulled and Janie to soft slumber, and she woke up and Teacack combed her hair and scratching the dandruff from her scalp. It made her more comfortable and drowsy. Teacack, where'd you get a comb from to be combing my hair with? I bought it with me. Come prepared to lay my hands on it tonight. Why, TK? What good do combing my hair do you? It makes me comfortable, not you. It's mine too. I sleeping so good for more than a week because I've been wishing so bad to get my hands in your hair. It's so pretty. It feels just like underneath a dove's wing next to my face. You're mighty easily satisfied. I've been had the same hair for on my face ever since cried the first time. It ain't never give me no thrill. I'll tell you like you told me. You's mighty hard to satisfy. I bet your dim lips don't satisfy you neither. That's right, TK. There's there, and I make use of them whenever it's necessary, but nothing special to me. I bet you don't never go to the looking glass and enjoy yourself with those eyes. Ooh, let's see here. Oh, I have to check this text because it's another reader. Hold on here. Enjoy yourself with those eyes. You let other folks get all the enjoyment out of them, taking it any of yourself. Nah, I never gaze into looking glass. If anybody else gets pleasure out of it, I ain't been told about it. See that? You've got the world in the jug and make out your own don't know. But I'm glad to be one to tell you. I guess you done told plenty of women all about it. I'm the apostle of the Gentiles. I tell them, and then again, I show them. I thought so. She yawned and made him to get up with the sofa. You done got me so sleepy with your head scratching. I can hardly make it to bed. She stood up once, collecting her hair. He sat still. Nah, you ain't sleepy, Miss Janie. You just want me to go. You figure I'm around here and I'm a pimpin'. You done wasted too much time talking with me. Why, TK, what ever put that notion in your head? The way you look at me when I said, did your face scared me so scared, your face scared me so bad till my whiskers drawn up? I ain't got no business being mad at nothing you do and say, you got it all wrong. I ain't mad at all. I know it's that what puts the shimmery on me. You's just disgusted with me. Your face just left here and went off somewhere else. No, you ain't mad with me. I'd be glad if you was, because then I might do something to please you. But like it is, my likes and dislikes ought not make a difference to you with you, TK. That's for your women. That's for your lady friend. I'm just some kind of friend of yours. Janie walked towards the stairway, and Tea-Cake sat where he was, if he was frozen in his seat, in fear that once he got up, he would never get back up again. He swallowed hard and looked at her walk away. I didn't aim to let on till you're about it. Leastway, not right away. And to rather be shot with the tax than for you to act with me like you is right now. You got me in the go long. At the newest post, Janie whirled around, and for the space of thought, she was lit up like a transfiguration. Her next thought brought her crashing down. He was just saying anything for the time being, feeling he's got me, so I'll believe him. The next thought buried her under tons of cold futility. He's trading on being younger than me, getting ready to laugh at me for an old fool. But oh, I'd give to be 12 years younger so I could believe him. Oh, TK, You just to say that tonight because the fish and the cornbread tasted so good. Tomorrow, your mind would change. No, it wouldn't. I know better. Anyhow, from what you told me when we was back there in the kitchen, I'm nearly 12 years older than you. I didn't thought all that about tried of struggle against it, but it don't do me no good. The thought of youngest don't satisfy me like your presence do. It makes a whole heap of difference with most folks, tea cake. Things like don't things like got us to whole like to with conveniences, but it ain't got nothing to do with love. Well, I love to find out what you think after some of tomorrow. This is just your night thought. You got your ideas and I got mine. I got $1 that says you're wrong, but I reckon you don't bet money neither. I have never done it so far, but as the old folks say, I'm born, but I ain't dead. No telling what I'm liable to do yet. He got up suddenly and took off his hat. Good night, Miss Janie. Looked like we didn't run out of conversation from grassroots to pine trees. Goodbye. He almost ran out the door. Janie hung over the newest post thinking so long that she all but went to sleep. However, before she went to bed, she took a good look at her mouth, her eyes, and her hair. All the next day in the house, she stood there and she thought resisting thoughts about tea cake. She even for ridiculed him in her mind and was a little ashamed of the association. But every hour or two, the battle had to be fought all over again. She couldn't make him just like any other man to her. He looked like the love. Hi. He looked like the love thoughts of women. He could be a bee to a blossom, a pear tree blossom in the spring. He seemed to be crushing scent out of the world with his footsteps, crushing around herbs with every step he took. Spices sprung around him. He was a glance from God. Let me see where far I am. Oh, I got 2 more pages. So I'm reading. Okay. So he didn't come that night, and there's donuts and juice over there. So he didn't come that night, and she laid in bed and pretended to think scornfully of him. But he's hanging around some juke or another. Glad treated him. What I do with some trashy nigger out in the streets. Bet he's living with some woman or nothing, talking about some food. God, I caught myself again in time. She tried to console herself that way. The next morning, she awoke hearing a knock on the front door and found tea cake. Hello, Miss Janie. I hope I woke you up. You sure did, tea cake. Come in and rest yourself. What you doing out so early this morning? Thought I'd try to get hell soon. Enough to tell you my daytime thoughts. See, you needs to know my daytime feelings. I can't sense you into it at night. You crazy thing. Is that what you come here for at daybreak? Show is. You need telling and showing, and that's a doing. I picked some strawberries too. I figured you might like it. Tea cake? Claire, I don't know what you to make out of here. You're so crazy. You better let me fix you some breakfast. Ain't got time. Ain't got a job or work. Got to be back in Orlando at 8 o'clock. See you later. Tell you straighter. He bolted down the walk and was gone. But that was when she left the store. He stretched out in the hammock on the porch and his hat over his head, pretending to sleep. She called him. He pretended not to hear. He snored louder. She went to the hammock to shake him and seized him, pulled her in with him. After a while, she just let him adjust her in his arms and laid there for a while. Tea cake? Don't know about you, but I'm hungry. Come on, let's eat supper. They went inside, and their laughter rang out first in the kitchen and all over the house. Janie awoke the next morning by feeling tea cake almost kissing her breath away, holding her and caressing her as he feared she might escape his grasp and fly away. Then he must dress hurriedly and get to his job on time. He wouldn't let her get him any breakfast. He wanted her to get rest. He made her stay where she was. In her heart, she wanted to get his breakfast for him, but she stayed in bed long after he was gone. So much she had been breathed out of the pores that tea cake was there. She could feel him and almost see him bucking around the room in the upper air. After a long time of passive happiness, she got up and opened the door and let Tea Cake leap forward and mount to the sky on a wind. That was the beginning of things. In the cool afternoon, the fiend from hell, specially sent to lovers, arrived at Janie's ear. Doubt, all the fears the circumstance could provide and the heart feel, attacked her on every side. This was a new sensation for her, but no less excruciating. If only Tea Cake could make her certain. He did not return that night, nor the next day, or nor the next. So she plunged to the abyss and descended to the ninth darkness where light had been. But the fourth day, after he came in the afternoon, driving a battered car, jumped out like a deer and made the gesture of trying to post on the store porch, ready for his grin. She adored him and hated him at the same time. How could he make her suffer so? And then grin like with the daring that he had. He pinched her arms, he walked inside, brought me something to haul you off in, he called her with that secret chuckle. Get your hat. If you're going to wear one, we got to go buy groceries. I sells groceries right here in the store, Tea Cake. If you don't happen to know. She tried to look cold, but she was smiling in spite of herself. Not the kind we want for the occasion. You sell groceries for ordinary people. We's gonna buy some for you. The big Sunday school picnic is tomorrow. Bet you done forgot, and we gotta be there with 12 baskets for ourselves. I don't know about that, Tea Cake. Tell you what you do. Go on down to the house and wait for me. Be there in a minute. As soon as she thought it looked right, she slipped out of the back and joined Tea Cake. No need of fooling herself. Maybe he was just being polite. Tea Cake, you sure you want me to go to the picnic with you? Me scramble around to the bit money to take you. Me been working like a dog for 2 weeks, and she's gonna come asking if I want to take her, if she want to go. Put myself to the whole heap of trouble to get this car so you can go to the Winter Park or Orlando to buy the things you might need. And this woman is set here and ask if I want her to go. Don't get mad, Tea Cake. I just didn't want to you be doing nothing out of politeness. If there's somebody else you'd rather take, it's all right with me. Nah, it ain't all right with you. It is you. If it was you, wouldn't be saying that. Have the nerve to say what you mean. Well, all right, TK. I wants to go with you real bad, but oh, TK, don't make no false pretense with me. Janie, I hope God may kill me if I'm lying. Nobody else on earth can hold a candle to you, baby. You got the keys into the kingdom. All right. Yeah, you can read from this one. Okay. Yes. We're on chapter 12, and you have to introduce yourself and stuff.
So I'm Angie Williams of Punk Rock Marthas, and we're starting on chapter 12. It was after the picnic that the town began to notice things and got mad. Tea Cake and Mrs. Mayor Starks, all the men that she could get, and fooling with somebody like Tea Cake. Another thing, Joe Starks hadn't been dead but 9 months, and here she goes sashaying off to a picnic in pink linen. Done quit attending church like she used to, gone off to Sanford in a car with Tea Cake and all her dressed in blue. It was a shame. Done took to high heel slippers and a $10 hat, looking like some young girl always in blue because Tea Cake told her to wear it. Poor Joe Starks. Betty turns over in his grave every day. Tea Cake and Janie gone hunting, Tea Cake and Janie gone fishing, Tea Cake and Janie gone to Orlando to the movies, Tea Cake and Janie gone to a dance, Tea Cake making flower beds in Janie's yard and seeding the garden for her, chopping down the trees she never did like by the dining room window. All those signs of possession. Tea Cake in a borrowed car, teaching Janie to drive, Tea Cake and Janie playing checkers, playing coon can, playing Florida flip on store porch all afternoon as if nobody else was there, day after day and week after week. Phoebe, Sam Watson said one night as he got in bed, I believe your buddy is all tied up with that Tea Cake, sure enough. Didn't believe it at first. Aw, she don't mean nothing by it. I think she's sort of stuck on that undertaker up at Sanford. It's somebody, 'cause she looks might good these days. New dresses and her hair combed a different way nearly every day. You gotta have something to comb your hair over. When you see a woman do so much raking in her head, she's combing at some man or another. Of course, she can do as she please, but that's a good chance she's got up at Stanford. That man's wife died, and he got a lovely place to take her, already furnished. Better than her house Joe left her. You better sense her into things, 'cause Tea Cake can't do nothing but help her spin what she got. I reckon that's what he after, throwing away what Joe Starks worked hard to get together. That's the way it looks, still and all. She's her own woman. She ought to know by now what she wants to do. The men was talking about it in the Grove the other day, giving her and Tea Cake both the devil. They figure he's spending on her now, trying to make her spend on him later. Oh, they got it all figured out. Maybe it ain't as bad as they say, but they talk it and make it sound real bad on her part. That's jealousy and malice. Some of them men's wants to do what they claim they scared Tea Cake is doing. The pastor claims Tea Cake don't allow her to come to church only once in a while because he wants that change to buy gas with, just dragging the woman away from church. But anyhow, she's your bosom friend, so you go better see about her. Drop a little hint here and there if Tea Cake is trying to rob her, and see if she can see and know. I likes the woman, and I know I sure would hate to see her come up like Miss Tyler. Oh, my God, no. Reckon I better stop over there tomorrow and have some chat with Janie. She just ain't thinking what she's doing, that's all. The next morning, Phoebe picked her way over to Janie's house like a hen to a neighbor's garden. Stopped and talked a little with everyone she met. Turned aside momentarily to pause at a porch or two, going straight by walking crooked. So her firm intention looked like an accident, and she didn't have to give her opinion to folks along the way. Janie acted glad to see her friend after a while. Phoebe broached with her. Janie, everybody's talking about how that Tea Cake is dragging you around to places you ain't used to, baseball games and hunting and fishing. He don't know you used to more a high-time crowd than that. You always did class off. Jody classed me off. I didn't. Now, Phoebe, Tea Cake ain't dragging me off nowhere I don't want to go. I always did want to get around a whole heap, but Jody wouldn't allow me to. When I was in the store, he wanted me to just sit with folded hands and sit there. And I just sit there with the walls creeping up on me and squeezing all the life out of me. Phoebe, these educated women got a heap of things to sit down and consider. Someone done told them what to sit down for. Nobody ain't told poor me, so sitting still worries me. I want to utilize myself all over. But Janie, Tea Cake, whilst he ain't no jailbird, he ain't got a dime to cry. Ain't you scared he's after just your money? Him being younger than you? He ain't never asked for the first penny from me yet. And if he loved property, he ain't no different than the rest of us. All these old men that's sitting around me is after the same thing. There's three more women in town. How come they don't break their neck after them? 'Cause they ain't got nothing, that's why. Folks seen you out in colors and they think you ain't paying the right amount of respect to your dead husband. I ain't grieving, so I have to mourn. Tea Cake loved me in blue, so I wears it. Jody ain't never in his life picked out no color for me. The world picked out black and white for mourning. Joe didn't, so I wasn't wearing it for him. I was wearing it for the rest of y'all. But anyhow, watch yourself, Janie. Don't be took advantage of. You know how these young men is with older women. Most of the time, they's after what they can get, and then they's gone like a turkey through the corn. Tea Cake don't talk that way. He ain't aiming to make hisself permanent with me. We done made up our mind to marry. Janie, you's your own woman, and I hope you know what you're doing. I sure hope you ain't like a possum. The older you get, the less sense you got. I feel a whole heap better about you if you was marrying that man up there in Stamford. He got something to put alongside what you got and make it more better. He's endurable. Still and all, I'd rather be with Tea Cake. Well, if your mind's made up already, 'tain't nothing nobody can do, but you's taking an awful chance. No more than I took before, and no more than anybody else takes when they get married. It always changes folks, and sometimes it brings out dirt and meanness that even the person didn't know they had in themselves. You know that. Maybe tea cake might turn out like that. Maybe not. Anyhow, I'm ready and willing to try 'em. Well, when you aim to step off? That we don't know. The store's got to be sold, and then we's got it going off someplace to get married. How come you selling out the store? 'Cause tea cake ain't no Joe Starks, and if he tried to be, it would be a complete flummock. But the minute I marries him, everybody gonna be making comparisons. So us is going off somewhere and start all over in tea cake's way. This ain't no business proposition, ain't no race after property and titles. This is a love game. I done lived grandma's way, and now I means to live mine. What you mean by that, Janie? She was born in slavery time when folks, that is, black folks, didn't sit down anytime they felt like it. So sitting on porches like the white madam looked like a mighty fine thing to her. That's what she wanted from me. Don't care what it cost. Get up on the high chair and sit there. She didn't have time to think about what to do after you got up on the stool to do nothing. The object was to get there. So I got up on the high stool like she told me to. But Phoebe, I done nearly languished to death up there. I felt like the world was crying extra and I ain't read the common news yet. Maybe so, Janie. Still and all, I'd love to experience it for just 1 year. It looked like heaven to me from where I'm at. I reckon so. But anyhow, Janie, you be careful about this selling out and going off with strange men. Look at what happened to Annie Tyler. Look what little she had and went off to Tampa with that boy they call Who Flung. It's something to think about. It sure is. Still, I ain't Miss Tyler, and Tea Cake ain't no Who Flung, and he ain't no stranger to me. We just as good as married already, but I ain't putting it in the street. I'm telling you. I just like a chicken. Chicken drink water, but he don't pee-pee. Oh, I know you don't talk. We ain't shamefaced. We just ain't ready to make no big flummock as yet. You doing right not to talk it, but Janie, you's taking a mighty big chance. Taking so big a chance as it seemed like, Phoebe. I'm older than Tea Cake, yes, but he done showed me where it is that makes the big difference in ages. If people thinks the same, they can make it all right. So in the beginning, new thoughts had to be thought and new words said. After I got used to that, we gets along just fine. He done taught me maiden language all over. Wait till you see the new blue satin Tea Cake done picked out for me to stand up with him. High heel slippers, necklace, earrings, everything he wants to see me in. Some of these mornings, and it won't be long, you gonna wake up calling me, and I'll be gone. Chapter 13. Jacksonville. Tea Cake's letter had said Jacksonville. He had worked in the railroad shops up there before, and his old boss had promised him a job come next payday. No need for Janie to wait any longer. Wear the new blue dress because he meant to marry her right from the train. Hurry up and come because he was about to turn into pure sugar thinking about her. Come on, baby. Papa Tea Cake never could be mad with you. Janie's train left too early in the day for the town to witness much, but the few who saw her leave bore plenty witness. They had to give it to her. She sure looked good, but she had no business to do it. It was hard to love a woman that always made you so wishful. The train beat on itself and danced on the shiny steel rails mile after mile. Every now and then the engineer would play his whistle for the people in the towns he passed by, and the train shuffled on to Jacksonville and to a whole lot of things she wanted to see and to know. And there was Tea Cake in the big old station in a new blue suit and straw hat, hauling her off to a preacher's house first thing. Then right on to the room he'd been sleeping in for 2 weeks all by himself, waiting for her to come. And such another hugging and kissing and carrying on you never saw. It made her so glad she was scared of herself. They stayed at home and rested that night, but the next night they went to a show, and after that they rode around on the trolley cars and sort of looked things over for themselves. Tea Cake was spending and doing out of his own pocket, so Janie never told him about the $200 she had pinned inside her shirt next to her skin. Phoebe had insisted that she bring it along and keep it secret, just to be on the safe side. She had $10 over her fare in her pocketbook. Let Tea Cake think that was all she had. Things might not turn out like she thought. Every minute since she'd stepped off the train, she'd been laughing at Phoebe's advice. She meant to tell Tea Cake the joke sometime when she was sure she wouldn't hurt his feelings. So it came around that she'd been married for a week and sent Phoebe a card with a picture on it. That morning, Tea Cake got up earlier than Janie did. She felt sleepy and told him to go get some fish to fry for breakfast. By the time he'd gone and come back, she would have finished her nap out. He told her he would, and she turned over and went back to sleep. She woke up and Tea Cake still wasn't there, and the clock said it was getting late. So she got up and washed her face and hands. Perhaps he was down in the kitchen fixing around to let her sleep. Janie went down, and the landlady made her drink some coffee with her because she said her husband was dead, and it was bad to be having your morning coffee by yourself. "Your husband gone to work this morning, Miss Woods? I seen him go out a good while ago. Me and your Ken be company for another hour, can us?" "Oh, yes, indeed, Miss Samuels. You puts me in the mind of my friend back in Eatonville. Yeah, you so nice and friendly, just like her." Therefore, Janie drank her coffee and sankled back onto her room without asking her landlady anything. Tea Cake must be in hunting all over the city for that fish. She kept that thought in front of her in order not to think too much. When she heard the 12 o'clock whistle, she decided to get up and dress. That was when she found out the $200 was gone. There was a little cloth purse with a safety pin on the chair beneath her clothes, and the money just wasn't nowhere in the room. She knew from the beginning that the money wasn't any place she knew of if it wasn't in the little pocket pinned inside the pink silk vest. But the exercise of searching the room kept her busy, and that was good for her to keep moving, even though she wasn't doing anything but turning around in her tracks. But don't care how firm your determination is, you can't keep turning around in one place like a horse grinding sugarcane. So Janie took to sitting over the room. Sit and look. The room inside looked like the mouth of an alligator, gaped wide open to swallow something down. Outside the window, Jacksonville looked like it needed a fence around it to keep it from running out on Ether's bosom. It was too big to be warm, let alone to need somebody like her. All day and night, she worried time like a bone. Way late in the morning, the thought of Annie Tyler and Who Flung came to pay her a visit. Annie Tyler, who at 52 had been left a widow with a good home and insurance money. Mrs. Tyler, with her dyed hair, newly straightened, and her uncomfortable new false teeth, her leathery skin, blotchy with powder, and her giggle. Her love affairs with boys in their late teens or early 20s, for all of whom she spent her money on suits of clothes, shoes, watches, and things like that, and how when they all left her as soon as their wants were satisfied. Then, when her ready cash was gone, had come Hooflung to denounce his predecessor as a scoundrel and who took up the house himself. It was he who persuaded her to sell her house and come to Tampa with him. The town had seen her limp off. The undersized high-heel slippers were punishing her feet that looked like bunions all over. Her body squeezed and crowded into a tight corset that shoved her middle up under her chin. But she'd gone off laughing and sure as Janie had been. Then, 2 weeks later, the porter and conductor of the northbound local had helped her off the train at Maitland. Hair all gray and black and bluish and reddish in streaks. All the capers that cheap dye could cut showing in her hair. Those slippers bent and griped just like her work-worn feet. The corset gone and the shaking old woman hanging all over herself. Everything that you could see was hanging. Her chin hung from her ears and rippled down her neck like drapes. Her hanging bosom and stomach and buttocks and legs that draped down over her ankles. She groaned, but never giggled. She was broken and her pride was gone. So she told those who'd asked what had happened. Hooflung had taken her to a shabby room in a shabby house in a shabby street and promised to marry her the next day. They stayed in the room 2 whole days. Then she woke up to find Hooflung and her money gone. She got up to stir around and see if she could find him, and found herself too worn out to do much. All she found was that she was an old vessel for new wine. The next day, hunger had driven her out to shift. She had stood on the streets and smiled, and then smiled and begged, and then just begged. After a week of world bruising, a young man from home had come along and seen her. She couldn't tell him how it was. She just told him that she got off the train and someone had stolen her purse. Naturally, he'd believed her and taken her home with him to give her time to rest up a day or two. Then he bought her a ticket for home. They put her to bed and sent for her married daughter from up around Okola to come and see about her. The daughter came as soon as she could and took Annie Tyler away to die in peace. She had waited all her life for something, and it had killed her when it found her. The thing made itself into pictures and hung around Janie's bedside all night long. Anyhow, she wasn't going back to Eatonville to be laughed at and pitied. She had $10 in her pocket and $1,200 in the bank. But oh God, don't let Tea Cake be off somewhere hurt, and I not knowing nothing about it. And God, please, sir, please don't let him love nobody else but me. Maybe I'm is a fool, Lord, like they say, but Lord, I've been so lonesome. I've been waiting, Jesus. I done waited a long time. Janie dozed off to sleep, but she woke up in time to see the sun sending up spies ahead of him to mark out the road through the dark. He peeped up over the door sill of the world and made a little foolishness with Red, but pretty soon he laid that aside and went to business, dressed all in white. But it was always going to be dark if Janie if Tea Cake didn't come back soon. She got out of bed, but a chair couldn't hold her. She dwindled down on the floor with her head in a rocking chair. After a while, there was somebody playing guitar outside her door. Played right smart while. It sounded lovely, too, but it was sad to hear it feeling blue like Janie was. Then whoever it was started singing Ring the Bells of Mercy, called the sinner man home. Her heart all but smothered her. Tea Cake? Is that you? You know so well it's me, Janie. How come you don't open the door? But he never waited. He walked on in with a guitar and a grin, guitar hanging around his neck with a red silk cord, and a grin hanging from his ears. Don't need to ask me where I've been all this time, 'cause it's my all-day job to tell you. Tea Cake, good Lord, Janie, what you doing setting on the floor? He took her head in his hands and eased himself into the chair. She still didn't say anything. He sat stroking her head and looking down into her face. I see what it is. You doubted me about the money, thought I took it and gone. I don't blame you, but it wasn't like you think. That girl baby ain't born and her mama is dead that can get me to spend our money on her. I told you before that you got the keys to the kingdom. You can depend on that. Still, and you went off and left me all day and all night. 'Twasn't 'cause I was out to stay off like that. It sure Lord wasn't no woman. If you didn't have the power to hold me and hold me tight, I wouldn't be calling you Miss Woods. I met plenty of women before I knowed you talked to. You's the onlyest woman in the world I ever even mentioned getting married to. You being older don't make no difference. Don't even consider that no more. If I ever gets to messing around other woman, won't be on account of her age. It'll be because she got me in the same way you got me. So I can't help myself. He sat down on the floor beside her and kissed her and playfully turned up the corner of her mouth until she smiled. Look-see here, folks, he announced to an imaginary audience. Sister Woods is about to quit her husband. Janie laughed at that and let herself lean on him. Then she announced to the same audience, Miss Woods got herself a new little boy rooster, but he'd be off somewhere and won't tell her. First thing, though, us got to eat together, Janie. Then we can talk. One thing, I won't send you out after no fish. He pinched her on the side and ignored what she said. Tain't no need of neither one of us working this morning. Call Miss Samuels and let her fix whatever you want. Tea Cake, if you don't hurry up and tell me, I'll take and beat your head flat as a dime. Tea Cake stuck out until he had some breakfast. Then he talked and acted out the story. He spied the money while he was tying his tie. He took it up and looked at it out of curiosity and put it in his pocket to count it while he was out to find some fish to fry. When he found out how much it was, he was excited and felt like letting folks know who he was. Before he found the fish market, he met a fellow he used to work with at the roundhouse. One word brought on another word, another one, and pretty soon he made up his mind to spend some of it. He never had in his hand so much money before as in his life, so he made up his mind to see how it felt to be a millionaire. They went out to Callahan round the railroad shops, and he decided to give a big chicken and macaroni supper that night, free to all. He bought up the stuff, and they found somebody to pick up the guitar so they could all sing and dance some. So they sent a message all around for people to come, and come they did. A big table loaded down with fried chicken and biscuits and a wash tub full of macaroni with plenty of cheese in it. When the fellow began to pick up the box and people began to come from east, west, north, and Australia, and he stood in the door and paid all the ugly women $2 not to come in. One big Maroney-colored woman was so ugly till it was worth $5 for her not to come in, so he gave it to her. They all had a big time till one man come in who thought he was bad. He tried to pull and haul over all the chickens and pick out all the livers and gizzards to eat. Nobody couldn't even pacify him, so they called Tea Cake to come and see if he could stop him. So Tea Cake walked up to him and asked him, "Say, what's the matter with you nohow? I don't want nobody handing me nothing, especially don't hand me out no rations. I always chooses my rations." He kept right on plowing through the pile of chickens, so Tea Cake got mad. "You got more nerve than a brass monkey. Tell me, what post office did you ever pee in? I craves to know." "What you mean by that now?" the fellow asked. "I means this. It just takes as much nerve to cut caper like that in the United States government post office as it do to come pulling and hauling over every chicken I pay for. Hit the ground. Damned if I ain't gonna try you this night." So they went outside to see if Tea Cake could handle the boogeroo. Tea Cake knocked out 2 of his teeth, so that man went on off right from there. The 2 men tried to pick a fight with one another, so Tea Cake said they had to kiss and make up. They didn't want to do it. They'd rather go to jail, but everybody else liked the idea, so they made him do it. Afterwards, both of them spit and gagged and wiped their mouths with the back of their hands. One went outside and chewed a little grass like a sick dog, he said, to keep it from killing him. Then everybody began to holler at the music because the man couldn't play but 3 pieces. So Tea Cake took the guitar and played himself. He was glad of the chance because he hadn't had a hand on the box since he'd put his in the pawn shop to get some money to hire a car for Janie soon after he met her. He missed his music. So that put him in the notion he ought to have one. He bought the guitar on the spot and paid $15 cash. It was really worth $65 any day. Just before the day the party wore out, so Tea Cake hurried on back to his new wife. He had done found out how rich people feel, and he had a fine guitar and $12 left in his pocket, and all he needed now was a great big old hug and a kiss from Janie. "You must have thought your wife was powerful ugly. Them ugly women that you paid $2 not to come in could get into the door. You ain't even allowed me to get that close," she pouted. "Janie, I would have to give Jacksonville with Tampa for a jump back for you to be there with me. I started to come get you 2-3 times." "Well, how come you didn't come get me?" "Janie, would you have come if I did?" "Sure I would. I likes fun just as good as you do." "Janie, I wanted to mighty much, but I was scared, too scared I might lose you." "Why?" "Them wasn't no high muckety mucks. Them was railroad hands, and they women folks. You ain't used to folks like that, and I was scared you might get all mad and quit me for just taking you 'mongst 'em. But I wanted you with me just the same. Before us got married, I made up my mind not to let you see no commonness in me. When I gets mad habits on, I go off and keep out of your sight. 'Tain't my notion to drag you down with me. Look a here, Tea Cake. If you ever go off from me and have a good time like that and then come back here telling me how nice I is, I specs to kill you dead. You hear me? So you aims to partake with everything, huh? Yeah, Tea Cake. Don't care what it is." That's what I wants to know. From now on, use my wife and my woman and everything else in the world I needs. I hope so. And honey, don't you worry about your little old $200. It's payday come this Saturday in the railroad yards. I'm going to take this $12 in my pocket and win it all back and more. How? Honey, since you lose me and give me the privilege to tell you all about myself, I'll tell you the truth. You done married one of the best gamblers God ever made. Cards or dice, either one. I can take a shoestring and win a 10-yard. Wish you could see me rolling, but this is gonna be nothing but tough men's talk, all kinds of talk. Ain't no place for you to be. But 'twon't be long 'fore you see me. All the rest of the week, Tea Cake was busy practicing up on his dice. He would flip them on the bare floor, on the rug, on the bed. He'd squat and throw, sit in a chair and throw, and stand and throw. It was very exciting to Janie, who had never touched dice in her life. Then he'd take his deck of cards and shuffle and cut, and deal out and then examine each hand carefully and do it again. So Saturday came. He went out and bought a new switchblade knife, 2 decks of star-back playing cards that morning, and left Janie around noon. They'll start paying off pretty soon now. I wants to get in the game while the big money's in it. Ain't no food. I ain't no food, no spuddin' today. I'll come home with the money or I'll come back on a stretcher. He cut 9 hairs out of the mole of his head for luck and went off happy. Janie waited till midnight without worrying, but after that, she began to be afraid. She got up and sat around scared and miserable, thinking and fearing all sorts of dangers, wondering at herself, as she had many times this week, that she was not shocked at Tea Cake's gambling. It was part of him, so it was all right. She rather found herself angry at imaginary people who might try to criticize. Let the old hypocrites learn to mind their own business and leave other folks alone. Tea Cake wasn't doing a bit more harm trying to win himself a little money than they was always doing with their lying tongues. Tea Cake had more good nature under his toenails than they had in their so-called Christian hearts. She better not hear one of them old backbiters talking about her husband. Please, Jesus, don't let them nasty niggers hurt her boy. If they do, Master Jesus, grant her a good gun and a chance to shoot him. Tea Cake had a knife, it was true, but it was only to protect himself. God knows Tea Cake wouldn't harm a fly. Daylight was creeping around the cracks of the world when Janie heard a feeble rap on the door. She sprung up to the door and flung it wide. Tea Cake was out there looking like he was asleep standing up. In some strange way, it was frightening. Janie caught his arm to arouse him, and he stumbled into the room and fell. Tea Cake, you child, what's the matter, honey? They cut me, that's all, don't cry. Come get out this coat quick as you can. He told her he wasn't cut but twice, but she had to have him naked so she could look him all over and fix him up to a certain extent. He told her not to call a doctor unless he got much worse. It was mostly loss of blood anyhow. I won the money, just like I told you. Round midnight, I had your $200 and was ready to quit, even though it was up a heap more in the game, but they wanted a chance to win it back, so I set back down to play some more. I knowed that old double ugly was about broke and wanted to fight about it, so I set to give him a chance to get back his money and then give him a quick trip to hell if he tried to pull that razor I glimpsed in his pocket. Honey, no up-to-date man don't fool with no razor. That man with a switchblade will be done cut you to death while you foolin' with the razor. But double ugly brags he's too fast with it to get hurt, but I know better. So around 4 o'clock, I done cleaned him out complete, except for 2 men that got up and left when they had money for groceries, and 1 man that was lucky. Then I rose to bid him goodbye again. None of 'em didn't like it, but they realized it was fair. I done give him a fair chance. All but double ugly. He claimed I switched the dice. I shoved the money down deep in my pocket and picked up my hat and coat with my left hand and kept my right hand on my knife. I didn't care what he said as long as he didn't try to do nothing. I got my hat on and 1 arm in my coat, and I got close to the door. Right there he jumped at me as I turned to see the doorsteps outside, and he cut me twice in the back. Baby, I run my other arm in my coat sleeve and grabbed that nigger by his necktie before he could bat his eye, and I was all over him just like gravy over rice. He lost his razor trying to get loose from me. He was hollering for me to turn him loose, but baby, I turned him every way but loose. I left him on the doorstep and got up to you the quickest way I could. I don't know. I ain't cut too deep 'cause he was too scared to run on me close enough. Sort of pulled the flesh together with sticker plaster. I'll be all right in a day or so. Janie was painting on iodine and crying. You ain't the one to be crying, Janie. It's his old lady ought to do that. You done give me luck. Look in my left hand's pocket and see what your daddy brought you. And when I tell you I'm going to bring it, I don't lie. They counted it together. $322. It was almost like Tea Cake held up the paymaster. He made her take the 200 and put it back in the secret place. Then Janie told him about the other money she had in the bank. Put that 200 back with the rest, Janie. My dice. I ain't need no assistance to help me feed my woman. From now on, you gonna eat whatever my money can buy you and wear the same. And when I ain't got nothing, you don't get nothing. That's all right with me. He was getting drowsy, but he pinched her leg playfully because he was glad she took things the way he wanted her to. Listen, Mama, soon as I get over this little cut and scrape, we're gonna do something crazy. What's that? We going on the muck. What's a muck? And where's it at? Oh, down in the Everglades around Clewiston and Belglade, where they raise all the cane and the string beans and tomatoes. Folks don't do nothing down there but make money and fun and foolishness. We must go there. He drifted off into sleep, and Janie looked down on him and felt a self-crushing love. So her soul crawled out from its hiding place.
14th. Unless you want to go to 3.
No, whatever you want.
You can do it. You go ahead.
Whatever. You want to read with me? What do you?
No. Just I was gonna like, because it's getting kind of like I know because you're supposed to be sharing reading with someone, but that's okay. I'll read like you can finish if you want to, like till 3 o'clock. Okay. I know now we're having a whole conversation online. Okay. Okay. To Janie's strange eyes, everything in the Everglades was big and new. Big Lake Okeechobee, big beans, big canes, big weeds, big everything. Weed that did well to grow waist high up the state, were 8 and often 10 feet tall down there. Ground so rich that everything went wild. Volunteer cane just taking the place. Dirt roads so rich and black, and half a mile of it would have fertilized the Kansas wheat field. Wild cane on either side of the road, hiding the rest of the world. People wild too. Season don't open up till last of September, but we had to get here ahead of time to get us a room. TK explained. 2 weeks from now, it'll be just so many folks. Hey, they won't be looking fish for the room. They'll just be looking for somewhere to sleep. Now we got a chance to get us a room at the hotel where they have bathtubs. You can't live on the muck without take a bath every day. Do that muck'll itch you and like ants. Ain't but one round here with a bathtub. Ain't nowhere near enough rooms. What we gonna do around here? All day picking beans, all night picking my box and rolling dice. Between the beans and the dice, I can't lose. All's gonna be going right, and now to pick me up at the job of work with the best man on the muck before the rest of them get here. You can always get jobs around here in the season, but not with the right folks. When do the jobs open up, Tea Cake? Everybody around here look like they waiting too. That's right. The big man have a certain time they open up in the season, just like in everything else. My boss man didn't get sufficient seed. He out hunting up a few more bushels. Then we's going planting. Bushels, yes, bushels. They ain't got no game for put pennies. Po man ain't got no business at the show. The very next day, he burst into the room in high excitement. Boss done bought out another man and want me to go down the lake. He got a house full the first one that the get here. Let's go. They rattled 9 miles in a borrowed car to the quarters that squatted so close that only the dike separated them from the great sprawling Okibo. Oh, I gotta figure out how to say that. Oshibo. Janie fussed around the shack, making a home while Tea Cake planted beans. After hours, they finished. Every now and then, they'd run across a party of Indians in their long, narrow dugouts, calmly winning their living in the trackless ways of the glades. Finally, the beans were in. Nothing to do but wait to pick them. Tea Cake picked up a box and a great deal for Janie, but he still didn't have enough to do. No need of gambling yet. The people who were pouring in were broke. They didn't come bringing money, they were coming to make some. Tell you what, Janie, let's buy us some shooting tools and go around here. That would be fine, TK, excepting I can't shoot, but love to go with you. Oh, you need to learn how. There ain't no need of you not knowing how to handle a shooting tool. Even if you didn't ever find no game, it's always some trashy rascal that need a good killing, he laughed. Let's go on into the Palm Beach and spend our money. Every day they were practicing. Tea Cake made her shoot at little things just to give her good aim. Pistols and shotguns and rifles. It was so the others stood around and watched them. Some of the men would beg for a shot at the target themselves. It was the most exciting thing on the muck, better than the juke and the pool room, unless some special band was playing for a dance. And the thing that got everybody was the way Janie caught on. She got to the place, she shoot a hawk out of a pine tree and not tear him up. Shoot his head off. She got to be a better shot than TK. Then go out in the late afternoon and come back loaded down with game. One night they got a boat and went out hunting alligators, shining their fluorescent eyes, shooting them in the dark. They could sell the hides and teeth in Palm Beach, besides having fun together till work got pressing. Day by day, the hordes of workers poured in. Some came limping in with their shoes and sore feet from walking. It's hard to follow your shoes instead of your it's hard to follow your shoe instead of your shoe following you. They came back in wagons from way up in Georgia, and they came in truckloads from the east and west and south. Permanent transients with no attachments and tired-looking men with their families and dogs and flivvers, all night, all day, hurrying in to pick beams, skillets, beds, patched up spare inner tubes, all hanging, dangling from the ancient cars on the outside. Hopefully, humanity herded, hovered on the inside, checking up to the muck. People ugly from ignorance and broken from being poor. All night from the jukes clanged and clamored. Pianos living three lifetimes in one. Blues made and used on the spot. Dancing, fighting, singing, crying, laughing, winning, losing, love every hour. Work all day for money. Fight all night for love. The rich black earth clinging to bodies and biting the skin like ants. Finally, no more sleeping places. Oh, this is a short chapter. Finally, no more sleeping places. Men made big fires. 50 or 60 men slept around each of them, each fly fire, but they had to pay the man whose land they slept on. He ran the fire like his boarding place for pay, but nobody cared. They made good money, even to the children, so they spent good money. Next month and next year were other times. No need to mix them up with the present. Tea Cake's house was magnet and unauthorized center of the job. The way he would sit in the doorway and play his guitar made people stop and listen, and maybe disappoint the juke for that night. He was always laughing and full of fun, too. He kept everybody in the bean field. Janie stayed home and boiled big pots of black-eyed peas and rice. Sometimes baked big pans of baby beans with plenty of sugar and hunks of bacon laying on top. That was something Tea Cake loved so, no matter if Janie had fixed the beans 2 or 3 times during the week. They had baked beans, too, on Sunday. She was always some kind of dessert. She always had some kind of dessert, too. As Tea Cake said, it give a man something to taper off on. Sometimes she straightened out a 2-room house and take the rifle and have fried rabbits for supper when Tea Cake got home. She didn't leave him itching and scratching in his work clothes either. The kettle of hot water was already waiting when he got in. When Tea Cake took to popping in at kitchen door at odd hours between breakfast and dinner sometimes, then often around 2 o'clock, he'd come home and tease and wrestle with her for a half an hour and slip on back to work. So one day she asked him about it. TK, what you doing back in the quarters when everybody else is still working? Come to see about you. The booger man liable to tote you off with all I'm gone. Ain't no boogeyman got me to study about. Maybe you think I ain't treating you right and you watching me. No, no, Janie, I know better than that. But since you got that in your head, I'll have to tell you the real truth. So you know, Janie, I get lonesome out there all day the day thought of you. After this, you better come and get a job or work out there like the rest of us, like the rest of the women. So I won't be losing time coming home. Tea cake, you're a mess. Can't do thought me that little time. Tain't no little time. It's near about a day. So the very next day, Janie got ready to pick beans along with tea cake. There was a suppressed murmur when she picked up a basket and went to work. She was already getting to be a special case on the muck. It was generally assumed that it was generally assumed, like the rest of the women, that tea cake pumped her up to that. But all day long, the romping and playing they carried on behind the boss's back made her popular right away. It got the whole field to playing off, and on tea cake would help her with supper afterwards. You don't think I'm trying to get you out of taking care of you, do you, Janie? Because I to tell you the truth, that long out working aside, because I just work alongside of me. Tea cake asked her at the end of the first week in the field, "Ah, honey, I likes it too. It's more nicer than sitting around in these quarters all day. Clerking in that store was hard, but hey, we ain't got nothing to do but to do our work and come home in love. That house was full of people every night. That is, all around the doorstep was full. Some were there to hear tea cake pick the box. Some came to talk and tell stories, but most of them came to get into whatever game was going on that might go on. Sometimes Tea Cake lost heavily, for there were several good gamblers on the lake. Sometimes he won and made Janie proud of his skill. But outside of two jukes, everything on the job went on around these two. Sometimes Janie would think of old days in the big white house and the store and laugh to herself. What if Edenville could see her now in her blue denim jeans and heavy shoes, the crowd of people around her and a dice game on the floor? She was sorry for her friends back there and scornful of others. The men held big arguments here like they used to in the store. Only here she could listen and laugh and even talk some herself if she wanted. She got so that she could tell big stories herself from listening to the rest because she loved to hear it, and the men loved to hear themselves. They would woof and booger boo all around the game to the limit, no matter how rough it was. People seldom got mad because everything was done for a laugh. Everybody loved to hear Ed Dockery, Bootney, Sopty Bottom in a skin game. Ed Dockery was dealing one night, and he looked over at Sop the Bottom, and he could tell Sop thought he was going to win. He hollered, "I'll break that set of eggs." Sop looked and root the pig. Bootney asked, "What are you doing to do?" Do. Everybody was watching that next card fall. Ed got ready to turn. "I'm going to sweep out the hell and burn up the broom." He slammed another dollar. "Don't oversport yourself, Ed," Bootney challenged. "You getting too yaller." Ed caught hold of the corner of the card. Sop dropped a dollar. "I'm gonna shoot into hearse and don't care how sad the funeral be," Ed said. "You see how this man is a teasing? Hell, Tea Cake nudged Sop not to bet. "You gonna get caught in the bullet storm if you don't watch out," Sop said. "I tain't nothing to bear but his curly hair. I can look through a muddy water and see dry land." Ed turned off the card and hollered, "Zachariah, I says, come down to that sycamore tree. You can't do no business." Nobody fell on that card. Everybody was scared of the next one. Ed looked around and saw Gabe standing around behind his chair and hollered, "Move from over me, Gabe. You too black. You draw heat. Sop, you wanna pick up that bet while you got a chance? Nah. I wish 1,000 legs would put on it. So you won't listen, huh? Dumb niggers in free school. I'm gonna take and teach you. I'm mainline, but I won't get sidetracked." Ed flipped the next card and Sop fell and lost. Everybody hollered and laughed. Ed laughed. "Get off the muck. You ain't nothing. That's all. Hot boiling water won't help you none." Ed kept on laughing because he was so scared before. "Stop, Bootney, all y'all that let me win your money. I'll send it straight off to Sears and Roebuck and buy me some clothes. And when I turn out Christmas Day, it will take a doctor to tell me how I is dressed to death. All right, so now we're on chapter 15. Thank you so much, Angie.
Hello, everybody. We're from Leserati, which is a lesbian queer writing group in Los Angeles, supporting all different kinds of writing. I'm Judith.
I'm Amy.
And I'm Ellen.
Okay. Have to do it into the mic.
Oh yeah, you know, you have the mic on when you see the green. You see when you talk and you see the green, then you know it's working.
Sorry.
It's too red if you're too loud.
Okay. Hold it. Janie learned what it felt like to be jealous. A little chunky girl took to picking a play out of tea cake in the fields and in the quarters. If he said anything at all, she'd take the opposite side and hit him or shove him and run away to make him chase her. Janie knew what she was up to, luring him away from the crowd. It kept up for 2 or 3 weeks, with Nunky getting bolder all the time. She'd hit Tea Cake playfully, and the minute he so much as tapped her with his fingers, she'd fall against him or fall on the ground and have to be picked up. She'd be almost helpless. It took a good deal of handling to set her on her feet again. And another thing, Tea Cake didn't seem to be able to fend her off as promptly as Janie thought he ought to. She began to be snappish a little. A little seed of fear was growing into a tree. Maybe someday Tea Cake would weaken. Maybe he had already given secret encouragement, and this is Nunky's way of bragging about it. Other people began to notice too, and that put Janie more on a wonder. One day they were working near where the beans ended and the sugar cane began. Janie had marched off a little from Tea Cake's side with another woman for a chat. When she glanced around, Tea Cake was gone, Nunky too. She knew because she looked. "Where's Tea Cake?" she asked soft to bottom. He waved his hands towards the cane field and hurried away. Janie never thought at all. She just acted on feelings. She rushed into the cane, and about the 5th row down, she found Tea Cake and Nunky struggling. She was on them before either knew. "What's the matter here?" Jane asked in a cold rage. They sprang apart. "Nothing," Tea Cake told her, standing shamefaced. "Well, what you doing in here? How come you ain't out there with the rest?" "She grabbed my working tickets out of my shirt pocket and I run to get them back," Tea Cake explained, showing the tickets, considerably mauled about in the struggle. Janie made a move to seize Nunky, but the girl fled. So she took out behind her over the humped up cane rows, but Nunky did not mean to be caught, so Janie went on home. The sight of the fields and the other happy people was too much for her that day. She walked slowly and thoughtfully to the quarters. It wasn't long before Tea Cake found her there and tried to talk. She cut him short with a blow, and they fought from one room to another. Janie trying to beat him and Tea Cake holding her wrists and wherever he could to keep her from going too far. "I believe you've been messing around with her," she panted ferociously. "No such a thing," Tea Cake retorted. "I believe you did. Don't care how big a lie I get told, nobody can believe it." They fought on. "You done hurt my heart. Now you come with a lie to bruise my ears? Turn go my hands," Janie seethed. But Tea Cake never let go. They wrestled on until they were doped with their own fumes and emanations, till their clothes had been torn away, till he hurled her on the floor and held her there, melting her resistance with the heat of his body, doing things with their bodies to express the inexpressible. Kissed her until she arched her body to meet him, and they fell asleep in sweet exhaustion. The next morning, Janie asked like a woman, "You still love old Nunky?" "Nah, never did, and you know it. I didn't want her." "Yeah, you did." She didn't say this because she believed it. She wanted to hear his denial. She had to crow over the fallen Nunky. What would I have done with that little chunk of a woman with you around? She ain't good for nothing except to set up in the corner by the kitchen stove and break wood over my head. Use something to make a man forget to get old and forget to die.
Okay. This is chapter 16. The season closed and people went away like they had come, in droves. Tea Cake and Janie decided to stay since they wanted to make another season on the muck. There was nothing to do after they had gathered several bushels of dried beans to save over and sell to the planters in the fall. So Janie began to look around and see people and things she hadn't noticed during the season. For instance, during the summer when she heard the subtle but compelling rhythms of the Bahamian drummers, she'd walk over and watch the dances. She did not laugh the saws to scorn as she had heard the people doing in the season. She got to like it a lot, and she and Tea Cake were on hand every night till the others teased them about it. Janie came to know Mrs. Turner now. She had seen her several times during the season, but neither ever spoke. Now they got to be visiting friends. Mrs. Turner was a milky sort of a woman that belonged to childbed. Her shoulders rounded a little, and she must have been conscious of her pelvis because she kept it stuck out in front of her so she could always see it. Tea Cake made a lot of fun about Mrs. Turner's shape behind her back. He claimed that she had been shaped up by a cow kicking her from behind. She was an ironing board with things thrown at it. Then that same cow took and stepped in her mouth when she was a baby and left it wide and flat with her chin and nose almost meeting. But Mrs. Turner's shape and features were entirely approved by Mrs. Turner. Her nose was slightly pointed, and she was proud. Her thin lips were an ever delight to her eyes. Even her buttocks in bas relief were a source of pride. To her way of thinking, all these things set her aside from Negroes. That was why she sought out Janie to befriend with. Janie's coffee and cream complexion and her luxurious hair made Mrs. Turner forgive her for wearing overalls like the other women who worked in the fields. She didn't forgive her for marrying a man as dark as Tea Cake, but she felt that she could remedy that. That was what her brother was born for. She seldom stayed long when she found Tea Cake at home, but when she happened to drop in and catch Janie alone, she'd spend hours chatting away. Her just favorite subject was Negroes. Miss Woods, I often said to my husband, I don't see how a lady like Miss Woods can stand all them common niggers round her place all the time. They don't worry me at all, Miss Turner. Fact about the things is, they tickles me when they talk. You got more nerve than me when somebody talked my husband into coming down here to open up the eating place. I never dreamt so many different kinds of black folks could collect in one place. That I never would have come. I ain't used to associating with black folks. My son claims they draws lightning. They laughed a little, and after many of these talks, Mrs. Turner said, your husband must have had plenty of money when y'all got married. What make you think that, Miss Turner? To get hold of a woman like you, you got more nerve than me. I just couldn't see myself married to no black man. It's too many black folks already. We ought to lighten up the race. No, my husband didn't have nothing but himself. He's easy to love if you mess around him. I loves him. Well, you Miss Woods, I don't believe it. You're just sort of hypnotized, that's all. Nah, it's real. How could it if he was to quit me? Don't know what I'd do. He can take most any little thing and make summertime out of it when times is dull. Then we lives off of that happiness he made till some more happiness come along. You isn't different from me. I can't stand black niggers. I don't blame the white folks from hating them because I can't stand them myself. Another thing, I hates to see folks like me and you mixed up with them. Us ought to class off. Us can't do it. We so mingled people and all us got black kinfolks as well as yellow kinfolks. How come you so against black? They makes me tired. I always laughing. They laughs too much and they laughs too loud. Always singing old nigger songs. Always cutting the monkey for white folks. If it wasn't for so many black folks, it wouldn't be no race problem. The white folks would take us in with them. The black ones is holding us back. You reckon? Of course, I never thought about it too much, but I don't figure they even gonna want us for company. We're too poor. Tain't the poorness, it's the color and the features. Who would want any old black baby laying up in the black buggy looking like a fly in buttermilk? Who wants to be mixed up with a rusty black man and a black woman going down the street in all them loud colors and whooping and hollering and laughing over nothing? I don't know. Don't bring no nigger doctor to hang over my sick bed. I done had 6 chillin', wasn't lucky enough to raise but that one, and ain't never had a nigger to even feel my pulse. White doctors always gets my money. I don't go in no nigger store to buy nothing neither. Colored folks don't know nothing about no business. Deliver me. Mrs. Turner was almost screaming in fanatical earnestness by now. Janie was dumb and bewildered before, and she clucked sympathetically and wished she knew what to say. It was so evident that Mrs. Turner took black folk as a personal affront to herself. Look at me. Ain't got no flat nose and liver lips. I'm a featured woman. I got white folks' features in my face. Still, and all I got to be lumped in with all the rest. It ain't fair. Even if they don't take us in with the whites, they ought to make us a class to ourselves. It don't worry me at all, but I reckon I ain't got no head for thinking. He ought to meet my brother. He's real smart. Got dead straight hair. They made him a delegate to the Sunday school convention, and he read a paper on Booker T. Washington and tore him to pieces. Booker T? He was a great man, big man, wasn't he? Supposed to be. All he ever done was cut the monkey for white folks, so they pumped him up. But you know what the old folks say, the higher the monkey climbs, the more he show his behind. So that's the way it was with Booker T. My brother hit him every time they give him a chance to speak. I was raised on the notion that he was a great big man, was all that Janie knew to say. He didn't do nothing but hold us back, talking about work when the race ain't done nothing else. He was an enemy to us, that's what. He was a white folks nigger. According to all Janie had been taught, this was sacrilege, so she sat without speaking at all. But Mrs. Turner went on. I done sent for my brother to come down and spend a while with us. He's sort of out of work now. I want to meet him, most special. You and him would make up a swell couple if he wasn't already married. He's a fine carpenter when he can get anything to do. Yeah, maybe so, but I is married now, so 'tain't no use in considering. Mrs. Turner finally rose to go after being very firm about several other viewpoints of either herself, her son, or her brother. She begged Janie to drop in on her anytime, but never once mentioning tea cake. Finally, she was gone, and Janie hurried to her kitchen to put on supper and found tea cake sitting in there with his head between his hands.
Tea cake. I didn't know you was home. I know you didn't. I've been here a long time listening to that heifer run me down to the dogs and try to tow you off from me. So that what was she was up to? I didn't know. Of course she is. She got some no-count brother she wants to hook you up with and take care of, I reckon. Shucks, if that's her notion, she barking up the wrong tree. My hand's full already. Thank you, ma'am. I hate that woman like poison. Keep her from round his house. Her look like a white woman with that mariny skin and hair just as close to her head as 99 is to 100. Since she hate black folks so, she don't need our money in her old eating place. I'll pass the word along. We can go to that white man's place and get good treatment. Her and that whittled down husband of hers and that son, he just a dirty trick her womb played on her. I'm telling her husband to keep her home and I don't want her around this house. One day, Tea Cake met Turner and his son on the street. He was a vanishing looking kind of man, as there used to be parts of him about him that stuck out individually, but now he hadn't a thing about him that wasn't dwindled and blurred. Just like he'd been sandpapered down to a long oval mass. Tea Cake felt sorry for him without knowing why, so he didn't blurt out the insults he'd intended, but he couldn't hold in everything. They talked about the prospects for the coming season for a moment. Then Tea Cake said, "Your wife don't seem to have nothing much to do, so she can visit a lot. Mine got too much to do to go visiting and too much to spend time talking to folks that visit her. My wife take time for whatever she want to. Real strong-headed that way, yes indeed." He laughed a high, lungless laugh. "The chillin' don't keep her in no more, so she visits when she chooses." "The chillin'? Tea Cake asked him in surprise. You got any smaller than him? He indicated the son, who seemed about 20 or so. I ain't seen your others. Oh, I reckon you ain't, 'cause they all passed on before this one was born. We ain't had no luck at all with our children. We're lucky to raise him. He's the last stroke of exhausted nature. He gave his powerless laugh again, and Tea Cake said the boy joined in with him. Then Tea Cake walked on off and went home to Janie. Her husband can't do nothing with that butt-headed woman. All you can do is treat her cold whenever she come round here. Janie tried that, but short of telling Mrs. Turner bluntly, there was nothing she could do to discourage her completely. She felt honored by Janie's acquaintance, and she quickly forgave and forgot snubs in order to keep it. Anyone who looked more white folkish than herself was better than she was in her criteria. Therefore, it was right that they should be cruel to her at times, just as she was cruel to those more negroid than herself in direct ratio to their negroness. Like the pecking order in a chicken yard. Insensate cruelty to those you can whip and groveling submission to those you can't. Once having set up her idols and built altars to them, it was inevitable that she would worship there. It was inevitable that she should accept any inconsistency and cruelty from her deity, as all good worshipers do from theirs. All gods who receive homage are cruel. All gods dispense suffering without reason. Otherwise, they would not be worshipped. Through indiscriminate suffering, men know fear, and fear is the most divine emotion. It is the stones for altars and the beginning of wisdom. Half gods are worshipped in wine and flowers. Real gods require blood. Mrs. Turner, like all other believers, had built an altar to the unattainable, Caucasian characteristics for all. Her God would smite her, would hurl her from pinnacles, and lose her in deserts, but she would not forsake his altars. Behind her crude words was a belief that somehow she and others, through worship, could attain her paradise, a heaven of straight-haired, thin-lipped, high-nosed, boned, white seraphs. The physical impossibilities in no way injured faith. That was the mystery, and mysteries are the chores of gods. Beyond her faith was a fanaticism to defend the altars of her God. It was distressing to emerge from her inner temple and find these black desecrators howling with laughter before the door. Oh, for an army, terrible with banners and swords. So she didn't cling to Janie Woods, the woman. She paid homage to Janie's Caucasian characteristics as such. And when she was with Janie, she had a feeling of transmutation, as if she herself had become whiter and with straighter hair, and she hated Tea Cake first for his defilement of divinity and next for his telling mockery of her. If she only knew something else she could do about it, but she didn't. Once she was complaining about the carryings on at the juke, and Tea Cake snapped, "Oh, God, don't make look foolish. Finding fault with everything he made." So Mrs. Turner frowned most of the time. She had so much to disapprove of. It didn't affect Tea Cake and Janie too much. It just gave them something to talk about in the summertime when everything was dull on the muck. Otherwise, they made little trips to Palm Beach, Fort Myers, and Fort Lauderdale for their fun. Before they realized it, the sun was cooler and the crowds came pouring onto the muck again.
Chapter 17. A great deal of the old crowd were back, but there were lots of new ones too. Some of these men made passes at Janie, and women who didn't know it took out after Tea Cake. Didn't take them long to be put right, however. Still in all, jealousies arose now and then on both sides. When Mrs. Turner's brother came and she brought him over to be introduced, Tea Cake had a brainstorm. Before the week was over, he had whipped Janie, not because her behavior justified his jealousy, but it relieved that awful fear inside him. Being able to whip her reassured him in possession. No brutal beating at all. He just slapped her around a bit to show he was boss. Everybody talked about it the next day in the fields. It aroused a sort of envy in both men and women. The way he petted and pampered her as if those 2 or 3 slaps had nearly killed her made the women see visions, and the helpless way she hung on him made the men dream dreams. "Tea Cake, you show is a lucky man," Sopta Bottom told him. "A person can see every place you hit her. I bet she never raised her hand to hit you back neither." Take some of those old rusty black women and they would fight you all night long. And next day, nobody couldn't tell you ever hit them. That's the reason I done quit bitting my women. You can't make no mark on them at all. Lord, wouldn't I love to whip a tender woman like Janie? I bet she don't even holler. She just cries, eh, tea cake? That's right. See that? My woman would spread her lungs all over Palm Beach County, let alone knock out my jaw teeth. You don't know that one of mine. She got 99 rows of jaw teeth, and get her good and mad and she'll wade through solid rock up to her hip pockets. My Janie is a high time woman and used to things. I didn't get her out of the middle of the road. I got her out of the big fine house. Right now she got money enough in the bank to buy up these zigaboos and give them away. Hush your mouth. And she down here on the buck like anybody else? Janie is wherever I wants to be. That's the kind of wife she is, and I love her for it. I wouldn't be knocking her around. I didn't want to whip her last night, but old Miss Turner done sent her brother to come and bait Janie in and take her away from me. I didn't whip Janie because she done nothing. I beat her to show them Turners who is boss. I sat in the kitchen one day and heard that woman tell my wife I'm too black for her. She don't know how Janie can stand me. Tell her husband on her. Shucks, I believe he's scared of her. Knock her teeth down her throat. That would look like she had some influence when she ain't. I just let her see that I got control. So she lives off of our money and don't like black folks, huh? Okay, we'll have her gone from here before 2 weeks is up. I'm going right off to Alderman and drop the rocks again her. I ain't mad with her for what she done, because she ain't done nothing to me yet. I'm mad at her for thinking. Her and her gang gotta go. Us is with you, tea cake. You know that already. That Turner woman is real smart according to her notions. Reckon she done heard about that money your wife got in the bank, and she's bound to rope her in to her family one way or another. Sop, I don't think it's half the money as it is the looks. She is color struck. She ain't got the kind of mind you meet every day. She ain't a fact, and neither do she make a good story when you tell about her. Yeah, she's too smart to stay around here. She figures we're just a bunch of dumb niggers, so she thinks she'll grow horns. But that's a lie. She'll die butt-headed. Saturday afternoon, when the work tickets were turned into cash, everybody began to buy coon dick and get drunk. By dusk, Belglade was full of loud-talking, staggering men. Plenty women had gotten their knots charged too. The police chief in his speedy Ford was rushing from juke to juke and eating house, trying to keep order, but making few arrests. Not enough jail space for all the drunks, so why bother with a few? All he could do was to keep down fights and get the white men out of Colored Town by 9 o'clock. Dick Sterrett and Cootie May seemed to be the worst off. Their liquor told them to go from place to place, pushing and shoving and loud talking, and they were doing it. Way after a while, they arrived at Mrs. Turner's eating house and found the place full to the limit. Tea cake, stew beef, sop to bottom, bootney, motorboat, and all the familiar crowd was there. Cootie May straightened up as if in surprise and asked, "Say, what you all doing in here?" "Eating stew beef," told them. "They got beef stew, so you know I be here. We all likes to take up some rest from our women folks cooking once in a while, so us all eating away from home tonight. Anyhow, Miss Turner got the best old grub in town." Mrs. Turner, back and forth in the dining room, heard Sop when she said this and beamed. "I expect you two last ones to come is going to have to wait for a seat. I'm all full up now." "That's all right," Sterrett objected. "You fry me some fish. I can eat that standing up. Cup of coffee on the side." "Sling me up a plate of that stew beef with some coffee too, please, ma'am. Sterrett is just as drunk as I, and if he can eat standing up, I can do the same." Cootie May leaned drunkenly against the wall, and everybody laughed. Pretty soon, the girl that was waiting tables for Mrs. Turner brought in the order to Sterrett and took his fish and coffee in his hands and stood there. Cootie May couldn't take his off the tray like he should have. "Nah, you hold it for me, baby, and let me eat," he told the waitress. She took the fork and started to eat off the tray. "Nobody ain't got no time to hold your grub up in front of your face," she told Cootie May. "Here, take it yourself." "You're right," Cootie May told her. "Give it here. Sop can give me his cheer." "No, you's a lie," Sop retorted. "I ain't through, and I ain't ready to get up." Cootie May tried to shove Sop out of the chair, and Sop resisted. That brought on a whole lot of shoving and scrambling, and coffee got spilt on Sop. So he aimed at Kudime with a saucer and hit Bootney. Bootney threw his thick coffee cup at Kudime and he just missed stew beef. So it got to be a big fight. Mrs. Turner came running in out of the kitchen. Then Tea Cake got up and caught hold of Kudime by the collar. Look here, you all, don't come in here and raise no disturbance in the place. Miss Turner too nice a woman for that. In fact, she's more nicer than anybody else on the muck. Mrs. Turner beamed on Tea Cake. I knows that. All of us knows it. But I don't give a damn how nice she is. I got to have some place to sit down and eat. Sop ain't going to bluff me neither. Let him fight like a man. Take your hands off me, Tea Cake. No, I won't either. You coming out of the place. Who going to make me come out? Me, that's who. I'm in here, ain't I? If you don't want to respect nice people like Mrs. Turner, God knows you ain't going to respect me. Come on out of here, Goody May. Turn 'em loose, Tea Cake, Sterrett shouted. That's my buddy. Us come in here together and we ain't going nowhere until I go myself. Well, both of you is going, Tea Cake shouted and fastened down on Cootie May. Dockery grabbed Scarrett and they wrestled all over the place. Some more joined in and dishes and tables began to crash. Mrs. Turner saw with dismay that Tea Cake's taking them out was worse than letting them stay. She ran out in the back somewhere and got her husband to put a stop to things. He came in, took a look, and squinched down into a chair in an off corner and didn't open his mouth. So Mrs. Turner struggled into the mass and caught Tea Cake by the arm. That's all right, Tea Cake. I appreciate your help, but leave him alone. No, sir, Miss Turner. I'm going to show them they can't come running over nice people and loud talk no place while I'm around. They going to out of here. By that time, everybody in and around the place was taking sides. Somehow or other, Mrs. Turner fell down and nobody knew she was down there under all the fighting and broken dishes and crippled up tables and broken off chair legs and window panes and such things. It got so that the floor was knee deep with something no matter where you put your foot down. But T kept getting right on until Kudame told him, I'm wrong. Y'all tried to tell me right and I wouldn't listen. I ain't mad with nobody. Just to show y'all I'm mad, me and Sterrett gonna buy everybody something to drink. Old man Vickers got some good coondick over around Pocono. Come on, everybody, let's go get our knots churched. Everybody got up in good humor and left. Mrs. Turner got up off the floor, hollering for the police. Look at her place. How come nobody didn't call the police? Then she found out that one of her hands was all stepped on and her fingers were bleeding pretty pert. 2 or 3 people who were not there during the fracas poked their heads in at the door to sympathize, but that made Mrs. Turner madder. She told them where to go in a hurry. Then she saw her husband sitting over there in the corner with his long bony legs all crossed up, smoking his pipe. What kind of man is you, Turner? You see these no-count niggers come in here and break up my place? How can you sit and see your wife all trampled on? You ain't no kind of man at all. You seen that tea cake above me? Shove me down? Yes, you did. You ain't raised your hand to do nothing about it. Turner removed his pipe and answered, yeah, and you see how I did swell up too, didn't you? You tell Tea Cake he better be careful I don't swell up again. At that, Turner crossed his legs the other way and kept right on smoking his pipe. Mrs. Turner headed him the best she could with her hurt hand and then spoke her mind for half an hour. It's a good thing my brother wasn't around here when it happens, so he would have killed somebody. My son too. They got some manhood about him. He's going back to Miami, where folks is civilized. Nobody told her right away that her son and brother were already on their way after pointed warnings outside the cafe. No time for fooling around. They were hurrying into Palm Beach. She did find that out later on. Monday morning, Kudame and Sterrett stopped by and begged her pardon profusely and gave her $5 apiece. Then Kudame said, they tell me I was drunk Saturday night and clowning down. I don't remember a thing about it, but when I get to peeping through my liquor, they tell me I'm a mess.
Chapter 18. Good. Oh, thanks. Chapter 18. Since Tea Cake and Janie had befriended with Bahamian workers in the glades, the Saws had been gradually drawn into the American crowd. They quit hiding out to hold their dances when they found out that their American friends didn't laugh at them as they feared. Many of the Americans learned to jump and liked it as much as the Saws. So they began to hold dances night after night in the quarters, usually behind Tea Cake's house. Often now, Tea Cake and Janie stayed up so late at the fire dances that Tea Cake would not let her go with him to the field. He wanted her to get a rest. So she was home by herself one afternoon when she saw a band of Seminoles passing by. The men walking in front and the laden, stolid women following them like burros. She had seen Indians several times in the glades, in twos and threes, but this was a large party. They were headed towards the Palm Beach Road and kept moving steadily. About an hour later, another party appeared and went the same way. Then another, just before sundown. This time she asked where they were all going, and at last one of the men answered her. Going to high ground, sawgrass bloom, hurricane coming. Everybody was talking about it that night, but nobody was worried. The fire dance kept up till nearly dawn. The next day, more Indians moved east, unhurried but steady. Still a blue sky and fair weather. Beans running fine and prices good, so the Indians must be wrong. You couldn't have a hurricane when you're making $7 and $8 a day picking beans. Indians are dumb anyhow, always were. Another night of stew beef, making dynamic subtleties with his drum and living sculptural grotesques in the dance. Next day, no Indians passed at all. It was hot and sultry, and Janie left the field and went home. Morning came without motion. The winds to the tiniest, lisping baby breath had left the earth. Even before the sun gave light, dead day was creeping from bush to bush, watching man. Some rabbits scurried through the quarters going east. Some possums slunk by, and their route was definite. One or two at a time, then more. By the time the people left the fields, the procession was constant. Snakes, rattlesnakes began to cross the quarters. The men killed a few, but they could not be missed from the crawling horde. People stayed indoors until daylight. Several times during the night, Janie heard the snort of big animals, like deer. Once the muted voice of a panther going east and east. That night, the palm and banana trees began that long-distance talk with rain. Several people took fright and picked up and went into Palm Beach anyway. 1,000 buzzards held a flying meet and then went above the clouds and stayed. One of the Bahaman boys stopped by Tea-Cake's house in a car and hollered. Tea-Cake came out throwing laughter over his shoulder into the house. Hello, Tea-Cake. Hello, Les. You leaving? I see. Yeah, man, you and Janie want to go? I wouldn't give nobody else a chance to seat till I found out if you all had any way to go. Thank you ever so much, Liz, but we about decided to stay. De crow gone up, man. That ain't nothing. You ain't seen de bossman go up, is ya? Well, all right now, man. The money's too good on the muck. It's liable to fare off by tomorrow. I wouldn't leave if I was you. My uncle come for me. He say hurricane warning out in Palm Beach. Not so bad there, but man, this muck is too low and that big lake is liable to bust. Oh, no, man. Some boys in there. Now, talking about it. Some of them been in the glades for years. Tain't nothing but a little blow. You'll lose the whole day tomorrow trying to get back out here. The Indians gone east, man. It's dangerous. They don't always know. Indians don't know much nothing, to tell you the truth. Else they own this country still. The white folks ain't gone nowhere. They ought to know if it's dangerous. You better stay here, man. Big jumping dance tonight right here when it fair off. Elias hesitated and started to climb out, but his uncle wouldn't let him. This time tomorrow you gonna wish you followed Crow, he snorted and drove off. Elias waved back to them gaily. If I never see you no more on earth, I'll meet you in Africa. Others hurried east like the Indians and rabbits and snakes and coons, but the majority sat around laughing and waiting for the sun to get friendly again. Several men collected at Tea-Cake's house and sat around stuffing courage into each other's ears. Janie baked a big pan of beans and something she called sweet biscuits, and they all managed to be happy enough. Most of the great flamethrowers were there and naturally handling Big John de Conquer and his works. How he had done everything big on earth and went up to heaven without dying at all. Went up there picking a guitar and got all the angels doing the ring shout round and round the throne. Then everybody but God and old Peter flew off on a flying race to Jericho and back, and John de Conquer won the race. Went on down to hell, beat the old devil, and passed out ice water to everybody down there. Somebody tried to say that it was a mouth organ harp that John was playing, but the rest of them would not hear that. Don't care how good anybody can play a harp, God would rather hear a guitar. That brought them back to Tea-Cake. How come he couldn't hit that box of liquor too? Well, all right now, make us know it. When it got good to everybody, Muck Boy woke up and began to chant with a rhythm, and everybody bore down on the last word of the line. Your mama don't wear no drawers, and I seen her when she took 'em off. She soaked 'em alcohol. She sold 'em to Santa Claus. He told her 'twas against the law to wear them dirty drawers. Then Muckboy went crazy through the feet and danced himself and everybody else crazy. When he finished, he sat back down on the floor and went to sleep again. Then they got to playing Florida Flip and Coon Can. Then it was dice. Not for money. This was a show off game. Everybody posing his fancy shots. As always, it boiled down to tea cake and motorboat. Tea cake with his shy grin, and motorboat with his face like a little black cherubim. Um, just from a church tower doing amazing things with anybody's dice. The others forgot the work and the weather watching them throw. It was art. $1,000 a throw in Madison Square Garden wouldn't have gotten any more breathless suspense. It would have just been more people holding in. After a while, somebody looked out and said, "It ain't getting no fair out there. Believe 'em, I'll get on over to my shack." Motorboat and Tea Cake were still playing, so everybody left them at it. Sometime that night, the winds came back. Everything in the world had a strong rattle, sharp and short, like stew beef vibrating the drumhead near the edge with his fingers. By morning, Gabriel was playing the deep tones in the center of the drum. So when Janey looked out of her door, she saw the drifting mists gathered in the west, that cloud field of the sky, to arm themselves with thunders and march forth against the world. Louder and higher and lower and wider, the sound and motion spread, mounting, sinking, darking. It woke up old Okeechobee, and the monster began to roll in his bed. Began to roll and complain like a peevish world on a grumble. The folks in the quarters and the people in the big houses further around the shore heard the big lake and wondered. The people felt uncomfortable but safe because there were the sea walls to chain the senseless monster in his bed. The folks let the people do the thinking. If the castles thought themselves secure, the cabins needn't worry. Their decision was already made, as always. Chink up your cracks, shiver in your wet beds, and wait on the mercy of the Lord. The boss man might have the thing stopped before morning anyway. It is so easy to be hopeful in the daytime when you can see things you wish on. But it was night. It stayed night. Night was striding across nothingness with the whole round world in his hands. A big burst of thunder and lightning that trampled over the roof of the house. So Tea Cake and Motor stopped playing. Motor looked up in his angel-looking way and said, "Big Massa draw him chair upstairs." "I'm glad you all stopped that crap shooting even if it wasn't for money," Cheney said. "Oh, Massa is doing his work now. Us ought to keep quiet." They huddled closer and stared at the door. They just didn't use another part of their bodies, and they didn't look at anything but the door. The time was past for asking the white folks what to look for through that door. 6 eyes were questioning God. Through the screaming wind, they heard things crashing and things hurtling and dashing with unbelievable velocity. A baby rabbit, terror-ridden, squirmed through a hole in the floor and squatted off there in the shadows against the wall, seeming to know that nobody wanted its flesh at such a time. And the lake got madder and madder with only its dikes between them and him. In a little wind lull, Tea Cake touched Janey and said, "I reckon you wish now you had have stayed in your big house way such as this, don't you?" "No." "No?" "Yeah, no. People don't die till time come, nohow. Don't care where you at. I'm with my husband in a storm, that's all." "Thank you, ma'am. But supposing you was to die now, you wouldn't get mad at me for dragging you here?" "No. We've been together round 2 years. If you can see the light at daybreak, you don't care if you die at dusk. It's so many people never seen the light at all. I was fumbling round and God opened the door." He dropped to the floor and he put his head in her lap. "Well then, Janey, you meant what you didn't say, 'cause I never knowed you so satisfied with me like that. I kind of thought." The wind came back with triple fury and put out the light for the last time. They sat in company with the others in other shanties, their eyes straining against crude walls and their souls asking if he meant to measure their puny might against his. They seemed to be staring at the dark, but their eyes were watching God.
As soon as Tea Cake went out, pushing wind in front of him, he saw that the wind and water had given life to lots of things that folks think of as dead and given death to so much that had been living things. Water everywhere, stray fish swimming in the yard. 3 inches more and the water would be in the house, already in some. He decided to try to find a car to take them out of the glades before worse things happened. He turned back to tell Janie about it so she could be ready to go. Get our insurance papers together, Janie. I'll tote my box myself and things like that. You got all the money out of the dresser drawer already? No, get it quick and cut up a piece of the tablecloth to wrap it up in. It's liable to get wet to our necks. Cut a piece of that oilcloth quick for our papers. We got to go if it ain't too late. The dish can't bear it out no longer. He snatched the oilcloth off the table and took out his knife. Janie held it straight while he slashed off a strip. But tea cake's too awful out there. Maybe it's better to stay here in the wet than it is to try to... He stunned the argument with half a word. Fix, he said, and fought his way outside. He had seen more than Janie had. Janie took up a big needle and ran up a longish sack, found some newspaper and wrapped up the paper money and papers and thrust them in and whipped over the open end with her needle. Before she could get it thoroughly hidden in the pocket of her overalls, Tea Cake burst in again. "'Tain't no cars, Janie. Thought not. What we gonna do now? We got to walk. In all this weather, Tea Cake, I don't believe I could make it out to quarters." "Oh yeah, you can. Me and you and Motorboat can all lock arms and hold one another down. Eh, Motor?" "He's asleep on the bed yonder," Janie said. Tea Cake called without moving. "Motorboat, you better get up there. Hell done broke loose in Gregory, in Georgie. This minute. How can you sleep at time like this? Water knee deep in the yard." They stepped out in water almost to their buttocks and managed to turn east. Tea Cake had to throw his box away, and Janie saw how it hurt him. Dodging flying missiles, floating dangers, avoiding stepping in holes, and warmed on the wind now at the backs until they gained comparatively dry land. They had to fight to keep from being pushed the wrong way and to hold together. They saw other people like themselves struggling along. A house down, here and there, frightened cattle. But above all, the drive of the wind and the water, and the lake. Under its multiplied roar could be heard a mighty sound of grinding rock and timber and a wail. They looked back, saw people trying to run in raging waters and screaming when they found they couldn't. A huge barrier of the makings of the dike to which the cabins had been added was rolling and tumbling forward. 10 feet higher, and as far as they could see, the muttering wall advanced before the braced up waters like a road crusher on a cosmic scale. The monstropolis beast had left its bed. The 200 miles an hour wind had loosed his chains. He seized hold of his dikes and ran forward until he met the quarters, uprooted them like grass, and rushed on after his supposed-to-be conquerors, rolling the dikes, rolling the houses, rolling the people in the houses along with other timbers. The sea was walking the earth with a heavy heel. "The lake is coming," Tea Cake gasped. "The lake," in amazed horror from Motorboat. "The lake." "It's coming behind us," Janie shuddered. "Us can't fly, but we can still run," Tea Cake shouted, and they ran. The gushing water ran faster. The great body was held back, but rivers spouted through fissures in the rolling wall and broke like day. The three fugitives ran past another line of shanties that topped a slight rise and gained a little. They cried out as best they could, "The lake is coming!" And barred doors flew open and others joined them in flight, crying the same as they went, "The lake is coming!" And the pursuing waters growled and shouted ahead, "Yes, I'm coming!" And those who could fled on. They made it to a tall house on a hump of ground, and Janie said, "Let's stop here. I can't make it no further. I'm done give out." "All us is done give out," Tea Cake corrected. "We going inside out this weather, kill or cure." He knocked with the handle of his knife while they leaned their faces and shoulders against the wall. He knocked once more, and then he and Motorboat went round the back and forced a door. Nobody there. "These people have more sense than I did," Tea Cake said as they dropped to the floor and lay there panting. "Us oughta went on with Leas like he asked me." You didn't know, Janie contended. And when you don't know, you just don't know. The storms might not come, or might not have come, sure enough. They went to sleep promptly, but Janie woke up first. She heard the sound of rushing water and sat up. Tea cake, motorboat, the lake is coming. The lake was coming on, slower and wider, but coming. It had trampled on most of its supporting wall and lowered its front by spreading, but it came muttering and grumbling onward like a tired mammoth just the same. This is a high, tall house. Maybe it won't reach here at all, Janie counseled. And if it do, maybe it won't reach to upstairs part. Janie, Lake Okeechobee's 40 miles wide and 60 miles long. That's a whole heap of water. If this wind is shoving that whole lake this away, this house ain't nothing to swallow. Us better get going. Motorboat. What you want, man? The lake is coming. Oh, no, it ain't. Yes, it is so coming. Listen, you can hear it way off. It can just come on. I'll just wait right here. Oh, get up, motorboat. Let's make it to the Palm Beach Road. That's on a fill. It was pretty safe there. I'm safe here, man. Go ahead if you wants to. I'm sleepy. What you gonna do if the lake reach here? Go upstairs. Supposing to come up there. Swim, man, that's all. Well, goodbye, motorboat. Everything is pretty bad, you know. Us might get missed of one another. You're sure it's a grand friend for a man to have. Goodbye, tea cake. Y'all ought to stay here and sleep, man. No use in going off and leaving me like this. We don't want to. Come on with us. It might be nighttime when the water hem you up in here. That's how come I won't. How come I won't stay? Come on, man. Tea cake. I got to have my sleep. Definitely. Goodbye, then, motor. I wish you all the luck. Going over to NASA for that visit with you when all this is over. Definitely, tea cake. My mama's house is yours. Tea cake and Janie were some distance from the house before they struck serious water. Then they had to swim a distance, and Janie could not hold up more than a few strokes at a time, so Tea Cake bore her up until finally they hit a ridge that led on toward the fill. It seemed to him the wind was weakening a little, so he kept looking for a place to rest and catch his breath. His wind was gone. Janie was tired and limping, but she had not had to do that hard swimming in the turbulent waters, so Tea Cake was much worse off, but they couldn't stop. Gaining the fill that was something that was no guarantee. The lake was coming. They had to reach the 6-mile bridge. It was high and safe, perhaps. Everybody was walking the fill, hurrying, dragging, falling, crying, calling out names hopefully and hopelessly. Wind and rain beating on old folks and beating on babies. Tea Cake stumbled once or twice in his weariness, and Janie held him up. So they reached the bridge at 6-Mile Bend and thought to rest. But it was crowded. White people had preempted that point of elevation, and there was no more room. They could climb up one of its high sides and down the other, but that was all. Miles further on, still no rest. They passed a dead man in a sitting position on a hummock, entirely surrounded by wild animals and snakes. Common danger made common friends. Nothing sought a conquest over the other. Another man clung to a cypress tree on a tiny island. A tin roof of a building hung from the branches by electric wires, and the wind swung it back and forth like a mighty axe. The man dared not move a step to his right, lest the crushing blade split him open. He dared not step left, for a large rattlesnake was stretched full length with his head in the wind. There was a strip of water between the island and the fill, and the man clung to the tree and cried for help. Snake won't bite you, Tea Cake yelled to him. He's scared to go into the coil. Scared he'll be blowed away. Step down that right side and swim off. Soon after that, Tea Cake felt he couldn't walk anymore, not right away. So he stretched alongside of the road to rest. Janie spread herself between him and the wind, and he closed his eyes and let the tiredness seep out of his limbs. On each side of the fill was a great expanse of water like lakes, water full of things living and dead, things that didn't belong in water. As far as the eye could reach, water and wind plying upon it in fury. A large piece of tar paper roofing sailed through the air and scud along the fill until it hung up against a tree. Janie saw it with joy. That was the very thing to cover Tea Cake with. She could lean against it and hold it down. The wind wasn't quite as bad as it was anyway. The very thing. Poor tea cake. She crept on hands and knees to the piece of roofing and caught hold of it by either side. Immediately, the wind lifted both of them, and she saw herself sailing off the field to the right, out and over the lashing water. She screamed terribly and released the roofing, which sailed away as she plunged downward into the water.
Tea cake! He heard her and sprang up. Janie was trying to swim, but fighting water too hard. He saw a cow swimming slowly toward the fill in an oblique line. A massive built dog was sitting on her shoulders and shivering and growling. The cow was approaching Janie. A few strokes would bring her there. Make it to the cow and grab hold of her tail. Don't use your feet. Just use your hands is enough. That's right. Come on. Janie achieved the tail of the cow and lifted her head up along the cow's rump as far as she could above water. The cow sunk a little with the added load and thrashed a moment in terror. Thought she was being pulled down by a gator. Then she continued on. The dog stood up and growled like a lion, stiff standing hackles, stiff muscles, teeth uncovered as he lashed up his fury for the charge. Tea cake split the water like an otter, opening his knife as he dived. The dog raced down the backbone of the cow to the attack, and Janie screamed and slipped far back on the tail of the cow, just out of reach of the dog's angry jaws. He wanted to plunge in after her, but dreaded the water somehow. Tea cake rose out of the water at the cow's rump and seized the dog by the neck. But he was a powerful dog, and Tea cake was overtired. He didn't kill the dog with one stroke as he had intended, but the dog couldn't free himself either. They fought, and somehow he managed to bite Tea cake high up on his cheekbone once. Then Tea cake finished him and sent him to the bottom to stay there. The cow, relieved of her great weight, was landing on the fill with Janie before Tea cake stroked in and crawled weakly upon the fill again. Janie began to fuss around his face where the dog had bitten him, but he said it wasn't amount to nothing. He'd have raised hell, though, if I had grabbed him an inch higher and bit me in my eye. You can't buy an eye in the store, you know. He flopped to the edge of the fill as if the storm wasn't going on at all. Let me rest a while, then us got to make it on to town somehow. It was the next day by the sun and the clock when they reached Palm Beach. It was years later by their bodies. Winters and winters of hardship and suffering. The wheel kept turning round and round. Hope, hopelessness, and despair. But the storm blew itself out as they approached the city of refuge. Havoc was there with her mouth wide open. Back in the Everglades, the wind had romped among lakes and trees. In the city, it had raged among houses and men. Tea cake and Janie stood on the edge of things, looked over the desolation. How can I find a doctor for your face and all this mess? Janie wailed. Ain't got the damn doctor to study about. Us needs a place to rest. A great deal of their money and perseverance, and they found a place to sleep. It was just that. No place to live at all, just sleep. Tea cake looked all around and sat heavily on the side of the bed. Well, he said humbly, reckon you never expected to come to this when you took up me, did you? Once upon a time, I never expected nothing, tea cake, but being dead from standing still and trying to laugh. But you come along and made something out of me. So I'm thankful for anything we come through together. Thank you, ma'am. You was twice noble to save you from that dog, tea cake. I don't expect you seen his eyes like I did. He didn't aim to just bite me, tea cake. He aimed to kill me stone dead. I'm never forget them eyes. He wasn't nothing but all over pure hate. Wonder where he came from. Yeah, I didn't see him too. It was frightening. I didn't mean to take his hate neither. He had to die on me one. My switchblade said it was him. Poor me. He tore me up to pieces. If it wasn't for you, honey. You don't have to say if it wasn't for me, baby, because I'm here. And then I want you to know I'm the man here. And then again, him with the square toes had gone back to his house. He stood once more and again in his high, flat house without sides to it, and without a roof, and his soulless sword standing upright in his hand. His pale white horse had galloped over waters and thundered over land. The time of dying was over. It was time to bury the dead. Janie, us been in this dirty, slouchy place 2 days now, and that's too much. Us got to get out of this house and out of this man's town. I never did like round here. Where are we going, Tea Cake? That we don't know. Maybe we could go back up to state if you want to go. I didn't say that, but if that's what you want, nah, I ain't say nothing of that kind. I was trying not to keep you out of your comfortable no longer. You want to stay. If I'm in your way, will you listen to this woman? Me about to bust my britches trying to stay with her, and she here, she ought to be shot with tacks. All right then, you name something and we'll do it. We can give it to a poor man's trial anyway. Anyhow, I done got rested up and the bed bugs has done got too bold round here. I didn't notice mine when rest was broke. I'm going out and look around and see what we can do. I'll give anything a common trial. You better stay inside this house and get some rest. Ain't nothing to find out there nohow. But I wants to look and see, Janie. Maybe it's some kind of work for me to help. What they want you to help do, you ain't gonna like. They's grabbing all the men folks they can to get their hands on and making them help bury the dead. They claims they's after the unemployed, but they ain't been too particular about whether you're employed or not. You stay in this house. The Red Cross is doing all that can be done otherwise for the sick and the afflicted. I got money on me, Janie. They can't bother me. Anyhow, I wants to go and see how things is, sure enough. I wants to see if I can hear anything about the boys from the Glades. Maybe they all came through all right, maybe not. Tea Cake went out and wandered around, saw the hands of horror on everything. Houses without roofs and roofs without houses. Steel and stone all crushed and crumbled like wood. The mother of malice had trifled with men. While Tea Cake was standing and looking, he saw two men coming towards him with rifles on their shoulders. Two white men, so he thought about what Janie had told him and flexed his knees to run. But in a moment, he saw that wouldn't do him any good. They had already seen him, and they were too close to miss him if they shot. Maybe they would pass on by. Maybe when they saw he had money, they would realize he was not a tramp. Hello there, Jim, the tallest one called out. We've been looking for you. My name ain't no Jim, Tea Cake said watchfully. What you been looking to me for? I ain't done nothing. That's what we want you for, not doing nothing. Come on, let's go bury some of these here dead folks. They ain't getting buried fast enough. Tea Cake hung back defensively. What I got to do with that? I'm a working man with money in my pocket. Just got blowed out of the Glades by the storm. The short man made a quick move with his rifle. Get on down the road here, sir. Do I look like somebody be burying you? Go on in front of me, sir. Tea Cake found that he was part of a small army that had pressed into service to clear the wreckage in public places and bury the dead. Bodies had to be searched out, carried to certain gathering places, and buried. Corpses were not just found in wrecked houses, they were under houses, tangled in shrubbery, floating in water, hanging in trees, drifting under wreckage. Trucks lined with drag kept rolling in from the Glades and other outlying parts, each with its load of 25 bodies. Some bodies fully dressed, some naked, and some in all degrees of dishevelment. Some bodies with calm faces and satisfied hands. Some dead with fighting faces and eyes flung wide open in wonder. Death had found them watching, trying to see beyond. Miserable, sullen men, black and white under guard, had to keep on searching for bodies and digging graves. A huge ditch was dug across the white cemetery, and a big ditch was open across the black graveyard. Plenty quicklime on hand to throw over the bodies as soon as they were received. They had already been unburied too long. The men were making every effort to cover them up as quickly as possible, but the guards stopped them. They had received orders to be carried out.
Hey there, y'all. Don't dump them bodies in the hole like that. Examine every last one of them and find out if they're white or black. Us got to handle them slow like that? God have mercy. In the condition they's got to examine them, what difference do it make the color? They all needs burying in a hurry. Got orders from headquarters. They making coffins for all the white folks. Tain't nothing but cheap pine, but that's better than nothing. Don't dump no white folks in the hole just so. What to do about the color folks? Got boxes for them too? Nope, they can't find enough of them to go around. Just sprinkle plenty of quick lime over them and cover them up. Shucks. No, they can't tell nothing about some of these bodies. This shape is in. Can't tell whether they's white or black. The guards had a long conference about that. After a while, they came back and told the men, look at the hair. When you can't tell no other way, And don't let me catch none of y'all dumping white folks. And don't be wasting no boxes uncolored. These too hard to get a hold of right now. They's mighty particular how these dead folks goes to judgment, Tea Cake observed to the man working next to him. Look like they God don't know nothing about the Jim Crow law. Tea Cake had been working several hours when the thought of Janie worrying about him made him desperate. So when a truck drove up to be unloaded, he bolted and ran. He was ordered to halt on pain of being shot at, but he kept right on and got away. He found Janie sad and crying just as he had thought. They calmed each other about his absence. Then Tea Cake brought up another matter. Janie, us got to get out of this house and out of this man's town. I don't mean to work like that no more. No, Tea Cake, let's stay right here until it's all over. If they can't see you, they can't bother you. Oh, no, supposing they come round searching. Let's get out of here tonight. Where's going, Tea Cake? The quickest place is the Glades. Let's make it back on down there. This town is full of trouble and compliment. But Tea Cake, the hurricane was down in the Glades too. It'll be dead folks to bury down there too. Yeah, I know, Janie, but it could never be like it is here. In the first place, they've been bringing bodies out of there all day, so it can't be but so many more to find. And then again, it never was as many there as it was here. And then too, Janie, the white folks down there knows us. It's bad being strange niggers with the white folks. Everybody's against you. That shows the truth. The ones the white man knows is nice colored folks. The ones they don't know is bad niggers. Janie said this and laughed, and Tea Cake laughed with her. Janie, I done watched it time and time again. Each and every white man think that he know all the good darkies already. He don't need to know no more. So far as he's concerned, all them he don't know ought to be tried and sentenced to 6 months behind the United States Privy House at Hard Smelling. Welcome to United States Privy House, Tea Cake. Well, you know old Uncle Sam always do have the biggest and the best of everything. So the white man figured that anything less than the Uncle Sam's consolidated water closet would be too easy. So I means to go where the white folks know me. I feels like a motherless child around here. They got things together and stole out of the house and away. The next morning they were back on the muck. They worked hard all day fixing up a house to live in so that Tea Cake could go out looking for something to do the next day. He got out soon next morning, more out of curiosity and eagerness to work. Stayed off all day. That night he came in, beaming out with light. Who you reckon I seen, Janie? Bet you can't guess. I'll betcha a fat man you see so up the bottom. Yeah, I seen him and stew beef and dockery and lias and kudame and boudinay. Guess who else? Lord knows. Is it Starrett? Nah, he got caught in the rush. We just helped bury him in Palm Beach. Guess who else? Gone tell me, Tea Cake. I don't know. It can't be Motorboat. That's just who it is. Old Motor. This son of a gun laid up in that house and slept, and the lake come moved the house way off somewhere, and Motor didn't know nothing about it till the storm was about over. No. Yeah, man. Here we Nelly kill our fool selves running away from danger, and him lay up there and sleep and float on off. Well, you know they say luck is the fortune. That's right, too. Look, I got a job at work, help clearing up things in general, and then they gonna build that dike, sure enough. That ground got to be cleared off, too. Plenty work. They needs more men, even. So Tea Cake made 3 hardy weeks. He bought another rifle and a pistol, and he and Janie bucked each other as to who was the best shot, with Janie ranking him always with a rifle. She could knock the head off of a chicken hawk sitting up a pine tree. Tea Cake was a little jealous, but proud of his pupil. About the middle of the 4th week, Tea Cake came home early one afternoon complaining of his head. Sick headache that made him lie down for a while. He woke up hungry. Janie had his supper ready, but by the time he walked from the bedroom to the table, he said he didn't believe he wanted a thing. Thought you told me you was hungry, Janie wailed. I thought so too, Tea Cake said very quietly and dropped his head in his hands. But I done baked you a pan of beans. I knows they's good all right, but I don't choose nothing now. Thank you, Janie. He went back to bed. Way in the midnight, he woke Janie up in his nightmarish struggle with an enemy that was at his throat. Janie struck a match and quieted him. What's the matter, honey? She soothed and soothed. You got to tell me so I can feel with you. Let me bear the pain long with you, baby. Where hurt you? Where you hurt, sugar? Something got after me in my sleep, Janie, he all but cried. Tried to choke me to death. Hadn't been for you, I'd be dead. You sure was straining with it, but you're all right, honey. I'm here. He went on back to sleep, but there was no getting around it. He was sick in the morning. He tried to make it, but Janie wouldn't hear of his going out at all. If I can just make out the week, Tea Cake said. Folks was making weeks before you was born, and they're gonna be making 'em after you's gone. Lay back down, Tea Cake. I'm gonna get the doctor to see you about you. I ain't that bad, Janie. Look here. I can walk all over the place, but you's too sick to play with. Plenty fever round here since the storm. Give me a drink of water before you leave, then. Jenny dipped a glass of water and brought it to the bed. Tea Cake took it and filled his mouth, then gagged horribly, disgorged that which was in his mouth, and threw the glass upon the floor. Janie was frantic with alarm. What make you act like that with your drinking water, Tea Cake? You asked me to give it to you. That water is something wrong with it. It nearly choked me to death. I told you something jumped on me here last night and choked me. You come making out I was dreaming. Maybe it was a witch riding it, honey. All I can say, I'll see, can I find some mustard? I'll see if I can't find some mustard seed whilst I was about. But I'm sure to fetch the doctor when I'm come. Tea Cake didn't say anything against it, and Janie herself hurried off. The sickness to her was worse than the storm. As soon as she was well out of sight, Tea Cake got up and dumped the water bucket and washed it clean. Then he struggled to the irrigation pump and filled it again. He was not accusing Janie of malice and design. He was accusing her of carelessness. She ought to realize that water buckets needed washing like everything else. He'd tell her about it good and proper when she got back. What was she thinking about, nohow? He found himself very angry about it. He eased the bucket on the table and sat down to rest before taking a drink. Finally, he dipped up a drink. It was so good and cool. Come to think about it, he hadn't had a drink since yesterday. That was what he needed to give him an appetite for his beans. He found himself wanting it very much, so he threw back his head as he rushed the glass to his lips. But the demon was there before him, strangling, killing him quickly. It was a great relief to expel the water from his mouth. He sprawled on the bed again and lay there shivering until Janie and the doctor arrived. The white doctor who had been around so long that he was part of the muck, who told the workmen stories with brawny, sweaty words in them. He came into the house quickly, hat sitting on the left back corner of his head. Hi there, Tea Cake. What the hell's the matter with you? Wished I knowed, Dr. Simmons, but I sure is sick. Oh, nah, Tea Cake. Tain't a thing wrong that a quarter coon dick coon cure. You haven't been getting your right liquor lately, eh? He slapped Tea Cake lustily across his back, and Tea Cake tried to smile as he was expected to do, but it was hard. The doctor opened up his bag and went to work. You do look a little peaked, Tea Cake. You got a temperature and your pulse is kind of off. What have you been doing here lately? Nothing except working and gaming a little, doctor, but look like water done turned against me. Water? How do you mean? Can't keep it on my stomach at all. What else? Janie came round the bed full of concern. Doctor, Tea Cake ain't telling you everything like you ought. We was caught in the hurricane out here, and Tea Cake overstrained himself, swimming such a long time and holding me up to and walking all them miles in the storm. And then before he could get his rest, he had to come get me out of the water again and fighting with that big old dog, and they dog biting him in the face and everything. I've been expecting him to be sick before now. Dog bit him, did you say? 'Twasn't nothing much, doctor. It was all healed over in 2-3 days, Tea Cake said impatiently. That been over a month ago now. This is something new, doctor. I figures the water's yet bad. It's bound to be. Too many dead folks been in for it to be too good to drink for so long time. That's the way I figures it anyway. Anyhow. All right, Tea Cake. I'll send you some medicine and tell Janie how to take care of you. Anyway, I want you in a bed by yourself until you hear from me. Just you keep Janie out of your bed for a while here. Come on out to the car with me, Janie. I want to send Tea Cake some pills to take right away. Outside, he fumbled in his bag and gave Janie a tiny bottle with a few pellets inside. Give him one of these every hour to keep him quiet, Janie, and stay out of his way when he gets in one of his fits of gagging and choking. How you know he's been having him, doctor? That's just what I've come out to here to tell you. Janie, I'm pretty sure that was a mad dog bit your husband. It's too late to get hold of the dog's head, but symptoms is all there. It's mighty bad that it's gone on so long. Some shots right after it happened would have fixed him right up. You mean he's liable to die, doctor? Sure is. But the worst thing is he's liable to suffer something awful before he goes. Doctor, I loves him fit to kill. Tell me anything to do and I'll do it. But the only thing you can do, Janie, is to put him in the county hospital where they can tie him down and look after him. But he don't like no hospital at all. He'd think I was tired and doing for him when God knows I ain't. And I can't stand the idea of tying tea cake like he was a mad dog. It almost amounts to that, Janie. He's got almost no chance to pull her in. He's liable to bite somebody else, especially you, and then you'll be in the same fix he's in. It's pretty bad. It's mighty bad. Can't nothing be done for his case, doctor? Us got plenty of money in the bank in Orlando. Doctor, see, can't you do something special to save him? Anything it costs, doctor. I don't care, but please, doctor, do what I can. I'll phone into Palm Beach right away for the serum, which he should have had 3 weeks ago. I'll do all I can to save him, Janie, but it looks too late. People in his condition can't swallow water, and in other ways, it's terrible. Janie fooled around. Yeah.
Janie fooled around outside a while to try and think it wasn't so. If she didn't see the sickness in his face, she could imagine it wasn't really happening. Well, she thought that big old dog with the hatred in his eyes had killed her after all. She wished she had slipped off that cowtail and drowned then and there and been done. But to kill her through tea cake was too much to bear. Tea cake, the son of evening sun, had to die for loving her. She looked hard at the sky for a long time. Somewhere up there beyond blue ether's bosom sat he. Was he noticing what was going on around here? He must be, because he knew everything. Did he mean to do this thing to tea cake and her? It wasn't anything she could fight. She could only ache and wait. Maybe it was some big tease, and when he saw it had gone far enough, he'd give her a sign. She looked hard for something up there to move, for a sign. A star in the daytime, maybe, or the sun to shout, or maybe even a mutter of thunder. Her arms went up in a desperate supplication for a minute. It wasn't exactly pleading, it was asking questions. The sky stayed hard-looking and quiet, so she went inside the house. God would do less than he had in his heart. Tea Cake was lying with his eyes closed, and Janie hoped he wasn't asleep. He wasn't. A great fear took hold of him. What was this thing that set his brains afire and grabbed at his throat with iron fingers? Where did it come from, and why did it hang around him? He hoped it would stop before Janie noticed anything. He wanted to try to drink water again, but he didn't want her to see him fail. As soon as she got out of the kitchen, he meant to go to the bucket and drink right quick before anything had time to stop him. No need to worry Janie until he couldn't help it. He heard her cleaning out the stove and saw her go out back to empty the ashes. He leaped at the bucket at once. But this time the sight of the water was enough. He was on the kitchen floor in great agony when she returned. She petted him, soothed him, and got him back to bed. She made up her mind to go see about that medicine from Palm Beach. Maybe she could find somebody to drive over there for it. Feel better now, tea cake, baby child? A little. Well, believe I'll rake up the front yard. The men's has got some cane chewings and peanut hulls all over the place. Don't want a doctor to come back here and find it still the same. Don't take too long, Janie. Don't like to be by myself when I'm sick. She ran down the road just as fast as she could. Halfway to town, she met Sop to Bottom and Dockery coming toward her. Hello, Janie. How's tea cake? Pretty bad off. I'm going to see about medicine for him right now. Doctor told somebody he was sick, so us come to see. Thought something he'd never come to work. Y'all sit with him till I get back. He need the company right long in here. She fanned on down the road to town and found Dr. Simmons. Yes, he had had an answer. They didn't have any serum, but they had wired Miami to send it. She needn't worry. It would be there early the next morning, if not before. People didn't fool around in a case like that. No, it wouldn't do for her to hire no car to go after her. Just go home and wait. That was all. When she reached home, the visitors rose to go. When they were alone, Tea Cake wanted to put his head in Janie's lap and tell her how he felt and let her mama him in her sweet way. But something Sop had told him made his tongue lie cold and heavy like a dead lizard between his jaws. Mrs. Turner's brother was back on the muck, and now he had this mysterious sickness. People didn't just take sick like this for nothing. Janie, what is that Turner woman brother doing back on the muck? I don't know, Tea Cake. Didn't even know he was back. According to my notion, you did. What you slip off from me just now for? Tea Cake, I don't like you asking me no such question. That shows how sick you are, sure enough. You're jealous about me giving you cause. Well, what'd you slip off from the house without telling me where you was going? You ain't never done that before. That was because I was trying to not let you worry about your condition. The doctor sent after some more medicine, and I went to see if it come. TK began to cry, and Janie hovered over him in her arms like a child. She sat on the side of the bed and sort of rocked him back to peace. TK, tain't no use in you being jealous of me. In first place, I couldn't love nobody but you. And in the second place, I just an old woman that nobody want but you. Well, you ain't neither. You only sound old when you tell folks when you was born. But with the eye you so young, you's young enough to suit most any man. That ain't no lie, and I knows plenty more men would take you and work hard for the privilege. I done heard 'em talk. Maybe so, tea cake, and never tried to find out. I just know that God snatched me out of the fire through you, and I loves you and feel glad. Thank you, ma'am, but don't say you's old. You's a little girl baby all the time. God made it so you spend your old age first with somebody else and saved up your young girl days to spend with me. I feel that way too, tea cake, and I thank you for saying it. Tain't no trouble to say it what's already so, and you's a pretty woman outside of being nice. Aw, tea cake. Yeah, you is too. Every time I see you patch or roses or something over sporting themselves, they're making out they pretty. I tell them, I want you to see my Janie sometime. You must let the flowers see you sometime, huh, JD? You keep that up, tea cake, I'll believe you after a while. Jane said archly and fixed him back in bed. It was then she felt the pistol under the pillow. It gave her a quick, ugly throb, but she didn't ask him about it since he didn't say. Never had Tea Cake slept with a pistol under his head before. Never mind about all that clean around the front yard, he told her as she straightened up from fixing the bed. You stay here where I can see him. All right, Tea Cake, just you say. If Miss Turner, lap-leg brother, come prowling by here, you can tell him I got him stopped with four-wheel brakes. There ain't no need of him standing around watching the job. I won't be telling him nothing because I don't expect to see him. Tea Cake had two bad attacks that night. Janie saw a changing look come in his face. Tea Cake was gone. Something else was looking out of his face. He made up her mind to be off after the doc. She made up her mind to be off after the doctor with the first glow of day. So she was up and dressed when Tea Cake awoke from the fitful sleep that had come to him just the day before. He almost snarled when he saw her dressed to go. Where you going, Janie? After the doctor, Tea Cake. You're too sick to be here in this house without the doctor. Maybe we ought to get you to the hospital. Ain't going to no hospital nowhere. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. Guess you tired of waiting on me and doing for me. That ain't the way I've been with you. I've never been able to do enough for you. Tea Cake, you sick. You're taking everything in a way I don't mean it. I could never be tired of waiting on you. I'm just scared you're too sick for me to handle. I want you to get well, honey, that's all. He gave her a look full of blank ferocity and gurgled in his throat. She saw him sitting up in bed and moving about so he could watch her every move. She was beginning to feel fear of this strange thing in Tea Cake's body. So when he went out to the outhouse, she rushed to see if the pistol was loaded. It was a 6-shooter and 3 of the chambers were full. She started to unload it, but she feared he might break it and find out she knew. That might urge his disordered mind to action. If that medicine would only come. She whirled the cylinder so that if he ever did draw the gun on her, it would snap 3 times before it would fire. She would at least have warning. She could either run or try to take it away before it was too late. Anyway, tea cake wouldn't hurt her. He was jealous and wanted to scare her. She'd just be in the kitchen as usual and never let on. They'd laugh it over when he got well. She found the box of cartridges, however, and emptied it. Just as well to take the rifle from back of the head of the bed. She broke it and put the shell in her apron pocket and put it in a corner of the kitchen, almost behind the stove where it was hard to see. She could outrun his knife if it came to that. Of course, she was too fussy, but it did no harm to play safe. She ought not to let poor sick tea cake do something that would run him crazy when he found out what he'd done. She saw him coming from the outhouse with a queer loping gait, swinging his head from side to side and his jaws clenched in a funny way. This was too awful. Where was Dr. Simmons with that medicine? She was glad she was here to look after him. Folks would do such mean things to her tea cake if they saw him in such a fix. Treat tea cake like he was some mad dog when nobody in the world had more kindness about him. All he needed was for the doctor to come on with that medicine. He came back into the house without speaking. In fact, he did not seem to notice she was there and fell heavily into the bed and slept. Janie was standing by the stove washing up the dishes when he spoke to her in a queer, cold voice. Janie, how come you can't sleep in the same bed with me no more? The doctor told you to sleep by yourself, tea cake. Don't you remember him telling you that yesterday? How come you'd rather sleep on a pallet than to sleep in a bed with me? Janie saw then that he had the gun in his hand that was hanging to his side. Answer me when I speak. Tea cake, honey, go lay down. I'll be too glad to be in there with you the minute the doctor says so. Go lay back down. He'll be here with some new medicine right away. Janie, I went through everything to be good to you, and it hurt me to my heart to be ill-treated like I is. The gun came up unsteadily but quickly and leveled at Janie's breast. She noted that even in his delirium, he took good aim. Maybe he would point it to scare her, and that was all.
The pistol snapped once. Instinctively, Janie's hand flew behind her on the rifle and brought it around. Most likely this would scare him off. If only the doctor would come. If anybody at all would come. She broke the rifle deftly and shoved in the shell as the second flick told her the tea cake's suffering brain was urging him on to kill. Tea cake, put down that gun and go back to bed, Janie yelled at him as the gun wavered weakly in his hand. He steadied himself against the jamb of the door, and Janie thought to run into him and grab his arm. But she saw the quick motion of his aim, of taking aim, and heard the click. She saw the ferocious look in his eye and went mad with fear as she had done in the water that time. She threw up the barrel of the rifle in frenzied hope and fear, hope that he'd see it and run, desperate fear for her life. But if Tea Cake could have counted costs, he would not have been there with the pistol in his hands. No knowledge of fear, nor rifles, nor anything else was there. He paid no more attention to the pointing gun than if Amy were Janie's dog finger. He saw him stiffen himself all over as he leveled and took aim. The fiend in him must kill, and Janie was the only living thing he saw. The pistol and the rifle rang out almost together. The pistol just enough after the rifle to seem its echo. Tea Cake crumpled as the bullet buried itself in the joist over Janie's head. Janie saw the look on his face and leaped forward as he crashed forward in her arms. She was trying to hover him as he closed his teeth in the flesh of her forearm. They came down heavily like that. Janie struggled to a sitting position and pried the dead tea cake's teeth from her arm. It was the meanest moment of eternity. A minute before, she was just a scared human being fighting for its life. Now she was her sacrificing self with tea cake's head in her lap. She'd wanted him to live so much, and he was dead. No hour is ever eternity, but it has its right to weep. Janie held his head tightly to her breast and wept and thank him wordlessly for giving her the chance for loving service. She had to hug him tight, for soon he would be gone, and she had to tell him for the last time. Then the grief of outer darkness descended. So that same day of Janie's great sorrow, she was in jail. And when the doctor told the sheriff and the judge how it was, they all said she must be tried that same day. No need to punish her in jail by waiting. 3 hours in jail, and then they set the court for her case. The time was short and everything, but sufficient people were there. Plenty of white people came to look on this strangeness, and all the Negroes for miles around. Who was it didn't know about the love between Tea Cake and Janie? The court set, and Janie saw the judge who had put on the great robe to listen about her and Tea Cake. And 12 more white men had stopped whatever they were doing to listen and pass on what happened between Janie and Tea Cake. Between Janie and Tea Cake Woods, and as to whether things were done right or not. That was funny too. 12 strange men who didn't know a thing about people like Tea Cake and her were going to sit on the thing. 8 or 10 white women had come to look at her too. They wore good clothes and had the pinky color that comes of good food. They were nobody's poor white folks. What need had they to have their richness come to look on Janie in her overalls? And they didn't seem too mad, Janie thought. It would be nice if she could make them know somehow it was instead of these men folks. Oh, and she hoped that Undertaker was fixing Tea Cake up fine. They ought to let her see about it, yes. And there was Mr. Prescott that she knew right well, and he was going to tell the 12 men to kill her for shooting Tea Cake. And a strange man from Palm Beach was going to ask them not to kill her, and none of them knew. Then she saw all of the colored people standing up in the back of the courtroom, packed tight like a case of celery, only so much darker than that. They were all against her, she could see. So many were there against her that a light slap from each one of them would have beat her to death. She felt them pelting her with dirty thoughts. They were there with their tongues cocked and loaded, the only real weapon left to weak folks, the only killing tool they are allowed to use in the presence of white folks. So it was already after a while, and they wanted people to talk so that they could know what was right to do about Janie Woods and the relic of Tea Cake's Janie. The white part of the room got calmer and more serious it got, but a tongue storm struck the Negroes like wind through palm trees. They talked all of a sudden and all together like a choir, and the top parts of their bodies moved on the rhythm of it. They sent word by the bailiff to Mr. Prescott that they wanted to testify in the case. Tea Cake was a good boy. He had been good to that woman. No nigger woman ain't never been treated no better. No, sir. He worked like a dog for her and nearly killed himself, saving her in the storm. Then soon as he got a little fever from the water, she had took up with another man, sent for him to come there from way off. Hanging was too good, and all they wanted was a chance to testify. The bailiff went up, and the sheriff and the judge and the police chief and the lawyers all came together to listen for a few minutes. Then they parted again, and the sheriff took the stand and told how Janie had come to his house with a doctor and how it found things when he drove out to hers. Then they called Dr. Simmons, and he told about Tea Cake's sickness and how dangerous it was to Janie and the whole town, and how he was scared for her and thought to have Tea Cake locked up in jail. But seeing Janie's care, he neglected to do this, and how he found Janie all bit in the arm, sitting on the floor and petting Tea Cake's head when he got there, and the pistol right by his hand on the floor. Then he stepped down. Any further evidence to present, Mr. Prescott, the judge asked. No, Your Honor, the state rests. The palm trees dance began again among the Negroes in the back. They had come to talk. The state couldn't rest until it heard. Mr. Prescott, I got something to say, Sop to Bottom spoke out anonymously from the anonymous herd. The courtroom swung around on itself to look. If you know what's good for you, you better shut your mouth up until somebody calls you, Mr. Prescott told him coldly. Yes, Mr. Prescott, we are handling this case. Another word out of you, out of any of you niggers back there, and I'll bind you over to the big court. Yes, sir. The white women made a little applause, and Mr. Prescott glared at the back of the house and stepped down. Then the strange white man that was going to talk for her got up there. He whispered a little with the clerk and then called on Janie to take the stand to talk. After a few little questions, He told her just to tell how it happened and to speak the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help her God. They all leaned forward to listen while she talked. First thing she had to remember was she was not at home. She was in the courthouse fighting something, and it wasn't death. It was worse than that. It was lying thoughts. She had to go way back to let them know how she and Tea Cake had been with one another so they could see that she would never shoot Tea Cake out of malice. She tried to make them see how terrible it was, that things were so fixed that Tea Cake couldn't come back to himself until he got rid of that mad dog that was in him. And he couldn't get rid of that dog and live. He had to die to get rid of that dog. But she hadn't wanted to kill him. A man is up against a hard game when he must die to beat it. She made them see how she couldn't even ever want to be rid of him. She didn't plead to anybody. She just sat there and told. And when she was through, she hushed. She'd been through for some time before the judge and the lawyer and the rest seemed to know it. But she sat on that trial chair until the lawyer told her she could come down. The defense rests, her lawyer said. Then he and Prescott whispered together and both of them talked to the judge in secret up high where he was. Then they both sat down. Gentlemen of the jury, it is for you to decide whether the defendant has committed a cold-blooded murder or whether she is a poor, broken creature, a devoted wife trapped by unfortunate circumstances, who really, in firing a rifle bullet into the heart of her late husband, did a great act of mercy. If you find her a wanton killer, you must bring in a verdict of first-degree murder. If the evidence does not justify it, then you must set her free. There is no middle course. The jury filed out and the courtroom began to drone with talk. A few people got up and moved about, and Janie sat like a lump and waited. It was not death she feared, it was misunderstanding. If they made a verdict that she didn't want Tea Cake and wanted him dead, then that was a real sin and a shame. It was worse than murder. Then the jury was back again. It was out 5 minutes by the courthouse clock. We found the death of Virgil Woods to be entirely accidental and justifiable, and that no blame should rest upon the defendant, Janie Woods. So she was free, and the judge and everybody up there smiled at her and shook her hand. And the white woman cried and stood around like a protecting wall, and the Negroes with heads hung down shuffled out and away. The sun was almost down, and Janie had seen the sun rise on her troubled love. Then she had shot Tea Cake and had been in jail and had been tried for her life, and now she was free. Nothing to do with the little that was left of the day, but to visit the kind white folks who had realized her feelings and thank them. So the sun went down. She took a room at the boarding house for the night and heard the men talking round the front. Oh, you don't know them white men's was gonna do nothing to no woman that looked like her. She didn't kill no white men, did she? Long as she don't shoot no white men, she can kill just as many niggers as she pleased. Yeah, the nigger woman can kill up to all the men's they want to, but you bet not to kill one of them. Them white folks will sure hang you if you do that. Well, you know what they say, a white man and a nigger woman is the freest thing on earth. They do as they please. Janie buried Tea Cake in Palm Beach. She knew he loved the glades, but it was too low for him to lie with water, maybe washing over him with every heavy rain. Anyway, the glades and its waters had killed him. She wanted him out of the way of the storm, so she had a strong vault built in the cemetery at West Palm Beach. Janie had wired to Orlando for money to put him away. Tea Cake was the son of the evening sun, and nothing was too good. The undertaker did a handsome job, and Tea Cake slept royally on his white silken couch among the roses she had bought. He looked almost ready to grin. Janie bought him a brand new guitar and put it in his hands. He would be thinking up new songs to play to her when she got up there. Sop and his friends had tried to hurt her, but she knew it was because they loved Tea Cake and didn't understand. So she sent Sop word and all the others through him. So the day of the funeral, they came with shame and apology in their faces. They wanted her quick forgetfulness. So they filed up and overflowed the 10 sedans that Janie had hired and added others to the line. Then the band played, and Tea Cake rode like a pharaoh to his tomb. No expensive robes and veils for Janie this time. She went on in her overalls. She was too busy feeling grief to dress like grief. We can finish. There's only one more chapter.
Did you want to finish? Okay. Chapter 20. Because they really loved Janie just a little less than they had loved Tea Cake, and because they wanted to think well of themselves, they wanted their hostile attitude forgotten. So they blamed it all on Mrs. Turner's brother and ran him off the muck again. They'd show him about coming back there posing like he was good looking and putting himself where men's wives could look at him. Even if they didn't look even if they didn't look, it wasn't his fault. He had put himself in the way. Nah, I ain't mad with Janie, Sop went around explaining. Tea Cake had gone crazy. You can't blame her for protecting herself. She was crazy about him. Look at the way she put him away. I ain't got nothing in my heart against her, and I never would have thought a thing. But the very first day that lap-legged nigger come back here making out he was looking for work, he come asking me about how was Mr. and Mrs. Woods making out. That goes to show you he was up to something. So when Stewbeef and Bootney and some of the rest of them got behind him, he came running to me to save him. I told him, don't come to me with your hair blowing back, 'cause I'm gonna to send you. And I sure did. The bitch's baby. And that was enough. They eased their feelings by beating him and running him off. Anyway, their anger against Janie had lasted 2 whole days, and that was too long to keep remembering anything. Too much of a strain. They had begged Janie to stay on with them, and she had stayed a few weeks to keep them from feeling bad. But the muck meant Tea Cake, and Tea Cake wasn't there. So it was just a great expanse of black mud. She had given away everything in their little house except a package of garden seed that Tea Cake had bought to plant. The planting never got done because he had been waiting for the right time of the moon when his sickness overtook him. The seeds reminded Janie of Tea Cake more than anything else because he was always planting things. She had noticed them on the kitchen shelf when she came home from the funeral and had put them in her breast pocket. Now that she was home, she meant to plant them for remembrance. Janie stirred her strong feet in the pan of water. The tiredness was gone, so she dried them off on the towel. Now that's how everything was, Phoebe, just like I told you. So I'm back home again, and I'm satisfied to be here. I done been to the horizon and back, and now I can sit here in my house and live by comparisons. This house ain't so absent of things like it used to be before Tea Cake came along. It's full of thoughts, especially that bedroom. I know all them sitters and talkers going to worry their guts into fiddle strings till they find out what we've been talking about. That's all right, Phoebe, tell 'em. They're going to make moderation because my love didn't work like they love, if they ever had any. Then you must tell 'em that love ain't something like a grindstone that's the same thing everywhere and do the same thing to everything it touch. Love is like the sea. It's a moving thing, but still and all. It takes its shape from the shore it meets, and it's different with every shore. Lord, Phoebe breathed out heavily. I done grow 10 feet high from just listening to you, Janie. I ain't satisfied with myself no more. I means to make Sam take me fishing with him after this. Nobody better not criticize ya in my hearing. Now, Phoebe, don't feel too mean with the rest of 'em, 'cause dey's parched up from not knowing things. Them meatskins is got to rather to make out they's alive. Let 'em consolate themselves with talk. Course talking don't amount to a hill of beans when you can't do nothing else. And listen to that kind of talk is just like opening your mouth and letting the moon shine down your throat. It's a fact, Phoebe. You got to go there to know there. Your papa and your mama and nobody else can tell you and show you. Two things everybody's got to do for themselves. They got to go to God, and they got to find out about living for themselves. There was a finished silence after that, so that for the first time they could hear the wind picking at the pine trees. It made Phoebe think of Sam waiting for her and getting fretful. It made Janie think about that room upstairs, her bedroom. Phoebe hugged Janie real hard and cut the darkness in flight. Soon everything round it downstairs was shut and fastened. Janie mounted the stairs with her lamp. The light in her hand was like a spark of sun stuff washing her face in fire. Her shadow behind fell black and headlong down the stairs. Now in her room, the place tasted fresh again. The wind through the open windows had broomed out all the fetid feeling of absence and nothingness. She closed in and sat down, combing road dust out of her hair, thinking. The day of the gun and the bloody body, and the courthouse came and commenced to sing a sobbing sigh out of every corner in the room, out of each and every chair and thing, commenced to sing, commenced to sob and sigh, singing and sobbing. Then tea cake came prancing around her where she was, and the song of the sigh flew out of the window and lit in the top of the pine trees. Tea cake with the sun for a shawl. Of course he wasn't dead. He could never be dead until she herself had finished feeling and thinking. The kiss of his memory made pictures of love and light against the wall. Here was peace. She pulled in her horizon like a great fishnet, pulled it from around the waist of the world, and draped it over her shoulder. So much of life in its meshes. She called in her soul to come and see. That's it. Oh, it's so sad.
So sad.
I almost cried while I was reading.
It's that when she ends up having to kill him. That's intense. You read it before. I mean, have you? Oh, you never read this?
Yeah, it was really like that was just amazing. Just because I mean, you guys are really good readers, but I mean, we had a variety of people here kind of come in, and you know, it's weird. Like you have a lot of people in the daytime, you have a lot of people like in the evening.
Yeah.
But like because of the language, I thought it would be harder for people. I thought it'd be harder for me. It was really weird because I remember reading this as a kid and being like, I'm really confused with the language. I was really like confused. Like I wasn't getting it, but like now I'm like, I was. The one thing that I was actually sad about was as I was reading it, I was actually changing the words.
Yeah, because sometimes you were correcting it in this.
I felt weird. Like I'm correcting. I'm like that's what I'm saying. I'm like, what am I doing? Like I couldn't. Like I had to really like work on not doing that. I was automatically translating it, and it was really bizarre to me that I was. And I was like, why do I keep doing that? Why am I? But it's like obviously I understand this because you can't translate something you don't understand. Right. But why can't I speak it out loud? Like it's weird. Like I'm reading it, but I'm translating it as it's going to my brain. It's like I'm not. It is because the same things they were talking about with Zora and Bill Hurston, where a lot of African American community was really upset with her. They're like, you have this language, and making fun of us, blah blah blah.
Or you're showing the white people
that
we look like primitives.
Yeah. So it's like this is not like part of that heart. Well, because that you studied that, so you know like it's kind of like this idea that you're supposed to be showing the best and the best of African American life, and this idea that was somehow lesser, like rural. I mean, even now, I think it's interesting when you talk to people, people are very quick to kind of go when they want to like search for the roots. They'll just skip the South. You know what I mean? You'll be from LA, or from Chicago, or from New York, and it's kind of like, well, we'd rather go to Africa. We'd rather go here. Like, still, that's like a very sore part of, I think, because it's like my friends are like, well, why don't you start Mississippi? Why don't you start in Alabama? Why don't you start there? Like, so because it's still like this sore point. Like, this is bad. We don't want to remember this.
Well, from what I remember too about studying, one of the things about Zora Neale Hurston, a lot of things like spirituals and the customs that came from slavery.
Yeah.
They were pretty close to slavery, if you think
Yeah.
about it. It wasn't
Yeah.
that many years before.
Yeah.
And they didn't want anything that reminded them. It wasn't just it's like
Yeah.
this is a slave time thing. We're not going to do slave time things anymore.
Yeah.
So, any of the customs that she talks about or that they said, no, we can't do that because that's slave times and we're not slaves, so we're not going to do that kind of thing anymore. But it is, I'm sure it's,
No, I thought that was like subconsciously.
Yeah.
That's why I thought I was actually getting very upset with myself. Like, stop doing that.
Oh,
like,
no,
actually,
I don't think that's what it is. I think we read words.
Yeah.
But we actually talk in sentences.
Yeah.
And I think it's just when I say hello,
Yeah.
how are you comes out.
Yeah,
Because that's how I'm trained. And so if someone says how are, it's like a computer. I finish you. You kind of automatically finish it. You're so trained to do it that way.
Yeah.
So I think in some of these lines, that's all you're doing.
Yeah,
It's not, I don't think it is.
I thought it was some kind of subconscious thing. Like, my grandmother was channeling me, like, don't talk like that.
You sounded a little, you had a little more of a, somehow it seemed an authentic South, a little bit of.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear that.
I had to think, okay, how would my grandmother say this?
Yeah.
Because honestly, there's very little difference between how the whites and blacks spoke in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, don't blame yourself. I don't think it was that. I think it's just a kind of natural. You know how on the phones and the computers they kind of suggest a word to you.
Yeah.
So you just your brain does that too.
Yeah.
Autocorrect.
It was autocorrecting.
Yeah. I was glad that I could do it so quickly, but I was just like, I thought like.
Did we do okay? Or
Yeah. You guys did great. I mean, like I was, I cheated because I started with the forward,
Well, what was funny is this morning I said, I better read something.
Yeah.
I kind of guessed where we would be by this time, just so I could practice a little bit.
Yeah.
And it was the part I actually wrote, the part in the bar where where they destroy her bar.
Yeah.
That was actually what I was rehearsing at home this morning. So I thought, well, that was incredibly lucky. Anyway, it's a great book. So is this your place? Or
No, it's Skyra's place. It's Skyra's place.
Ah, oh, hi, how are you? Yeah, so did you organize all of this? You organized it?
I organized it. She makes it look, she makes it look pretty. She does the visual arts part. The visual arts, like yes.
We'll take it.
This is your studio.
Yeah.
So this is your art over here on the walls?
No, this is another artist. It's a show she's doing.
Oh, cool. So what? Go ahead. What made you think of Zora Neale? Why Zora Neale Hurston right now?
I think because we just had the Black Girl Book Fair, and I kind of like the idea that she annoyed so many people. And not like I feel like I'm like her, but I feel like I probably annoy the same people. So I kind of felt like, it would be, I mean, I know people have, people have read, like, they read a lot of times different poetry, but a lot of people read Hal, and people, Hal, Allen Ginsberg, Hal.
Hal.
Yeah, I participated in a Hal reading before, and people would read 1984. And I was like,
they read Ulysses.
Yeah, they do that. That's very popular.
Yeah.
But I was like, I really never know anybody like do like a book on an African American woman book. So I was like, this would be good. And then plus too, it's kind of challenging because it's kind of scary. People, it's just kind of a scary book. People kind of like feel like, it's kind of scary because of the language, and the dialect. And I like the fact that it's kind of like a feminist. I mean, it's not kind of, it is like a feminist tale. people kind of like, oh, it's a love story, but it's like more of a feminist kind of like, I mean, that's, there's parts of it that's that, but it's also kind of like, her like asserting herself, especially, during that time period, and her like, she ran her own store. I mean, there's so many,
You missed that part.
yeah, you missed that part. But there's so many things that are, yeah, there's so many things that are just, and plus too, I really like Zora Neale Hurston, and I just felt like because she kind of like crossed so many worlds.
Mm.
You know, how old was she? We don't know. I mean, she, she keeps changing her age. She was like, and then she was a lesbian, and they didn't like, people didn't really talk about that.
I didn't know that.
And well, who's bisexual? Oh, yes, we have the rubbing
Her
from her grave from my friend Stephen Rains did the the gay rubbings, and he did Zora Neale Hurston. So that's actually from her grave. And he went around to all the grave sites of LGBT people, and he like did a rubbing, and so like he let us borrow that for the reading. So it's I just thought like she crossed so many worlds. It's kind of interesting, and
Oh, a lot of those Harlem Renaissance people were gay or bisexual.
yeah.
Langston Hughes.
Yeah, yeah.
Was it Counthy Cullen?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you look about like, there's no book. I have a club. It's called Fire.
Oh.
And Fire was like, well, you know, because you know. So I have a club. It's called Fire, and I was showing, like
It's a journal.
It's a journal.
But
Came
they
out
put
one time because people don't like funding certain type of stuff. Anyways, but I thought it was just interesting. Look at the Harlem Renaissance. We looked at how like diverse it was, not just in gender and sexual orientation, also in class. A lot of times these literary groups are very one class dimension. I mean, even if even if it's multiracial, even if whatever race it is, it's very like one class. I thought it was really interesting. Like in Fire, you had people who are from the north, people from the south, people who are working class, people who have money. I mean, all in one group. You had straight people, you had gay people, you had bisexual people, you had all genders. So you just kind of like, like, why isn't that happening now? Like, why are these groups like so like? Well, you would think people would be more inclusive now. You know what I mean? You would think people would be more inclusive now, but it seemed like to me like, you know, the Great Depression kind of like ended all that, and it's kind of like, that's what I kind of think like during the 20s, and um, um, I know a lot of people that lived in LA at certain points, and I know that Los Angeles used to be very progressive. It used to be more progressive than it is. I mean, I'm not saying that it was Wonderland. I'm not saying it was like the most perfect place in the world for everybody, but for African Americans, it was as close as you were going to get in like 1913, 1910. Like my family got here in like 1890, so um, W. E. Du Bois. W. E. Du Bois said that this is a place where you've never seen African Americans, well, actually, you've never seen Negroes more beautifully housed and clothed than in Los Angeles, because like they didn't, while they had different laws, but they had a lot of. I mean, people kind of say, oh, they closed down the Black Beach, that was Manhattan Beach. But the thing is this. They had one at one point. The fact that like upper class Black people could have a private resort, everything started changing as the city started getting bigger. They started moving people in from like the Midwest. They started moving in people like the second migration. And after World War II, it's like things kind of started to change. They started changing all these rules. But before that, like people always say, I can't remember his name. How can I remember his name? He's an architect. He's famous. He's African American. Paul Williams. Yes, Paul Williams. People always say he was the first African American on the planning commission. But see, if you think about it, in Los Angeles, he was on the first planning commission. Yeah. So when you say that, you make it seem as if there were no like oh, they didn't have African American. Like he was on the first planning commission. He wasn't just the yes. But when you say that, you imply that there were no African. There was a planning commission before, and there were no African Americans on it. He was on the first planning commission. So I mean,
like I said, Los Angeles. I'm not saying Los Angeles was wonderful, but think
No.
about that.
Yeah. No, I think it was always written about as much, so much better than the South.
Yeah.
And all of those migrations, they had fewer race riots. In those days, race riots were white people coming in and beating up and killing black people. It wasn't within the community.
Yeah.
And
So you
yeah,
have-
but it did change. It's
But
well, you know,
everything
LA
changed.
got very conservative too, got very anti-union when they were trying to bring all the people in, the white people from the Midwest.
Well, they said they had to change it. They had to make like what do you call it, like anti-race mixing rules because of Central Avenue, because they had like so many like and of course the whole party scene. It had so many like mixed couples. And they had like gay clubs. This is like on Central. This is like in the 20s and 30s. They're like, we got to stop this. This is crazy. We just stop this. So. Yeah. They had to add those and all that stuff. So it's just.
Hello.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. So you're gonna pick a chapter that you want, Peter, at 6 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah.
So I know some people were going to watch this. So
Yeah.
it's the other people in our group.
Well, it's tape.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's just tape. It's archived, so it's like it's automatically taped and stuff. So it's like it'll be there, and you can watch it again. And
So what's your next project? Anyway, I thought this was a great idea. You know, I was saying I went to another reading, a poetry reading at a club, a gallery in North Hollywood.
Yeah.
It's like, there were so many of these places.
I know
like this.
what you're talking about.
It's right by the railroad tracks. It's right by the. I don't remember what it's called. You can. She read there. Anyway, it's great that they have all. So I was actually looking at this. This was $3.95. My copy of this book. Shows you how long ago that was that I got this.
Well, I'm doing a reading on the 25th of April. You guys are interested.
Okay.
We have in West Hollywood they have like these polls and they have like poets on the polls.
Oh yeah.
And I'm next to me to go. So I was going to go.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not getting like it's at 4 o'clock.
Do you have a piece of paper?
Yes. I think it's on West Hollywood.
Is this a special day of poetry or something? Or?
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay. If you want to write that.
Oh, you're right now. Oh.
I'm going to go take a look at the art here. So these are the poets. So, you want to go out?